There is a room near the end of a corridor in the Hofburg Palace in Vienna, where the light falls differently from the light in the rooms before it. The corridor belongs to the Schatzkammer, the Imperial Treasury of the Holy Roman Empire, and a visitor arriving on an ordinary afternoon will pass through a sequence of vaulted chambers before reaching it. Each chamber holds objects behind glass, crowns of hammered gold, orbs of rock crystal, vestments of embroidered silk, scepters, swords, reliquaries. These are the material remains of a political arrangement that lasted, in various forms, for roughly 1,000 years, and the rooms that contain them are quiet in the manner of places where the sheer density of time has pressed the air into a kind of stillness. The visitor moves through at whatever pace the afternoon allows. The labels are in German and in English. The lighting is even and controlled and falls neither too harshly nor too warmly on the objects. There is nothing theatrical about the presentation, and that absence of theatre is itself a kind of restraint worth noticing. The Schatzkammer does not need to dramatize what it holds. The objects do not require amplification. They have, as it were, already arrived at their own gravity, and the museum has understood this and stepped back from it. Room XI is reached near the end of the sequence. It is not the largest room, and there is no particular change in the architecture to signal that this room is different from the rooms before it. The cases are arranged in the same measured way. The light behaves the same way it has behaved throughout. A visitor who did not know what was in this room could move through it without stopping and pass into the next chamber without feeling that anything had been missed. The building does not insist, but the object in the central case stops people. It is not large. An iron spearhead, medieval by the dating of the museum that houses it, held in mounts that keep it slightly elevated above the floor of the case. The iron is dark, almost black in certain lights, though the controlled illumination of the case brings up the surface texture and the irregularities in the metal that mark a thing shaped by hand rather than by machine. Around the body of the blade there are bands of gold and silver, added at different points across its long history of custody, binding the object into a form that is partly iron and partly precious metal, and partly something harder to name. The bands give the object a composite quality, as though it has been repaired and adorned and annotated across generations of ownership, each generation leaving its own layer, so that what rests in the case today is not a single thing from a single moment, but an accumulation, a palimpsest of metal. Along the body of the object runs an inscription. The words are in Latin, cut into the metal with the care of someone who understood that the inscription would outlast the hand that made it. The inscription reads, Lanciae et clavi SS Domini. 4 words that make a claim, or record a claim, or preserve the memory of a claim, depending on how much weight one is prepared to give to the act of inscription itself. The label on the case identifies the object as the Heilige Lanze, the Holy Lance. It is part of the Reichskleinodian, the imperial regalia, the collected objects that were once held to constitute the legal and spiritual authority of the Holy Roman Emperor. The iron is medieval. The claim inscribed on it reaches further. A visitor stands before this case on an ordinary afternoon in Vienna and looks at a medieval iron spearhead in gold and silver bands, with a 4-word Latin inscription in a room that does not insist on anything. And the question that forms, slowly, without being forced, is not whether the object is what the inscription says it is. The question is something quieter and more durable than that. The question is, what happened to make a piece of iron acquire this particular gravity, and how long did it take, and how many people were involved, and what did the accumulation cost? This documentary is an attempt to follow that question through 2,000 years without pretending to resolve it. The story begins, or rather the thing that later became the story begins, with a single sentence in a single text. The text is the Gospel according to John, and the sentence is in the 19th chapter and the 34th verse. In the translation of the King James Bible, the sentence reads as follows, "With a spear pierced his side." A spear undescribed, a side pierced. blood and water emerged, the verse continues, and that was the point. The piercing was not the cause of death, but its confirmation, the act that closed the official account of what had happened on the hill outside Jerusalem. The Synoptic Gospels, Matthew and Mark and Luke, do not mention this moment at all. It exists in one account, in one verse, in one clause within that verse. The Greek word the author of the fourth Gospel used for the weapon is lonche, which denotes a Roman spear or pike. It is a functional word, a word for a category of military equipment, not a word for a named or particular object. The soldier is not named. The spear is not described. Nothing in the verse preserves the weapon, speculates about its fate, attaches meaning to its subsequent possession, or suggests that anyone should look for it. The verse does its work, which is to confirm a death. And then the narrative moves on. What came after? Everything that came after belongs entirely to what tradition made of that spare account, and what tradition made of it is the subject of the next 2,000 years. The soldier eventually acquired a name. It took several centuries, and the name came not from the canonical Gospels, but from a later apocryphal tradition. The name is Longinus. It appears in the apocryphal Acts of Pilate, also known as the Gospel of Nicodemus, a text composed in Greek sometime between the 4th and 6th centuries. The name entered medieval devotion through the Legenda Aurea, the golden legend compiled by the Dominican friar Jacobus de Voragine in around 1260, and from there it spread through sermon, liturgy, drama, and art, until the soldier with the spear and the name Longinus became one of the fixed figures in the Western Christian imagination of the Passion. By the high medieval period, a tradition existed that Longinus had been half blind, that the blood and water from the wound had fallen on his eyes and healed him, that he had converted to Christianity, and that he had eventually died a martyr at Caesarea. This tradition is entirely post-canonical. It belongs to the long work of filling in the silences of the scriptural record, giving faces and names and futures to the figures who appear in the canonical text without identity. The name Longinus may itself derive from the Greek word lonche, a name built from the word for the object its bearer carried, a man made from his instrument. Whether or not that etymology is correct, the movement it describes is real. Across several centuries, a nameless function became a named person, and the person became a saint, and the instrument became a relic, and the relic became an object of profound and contested importance. This documentary traces that movement, stage by stage, from the silence of the canonical verse to the present-day glass case in room X5. There is a particular quality to the irony, if irony is the right word, that the relic predates its own biography. By the 4th century, before the apocryphal tradition that named Longinus had been fully committed to text, before the full pious tradition of conversion and martyrdom had been assembled, a spear relic was already in Christian custody in Jerusalem. The Pilgrim of Bordeaux, travelling through the city in 333 AD, is among the witnesses to the relics held there. The object existed as a venerated thing before the story that would explain it had been written down. The legend grew up around a relic that was already there. This inversion, the relic preceding the biography, will become important as we move through the centuries, because it means that the authority of the object and the authority of the story it was eventually given are not the same kind of authority, and they do not draw on the same sources, and they should not be treated as though they are interchangeable. The 4th century was, in any case, a century of extraordinary attention to the physical remains of the Passion. The mother of the Emperor Constantine, Helena, is associated in Christian memory with the discovery of the true cross and with the first great age of imperial interest in the sites and objects of Jerusalem. It was, as one might say, the century that taught Christendom to look for the instruments of the Passion, the century in which Jerusalem became a place of pilgrimage and the relics it held became objects of theological, devotional, and eventually political significance. By 400 AD, attested spear fragments existed in Constantinople, Jerusalem, and Rome. The multiplication had already begun. This is the condition from which all the later chapters of this story proceed. Not one spear, but several. Not one tradition, but a family of traditions, related but distinct, sharing a scriptural origin, but diverging in their custody, their claims, and their meaning. The documentary that follows is shaped by this plurality, and it does not attempt to resolve it into a single object with a single history. That resolution is not available and would not be honest. There are, today, 4 objects in 4 cities that hold some version of the claim that the inscription in Rumexai makes. They are in Vienna, in Rome, in the Armenian city of Echmiadzin, and in Krakow. Each of them is the center of a devotional or historical tradition that is real and serious and not reducible to error or fraud. Each of them preserves a different kind of memory and a different kind of claim. The Vienna lance carries the Holy Roman Imperial story and, in the 20th century, a Nazi-era chapter of extraordinary darkness. The Rome lance carries a different custody chain, moving through Constantinople and arriving in the Vatican in the 15th century. The Armenian lance, called the Geghard, the classical Armenian word for spear, is held by the Armenian Apostolic Church in a tradition connected with the Apostle Thaddeus, and the monastery of Geghardovank takes its very name from the relic. The Krakow lance is generally understood to be a medieval copy of the Imperial Vienna lance, made as a gift from the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III to the Polish ruler Bolesław at the Congress of Gniezno in the year 1000 AD, but it too contains an embedded fragment said to derive from the original. These 4 claimants are not a problem to be solved. They are not a list of objects competing for a single prize. They are 4 histories with 4 evidentiary profiles, 4 communities of meaning, 4 ways in which human beings have related to a claim that originates in one clause of one verse of one ancient text. The documentary will visit each of them in turn. It will not announce a winner, because the question of winning is not the right question. The right question is what each of these objects preserves and what it costs to preserve it, and what the act of preservation has meant to the people who carried it forward across the centuries. The Vienna lance will receive the most attention because it is the Vienna lance that carries the most complex and the most consequential later history. It was the Vienna lance that became, by the 10th century, one of the instruments of Holy Roman imperial legitimacy, carried before the army of the Emperor Otto I at the Battle of Lechfeld in 955 AD. It was the Vienna lance whose associations shifted across centuries, beginning as the lance of the martyr Saint Maurice, accreting a tradition connecting it to Constantine, then to an embedded relic described as a nail from the true cross, and only later, in the late medieval period, acquiring the identification with Longinus and the wound of John 19,034. It was the Vienna lance that entered the German cultural imagination through the operas of Richard Wagner and the medieval romances of Wolfram von Eschenbach. It was the Vienna lance that was removed from the Schatzkammer by personal order in October 1938 after the German annexation of Austria and transported to Nuremberg. It was the Vienna lance that an American art historian named Walter Horn helped locate, hidden beneath Nuremberg in 1945, and that was returned to Austria in January 1946. And it is the Vienna lance that now rests in the glass case in Rumexai, where the afternoon light falls on its dark iron and its bands of gold and silver, and its 4 words of Latin inscription. The metallurgist Robert Feather conducted a non-invasive analysis of the Vienna lance in January 2003 using X-ray and X-ray fluorescence methods. His analysis dated the iron of the spearhead to the 7th century. The Kunsthistorisches Museum, the institution that houses and studies the object, dates it to the 8th century and identifies it as a Carolingian winged lance, repaired and altered across subsequent centuries, with later silver and gold cuffs. Feather also identified a small iron pin embedded within the spearhead, encased in the gold and silver bands, and suggested that this pin was consistent in shape and length with a 1st century Roman nail, though he did not prove any connection to the Passion tradition, and the pin itself was not independently dated. The gap between Feather's dating and the museum's dating is a matter of a century. The settled conclusion on which both accounts agree is that the Vienna lance is, materially, a medieval object. What the embedded pin may or may not preserve is a separate question, and it remains open. This documentary is not an attempt to close that question. It is not, in any of its chapters, an authentication exercise. It is not interested in pronouncing the relics genuine or false, because that binary is too simple for what these objects actually are and what they have actually done across 2,000 years. A relic can be devotional, political, legal, theatrical, dynastic, and folkloric at the same time. The Vienna lance has been all of these things at different moments in its history, and in some centuries it has been several of them simultaneously. To ask only whether it is the weapon of John 19,034 is to ask the smallest question available, and to receive whatever answer one receives is to learn very little about the 2,000 years that the object has actually inhabited. How does a single wound become an empire's sign? How does a relic become a political instrument? And what kind of authority does the possession of such an instrument confer on those who hold it? How does a medieval object acquire, in the 20th century, a chapter of darkness that was not available to any previous generation? And how does modernity keep reaching for sacred objects when the ordinary explanations for catastrophe prove insufficient? None of these questions will be answered in the course of this documentary. They will be followed carefully and at some length, and the listener will be taken through the evidence that exists and the traditions that accumulated and the places where the record is clear and the places where it is not. But the questions will remain, questions at the end, because they are questions that the object itself has not answered and the centuries have not answered, and it would be a kind of dishonesty to pretend otherwise. There is a room near the end of a corridor in the Hofburg Palace in Vienna. A visitor arriving on an ordinary afternoon can find it without difficulty. The building is large but well marked. The Schatzkammer is open most days of the week. Room XI is reached by continuing through the sequence of chambers, past the crowns and the orbs and the vestments, into the room that does not insist on anything, where the case in the center holds a medieval iron spearhead in gold and silver bands with a 4-word Latin inscription. The visitor stands before it. The afternoon continues outside. The building is quiet in the way that buildings full of accumulated time are quiet. And the question forms, slowly, without urgency, as all the most durable questions do. What happened here? What did this cost, and how far back does the cost go? The answer begins, as answers of this kind generally begin, not with the object itself, but with the text that gave the object its meaning, a text composed sometime in the last decades of the 1st century, in Greek, by a writer whose name we have inherited, though whose precise identity remains a matter of scholarly discussion, a text that contains, in its 19th chapter and its 34th verse, a single sentence about a single wound made by a single soldier whose name nobody thought to record at the time, with a spear pierced his side. One squat, one sentence, one wound, and from that point everything else is short enough to speak aloud in a single breath. In the translation of the King James Bible, the 34th verse of the 19th chapter of the Gospel, according to John, reads, in its entirety, "But one of the soldiers with a spear pierced his side, and forthwith came there out blood and water." Campo di. One soldier, unnamed, one spear, undescribed, one side, pierced, blood and water emerging. The verse closes without elaboration, without ceremony, and without any suggestion that the writer considered this moment to be anything other than what it plainly was, a confirmation, a closing of the official account, the act that established beyond administrative doubt that the man on the cross was dead. It is worth staying with that word for a moment, confirmation. The piercing in John 19,034 is presented not as the proximate cause of death, but as the act that confirmed a death already accomplished. The soldier's action was, in the context of Roman execution practice, a piece of professional diligence rather than an act of violence distinct from what had come before. The spear was the instrument of the official record, the closing signature on an event that had already reached its conclusion. This distinction matters because, in the 2,000 years of tradition that follow from this verse, the object is sometimes described in ways that make it the cause rather than the confirmation, the weapon that delivered the final and defining blow, the instrument of the death itself. The verse does not say that. The verse says something quieter and more procedural, and the distance between what the verse says and what the tradition later made of it is one of the measures of how much accretion 2,000 years can produce. The Greek word the author of the fourth gospel used for the weapon is cor, lonche, a word that denotes a Roman spear or pike. It is a functional word, a word that names a category of military equipment rather than a specific or singular object. It is the word one would use in Greek to describe the standard issue weapon of a Roman soldier performing a standard piece of duty. There is nothing in the word that marks the object as exceptional, nothing that elevates it above the ordinary class of things it names. The soldier carries a lonche because that is what soldiers carry. He uses it because that is what the situation requires. The weapon is not described, not praised, not condemned, and not preserved in the text in any way that would allow a later reader to distinguish it from any other spear of its kind. The author does not name the soldier. This is perhaps the most consequential omission in the entire record, not because the omission is unusual, since the Gospels are full of unnamed figures, witnesses, officials, and passers-by, who do things without being identified, but because the namelessness of this particular figure left exactly the kind of silence that tradition tends to fill. A named soldier is a fixed historical datum, anchored to a specific identity that can be checked against other records or simply accepted as the person who was there. An unnamed soldier is an opening, a space that later writers and later traditions can enter and inhabit and furnish with a life, a conversion, a martyrdom, a sainthood. The unnamed soldier of John 19,034 did not remain unnamed for very long in the history of Christian tradition, but the name he was given, and the biography that grew up around the name, belongs entirely to the tradition that followed the canonical text, not to the canonical text itself. The verse provides no name. Everything that comes after, including the name Longinus and the rich devotional world that name eventually anchored, is the work of later centuries. There is a further absence worth marking carefully, because it governs everything that follows. The verse does not describe a relic. It does not suggest that the spear used in this act should be preserved, sought, venerated, or possessed. It attaches no political power, no supernatural quality, no destiny to the object. The soldier uses the weapon and the narrative continues. The weapon simply ceases to appear. Nothing in the verse implies that anyone at the scene thought about the subsequent fate of the spear, or that the spear's subsequent fate was a matter of any significance. The canonical text is entirely indifferent to the object as an object. It is interested only in the act and in what the act confirmed. The relic tradition, the whole vast and complicated history of the physical object across 2,000 years, has no root in the canonical verse. It is built entirely on what tradition decided to do with the silence the verse left behind. The synoptic Gospels, the three accounts of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, do not mention the side wound at all. They do not describe this closing act, the event that would eventually generate the name Longinus, the relic of the Holy Lance, the Reichskleinodion of the Holy Roman Empire, the opera of Richard Wagner, the occult claims of the 20th century, and the glass case in room XI of the Hofburg Schatzkammer exists in the canonical record in exactly one place, one gospel, one chapter, one verse, one clause within that verse. 3 of the 4 canonical accounts of the same events contain no trace of it. This is not a difficulty that the tradition attempts to conceal. It is simply a fact about the limits of the scriptural record, and it is a fact from which the documentary that follows proceeds without apology and without anxiety. The tradition does not require the synoptic accounts to confirm what John records. It requires only the one account. And from the one account, it is useful, before moving any further, to state as plainly as possible what the verse does not say, because the history of the spear is in large part a history of what was added to the verse after the fact, and the additions are easier to see clearly when the original has been described with equal clarity. The verse does not name the soldier. The name Longinus does not appear in the canonical Gospels. It appears first in the apocryphal Acts of Pilate, a text also known as the Gospel of Nicodemus, composed in Greek somewhere between the 4th and the 6th centuries of the Common Era. The pious tradition surrounding the name, the tradition that the soldier was half blind, that the blood and water from the wound fell upon his eyes and restored his sight, that he converted to Christianity, and that he was eventually martyred at Caesarea, is a medieval tradition, codified most influentially in the Legenda Aurea, the golden legend compiled by the Dominican friar Jacobus de Voragine in around the year 1260. This tradition is not without its own kind of weight. It shaped devotion, art, liturgy, and theology across many centuries, and the figure of Longinus became one of the recognizable presences in the Western Christian imagination of the Passion. But it is tradition, and it is post-canonical tradition, and it does not derive from the verse that precedes it. It derives from the silence the verse left and from the long human work of making that silence habitable. The verse does not describe a relic. The first attested spear relic in Christian custody is referred to in Jerusalem itineraries from the 4th century. The Pilgrim of Bordeaux, passing through the city in 333 AD, is among those who refer to the relics held there. This means that by the time a spear relic was in formal Christian veneration, several centuries had passed since the events of the Passion, and the tradition that would eventually give the relic's bearer a name had not yet been fully committed to text. The relic predates its own canonical biography. The object was already an object of veneration before the story that explained it had been written down. The authority of the relic and the authority of the hagiographical tradition are therefore not the same kind of authority, and they do not support each other in the way that might at first appear. Each is a separate accumulation. Each rests on different foundations. The 4th century, the century of Constantine and of his mother Helena, and of the first great age of imperial attention to the physical remains of the Passion, was the century in which Christendom learned to look for the instruments of the Passion and to treat them as objects of theological and devotional weight. It was not a century in which anyone produced documentary evidence connecting a specific spear in Jerusalem to the action described in John 19,034. The connection was assumed. The connection was, to those who made it, entirely natural and entirely sufficient. But it was an assumption, not a documentation, and the difference between these two things is one of the things this documentary is obliged to hold clearly in view. The idea that possession of the spear confers authority, that it is an instrument of imperial or royal legitimation, that the ruler who holds it holds something more than iron and metal, is not in John 19,034. It is not in any canonical gospel. It entered the tradition much later, and through routes that the chapters ahead will trace in detail. The Holy Roman Imperial tradition that treated the Heilige Lanze as one of the Reichskleinodien, one of the objects whose possession confirmed the legitimate authority of the emperor, was built across several centuries of Ottonian and Frankish political theology, drawing on the associations the lance had accumulated through its custody history rather than on anything the scriptural text had established. The verse is not a political document. It does not know it will become one. It is a record of a physical act in a narrative of death and testimony, and it has no political content or political aspiration of its own. The claim that whoever holds the spear holds the destiny of the world, the claim that is sometimes called the Spear of Destiny tradition, and that achieved wide circulation after the publication of Trevor Ravenscroft's book of that name in 1973, is not a medieval claim. It is not a Wagnerian claim. It is a 20th century construction assembled from several different currents of esoteric, anthroposophical, and nationalist thought, and it has no root in the canonical verse from which the whole tradition originates. The verse is silent on the supernatural properties of the object it mentions, entirely and completely silent. What the verse does say is this, and only this, that a soldier, whose name is not given, used a weapon of the kind that soldiers carried, and pierced the side of the man who had been crucified, and that blood and water came forth, and that this was taken as confirmation that the man was dead. The verse performs its function in the narrative of the fourth gospel, which is to establish that the death was genuine, and that what followed, the witness, the testimony, the theological meaning, that the author of the gospel understood to be present in the blood and the water, rests on an actual and confirmed event. The verse is not primarily about the soldier, and it is not primarily about the weapon. It is about the death, and about what the death meant to the writer who recorded it, and about the act of witness that he believed authenticated the meaning of the event. The soldier and the spear are incidental to this purpose. They are the instruments of confirmation, and once they have served that purpose, the text has no further use for them. This is the extraordinary disproportion that frames everything that follows. 2,000 years of tradition, 4 claimant relics in 4 cities, an imperial regalia, a medieval romance tradition, a Wagnerian opera, a glass case in a Viennese museum where visitors stand on ordinary afternoons and feel the pull of something they cannot quite name. All of this grows from one clause in one verse in one of the 4 canonical accounts of the Passion. A clause that occupies, in the original Greek, fewer than 10 words. a clause whose primary purpose within its own text is not to speak about a weapon at all, but to confirm that a man was dead. The disproportion is not an argument against the tradition. Traditions do not require proportionate origins. They require instead a silence large enough to enter and a need powerful enough to motivate the entering. The silence here is the silence of the unnamed soldier, the undescribed weapon, the unremarked fate of the object after the act was done. The need is the need that all relic traditions address, which is the need to maintain a physical connection to the sacred events of the past, to keep something tangible between the present and the moments that define the meaning of the present. The combination of a profound silence and a profound need is exactly what the canonical verse provides, and it is no surprise, given those conditions, that what grew from it was as large and as complicated and as costly as what we are about to trace. The name Longinus, then, to return to where we must begin, the name that is not in the canonical gospel, that appears first in an apocryphal text composed several centuries after the events it describes, that was taken up and elaborated and installed at the center of a rich devotional tradition before being passed on to the medieval chroniclers and hagiographers who gave it its permanent form. The word lonche, the Greek word for the weapon, and the name Longinus, the Latin name that tradition gave the soldier, may share a common root. It is possible that the man was named for the instrument he carried, that the tradition reached back into the verse itself to find the name, taking the word for the spear and making it the word for the man. Whether or not this etymology holds under scholarly examination, the movement it describes is accurate to what actually happened across the centuries. The weapon generated the name generated the person generated the biography, and the biography generated the saint. An entire human life, with its blindness and its healing and its conversion and its martyrdom, unfolded from a word that named only a category of military equipment. There is a particular quality to this kind of origination. It is not unique to the Longinus tradition. The history of Christian hagiography is full of similar movements, similar expansions of scriptural silence into populated and elaborated biography. The process is not dishonest, or not simply dishonest, it is a specific form of devotional attention, a way of taking the incomplete and the fragmentary record of the Gospels and making it livable, making it inhabited, giving its unnamed figures the fullness of personhood that anonymous references deny them. The tradition that named the soldier Longinus and gave him his blindness and his healing and his martyrdom was performing an act of piety and of imagination simultaneously, and the two cannot be cleanly separated from each other, and it would be a mistake to try. What can be separated, and what this documentary insists on separating throughout its 12 chapters, is the canonical record from the post-canonical tradition. Not because the post-canonical tradition is worthless or dishonest or negligible, but because it is a different kind of thing from the canonical record, resting on different foundations and carrying different kinds of authority, and treating them as equivalent produces confusion that obscures rather than illuminates the actual history of the object and of the tradition that surrounds it. The canonical record is one verse. The post-canonical tradition is 2,000 years. Both of these things are true, and both deserve to be held in view at once, and the tension between them, the extraordinary disproportion between the size of the origin and the size of what grew from it, is the central fact about the spear of Longinus that no chapter of this documentary will lose sight of. The soldier has no name in the text that first recorded his act. The weapon has no particular description. The verse confirms a death and closes its account and moves forward into the testimony that follows. Nothing is preserved, nothing is foretold. No destiny is attached to the object. No power is ascribed to its future possession. The canonical text is silent on all of these things, wholly and completely silent, and everything that came after, every name and relic and saint and empire and opera and castle and glass case, was built not on what the text said, but on what the text left out. One sentence, one wound, one word for a category of weapon, one anonymous soldier in a narrative that had no further use for him. And from that point, given those conditions, given that particular silence, the tradition did what traditions do when the silence is deep enough and the need is great enough. It built a canonical text that records the act, does not record the actor. He is there in the verse, present and functional, doing what the narrative requires of him, and then he is gone. John 19,034 gives him a weapon and a moment and nothing else. No name follows the description of the act. No face is attached to the hand that held the spear. No origin is given. No rank specified beyond the bare category of soldier. No indication of whether this was a man who had stood at crucifixions many times before, or whether this particular afternoon in this particular place had any particular weight for him. He performs his function in the narrative. The wound is made, the blood and water are confirmed, the testimony is established, and the text moves forward without him. He exits the canonical record in the same verse in which he enters it, and if the tradition had been content with what the canonical record provided, he would have remained there, anonymous and functional and complete in his anonymity, figure defined entirely by what he did, and wholly undefined by who he was. The tradition was not content. Traditions rarely are, when the silence is this large and this central. The anonymous soldier stood at one of the defining moments in the Christian understanding of human history, and the devotional and theological imagination that engaged with that history across the following centuries found the anonymity increasingly difficult to sustain, not because anyone possessed new information about the man's actual identity, but because a figure, this proximate to the passion, this intimately connected to the physical fact of the death, and to the mystery of what the blood and water signified, seemed to require a fuller account of himself. The unnamed required naming. This cannot be stated too plainly or too early, because the name has been in use for so long and has become so deeply embedded in the devotional, artistic, and literary traditions of Western Christianity that it can seem, to a reader encountering it without prior warning, like a name that was always there, a name that simply belongs to the figure in the way that names belong to historical persons who have been identified and recorded. It is not that kind of name. It is a name that was given, not discovered. It was given by a tradition working with the materials available to it, which were the sparse and anonymous canonical verse on one side and the devotional and imaginative needs of a growing Christian community on the other, and between these two constraints, across several centuries of gradually accumulating tradition, the name Longinus came into being and became permanent. The earliest surviving text in which the name appears is the apocryphal work known as the Acts of Pilate, which is also called the Gospel of Nicodemus. This is not a canonical document. It does not appear in the New Testament as recognized by any major Christian tradition. It is an apocryphal text, composed in Greek, and the scholarly consensus places its composition somewhere between the 4th and the 6th centuries of the Common Era, which is to say, somewhere between 300 and 500 years after the events it purports to describe. The range of that dating is itself significant. It was composed at a considerable distance from them, in a period when Christian communities had been engaged with the meaning of the Passion for many generations, when the devotional and theological processing of the Gospel accounts had already produced a rich secondary tradition, and when the demand for fuller, more populated, more humanly complete accounts of the events surrounding the crucifixion was being met by a wide range of apocryphal and pseudepigraphical writing. The Acts of Pilate, in the form in which it survives, is concerned primarily with the trial and death of Jesus, and with the events of the days that followed. It is a text that attempts to fill in the silences and elisions of the canonical accounts, to give faces and voices and context to the figures who appear in the Gospels without those accompaniments. The soldier who pierces the side of the crucified figure in John 19,034 is one of those figures, and in the Acts of Pilate he receives what the canonical text withheld from him. He receives a name, Longinus. The name is Latin in form, or Latinized, and it has a long history of association with the Greek word lonche, the word the Gospel of John used for the spear. Whether the name was constructed from the word for the weapon, whether the tradition reached back into the canonical text itself and found in the name of the instrument the seed of the name of the man, is a question that has occupied scholars for a considerable period without arriving at a definitive resolution. The etymological connection is visible and suggestive, and it may well be that the movement was exactly what it appears to be. The weapon named the soldier, because the soldier was, in the canonical account, defined entirely by his weapon and the act he performed with it. A man whose identity consists entirely of a lonche might reasonably be given a name that derives from lonche. Whether this was a conscious act of construction by the author of the Acts of Pilate, or whether the name arrived through other routes and the etymological connection is coincidental, belongs to the contested terrain of early Christian textual history and need not be resolved here. What matters for the present chapter is simpler. The name appears first in this apocryphal text, composed several centuries after the canonical account it supplements, and it appears there as a given as the name of the soldier, without explanation or argument, as though the author expected the name to be recognized. This quality of givenness is itself informative. The name was not being proposed for the first time in the Acts of Pilate, in the way that a new scholarly identification would be proposed. It was being recorded in the way that a familiar tradition is recorded, which suggests that by the time the text was committed to writing, the name Longinus was already in circulation in some form, already part of the oral or devotional tradition surrounding the Passion, already attached to the anonymous soldier of John 19,034 in the minds and practices of at least some Christian communities. The text did not invent the name so much as it preserved it, gave it written form, and in doing so contributed to the process by which a circulating devotional tradition becomes something more stable and more authoritative. Writing the name down was one of the acts by which the name became permanent. From the Acts of Pilate, the tradition moved forward. The name Longinus passed into the broader current of Christian devotional and hagiographical writing, accumulating as it moved. Names, in hagiographical tradition, attract biographies. A name with a story, with a progression of events that explain who the named person was and what happened to him and why he matters to the present community of the faithful, is a name that can do devotional work, that can serve as the anchor for a feast day, a church dedication, a relic veneration, a theological meditation. The story that accumulated around the name Longinus did exactly this kind of work across the centuries, and by the time the tradition reached its fullest medieval expression, the name had a complete biography attached to it, coherent and moving and devotionally serviceable in the ways that the hagiographical tradition required. The elements of that biography are not, individually, surprising. They follow patterns that recur across many hagiographical accounts of conversions and martyrdoms, and a reader familiar with the broader tradition of Christian saints' lives will recognize in the Longinus story a set of moves and transformations that appear in variant forms in many other places. What is distinctive about the Longinus tradition is not the individual elements, but the particular way in which they are arranged and the particular relationship they bear to the canonical event from which the whole tradition grows. The soldier, according to the tradition that accumulated around the name, was not wholly well. He suffered from a condition of the eyes, a partial or complete blindness in one eye, or in both, depending on the version of the account. He was, in the language of the tradition, The blood and the water that came forth from the wound as the soldier made the pierce with his spear fell upon his eyes, and his sight was restored. The man who had been unable to see clearly, who had looked at the world through a veil of impaired vision, received the gift of clear sight at the moment of contact with the physical fact of the Passion. The wound that confirmed a death also, according to this tradition, healed a blindness. The instrument of confirmation became, by the same act, an instrument of healing. The theological resonance here is not accidental and is not obscure. The tradition of blindness giving way to sight at contact with Christ, or with what flows from Christ, is one of the central movements of the Gospel accounts themselves. The healing of the blind is among the most frequent of the miracles attributed to Jesus in all four Gospels, and the restoration of sight carries in the Christian theological tradition a weight that goes beyond the physical, pointing towards the broader movement from spiritual darkness to spiritual illumination that the tradition understands as the central work of the Incarnation. Longinus, whose eyes were healed by the blood and water from the wound he himself had made, is a figure in whom this broader movement is compressed into a single act. He was blind in the moment. Before the wound, he saw clearly in the moment after it. The act of confirmation became the act of conversion. The soldier who performed the official duty that closed the account of the death became, in the same moment, a man whose life was opened by what the death had released. The conversion that followed was, in the hagiographical account, complete. Longinus left the military service and entered upon the life of a Christian. The tradition does not preserve the details of the years between the crucifixion and the end of his life with the kind of specific particularity that would allow them to be plotted on a historical timeline, but it preserves what the hagiographical genre required: the broad shape of a life reoriented by a single encounter, a life given over to the faith that the encounter had produced, a life ultimately brought to its end by the violence of those who could not accept what the faith represented. He was martyred, the tradition holds, at Caesarea. He died for what he had come to believe in the moment that the spear touched the side of the crucified figure and the blood and the water fell on his eyes, and he saw. The martyrdom at Caesarea completes the hagiographical arc: birth, or at least the moment of spiritual birth at Calvary, death or martyrdom at Caesarea. A life whose beginning and end are both defined by what the Christian tradition holds to be the central events of human history, approached from different sides. He was present at the death that the tradition understands as the means of life. He died for his witness to that death. The hagiographical structure is tight and satisfying, and it is the kind of structure that survives and circulates and endures, because it has the internal coherence of a well-made story, and because the devotional community that maintains it finds in it a narrative that does the theological work the community requires. These elements of the tradition, the blindness, the healing, the conversion, the martyrdom, circulated in various forms and combinations across the Christian world from the patristic period through the early and high medieval centuries. They appeared in sermon and in liturgy, in devotional writing and in theological commentary, in church art and in the popular religious culture of communities throughout Western and Eastern Christendom. They were not uniform. Different versions of the tradition emphasized different elements. Different communities preserved different details. Different periods found different aspects of the story most resonant and most useful. This is the normal condition of a hagiographical tradition before it receives its definitive codification, a condition of productive variation that reflects the range of communities and contexts in which the tradition was alive and active. The definitive codification, the moment when the tradition received the form in which it would be most widely known and most durably preserved, came in the latter half of the 13th century in the work of Jacobus de Voragine. Jacobus de Voragine was a Dominican friar who served eventually as Archbishop of Genoa and who compiled, in around the year 1260, the collection of saints' lives known as the Legenda Aurea, the Golden Legend. The Legenda Aurea is one of the most significant works of medieval Christian literature. It is a systematic and encyclopedic compilation of hagiographical tradition, drawing on a wide range of earlier sources to produce organized and accessible accounts of the saints in the order of the liturgical calendar. Its influence on medieval religious life, on art, on literature, on popular piety, and on the way that ordinary Christians understood the stories of the people they venerated was immense and enduring. It was copied and circulated in many manuscripts throughout the medieval period and became, after the invention of printing, one of the most widely printed books in Europe. The tradition it preserved was not, in most cases, tradition it invented. It drew on centuries of accumulated hagiographical writing and oral tradition. But its act of compilation and codification gave that tradition a stability and an authority and a reach that it might not otherwise have achieved, and in doing so it settled, for many generations of readers, the form in which the stories of the saints would be known. The entry on Longinus in the Legenda Aurea gathers the elements of the tradition into the form that medieval Europe would carry forward: the blindness, the healing, the conversion, the martyrdom at Caesarea. They are all present, organized and narrated in the flowing Latin prose that characterizes the best sections of Jacobus de Voragine's compilation. Forestry. Every devotional writer who needs it. The tradition has arrived at its settled form. The name has its biography. The biography has its codification. The codification has its circulation. The soldier is no longer anonymous. It is worth pausing here, at the moment of codification, to observe something about the relationship between the biography and the relic, because the chronology of their respective developments produces a consequence that is not always noticed. The first attested spear relic in Christian custody is referred to in Jerusalem itineraries from the 4th century. The Pilgrim of Bordeaux, passing through the city in 333 AD, refers to the relics held there, and the spear is among those that the 4th century pilgrim tradition associated with the city of Jerusalem and the events of the Passion. The Acts of Pilate, the text in which the name Longinus first appears, was composed somewhere between the 4th and the 6th centuries. The Legenda Aurea, in which the tradition reaches its settled medieval form, was compiled around 1260. The sequence is important. A spear relic existed in Christian custody in Jerusalem by the 4th century. The name of the soldier who used the spear was not committed to surviving written text until several centuries later. The full biography of that soldier, with his blindness and his healing and his conversion and his martyrdom, was not codified in its most influential form until the 13th century. The relic, in other words, predated its own biography by centuries. The object was already an object of veneration before the story that explained the object, before the life of the person who had used the object had been fully worked out and written down. The relic came first. The legend followed, and the legend, when it arrived, wrapped itself around the relic and made the relic's significance available in narrative form, gave pilgrims and devotees and theological writers a story to attach to the object they were already venerating. This sequence is a reversal of what one might expect if one imagined that relics require authenticated histories before they can be venerated. They do not. The authority of a relic in the medieval Christian tradition was not primarily a function of documentary provenance. It was a function of the tradition that attached itself to the object, of the community that venerated it, of the miracles and healings and intercessions that were attributed to it, and of the theological understanding of what physical contact with sacred objects could accomplish. A spear in Jerusalem, in the 4th century, in the custody of a Christian community in the Holy City, at a moment when the physical remains of the Passion were the objects of intense imperial and devotional attention, did not require a named soldier and a complete biography to be treated as a meaningful and sacred object. It required only proximity to the event, or the claim of such proximity, and the devotional need of the community that held it. The biography, when it came, was a gift, an enrichment of the relic's significance, but the veneration was already in place before the biography arrived to supplement it. The settled fact that emerges from all of this is not the one that popular accounts of the Longinus tradition most frequently reach for. The settled fact is not that a historical Roman soldier of the 1st century has been identified, that his name has been recovered from the records, that his blindness and his healing and his conversion have been established on historical grounds, or that his martyrdom at Caesarea has been independently attested. None of these things are the settled fact. The settled fact is simpler and, in its own way, more remarkable that Christian tradition named him, that the community of faith that grew up around the Passion and its meanings found the anonymity of the canonical account insufficient and created, across several centuries of accumulated devotional and hagiographical work, a person where the text had provided only a function. A soldier became Longinus, a category became a man, a moment became a life. The name itself continued to work in the tradition, after Jacobus de Voragine had given it its permanent form. The figure of Longinus, the soldier who became a saint, the man whose blindness was healed by the blood of the Passion, appeared in medieval drama and in painting and in sculpture across the centuries that followed the codification of the Legenda Aurea. He appears in the great cycles of Passion plays that were performed in medieval towns and cities. He appears at the foot of the cross in countless altarpieces and devotional images, sometimes identifiable by the spear he holds, sometimes by a gesture toward his eye, sometimes by both. He is a presence in the devotional imagination of medieval Christendom that outlasted the particular scholarly debates about the Acts of Pilate and the composition of the Legenda Aurea, a presence that was sustained not by documentary evidence, but by devotional need and artistic tradition, and the ongoing work of communities for whom the story of his conversion was a story about what the Passion meant for anyone who stood close enough to it to be touched by what it released. And yet the distance between the tradition and the record remains, and the discipline of this documentary requires that it be held in view. The historical question, whether any Roman soldier at the crucifixion has been identified, has a clear answer: no. The canonical Gospels do not name the soldier. The apocryphal text that names him was composed several centuries after the event. The biography that gives him his fullest human form was compiled more than 1,000 years after the event. There is no independent historical evidence, outside the tradition itself, for the existence of a soldier named Longinus. There is no Roman military record, no inscription, no contemporary document that attests to a man of that name performing that act at that place and time. The name is a gift of the tradition, not a recovery from the historical record. But the cultural question, the question of what the tradition accomplished by naming him, has a different kind of answer. The tradition created a figure around whom devotion, art, theology, and ultimately the politics of sacred objects could organize themselves. It created a saint whose feast day could be observed and whose intercession could be sought. It created a narrative framework within which the spear relic, whose existence in Christian custody preceded the biography, could be understood and valued and venerated. It created a person, in the fullest sense that hagiographical tradition creates persons, out of the silence that the canonical text had left, and in doing so it established something that the documentary record could not establish, because the documentary record was silent, a human connection between the anonymous act of John 19,000,000,000,004 and the long subsequent history of the object that act had touched. There is a gentle paradox that arrives here, at the end of the chapter, and it is one that the tradition itself does not appear to have noticed or been troubled by. We know far more about Longinus than we know about the spear. About Longinus we have a name, a biography, a blindness, a healing, a conversion, a martyrdom, a feast day, a presence in devotional art across many centuries, a story that has been told and retold and adapted and painted and dramatized across a millennium. He is, in the fullest sense, available to the hagiographical tradition, a person. About the spear, by contrast, We have one Greek word in one canonical verse, and then a relic in Jerusalem in the 4th century, and then a long and complicated history of multiple claimants, none of which can be authenticated to the 1st century, and then the historical and material evidence of the chapters that follow. The object is less knowable, in the terms of the tradition, than the person who used it. The person grew from the object, was made necessary by the object, exists in order to explain the object, and has ended up more fully realized and more richly attested within the tradition than the object itself. The soldier who was given a name is in this sense the tradition's most complete achievement. From one anonymous function in one verse of one gospel, the tradition built a saint. From the saint, the tradition sustained the significance of the relic through centuries when the physical object itself was a matter of contest and confusion and multiplying claims. The biography of Longinus is the relic's theological warranty, the human story that explains why the iron and the wood matter, why the object in the glass case is more than iron and wood, why the wound it made was more than a wound. We know his name. We do not know his name. Both of these things are true, and this documentary will not pretend to resolve the difference between them. The tradition named him, and the name did its work, and the name is still doing its work, in every account that speaks of the spear as the spear of Longinus, rather than as the instrument of John 19,000,034. The man who was given a name gave the object he carried a history it would not otherwise have had, and that history, with all its weight and all its uncertainty, is what the chapters that follow are about. 2,000 years of legend, empire, and catastrophe have gathered around a single sentence in a single gospel, and the object at the center of it all cannot be authenticated to the moment that made it matter. A relic without a legend is an object in the fullest and most unadorned sense of the word, a piece of matter that someone has preserved, for reasons that may or may not be recoverable, in a place that may or may not be the place where it always was, with a significance that the community around it holds but has not yet committed to text. It is venerated before it is narrated. It is handled before it is explained. It is kept before it is fully understood, or at least before the understanding has been written down in a form that allows later readers to follow the chain of reasoning. The object simply exists in the custody of people who believe it matters, and the story that would explain why it matters is still forming, still circulating in the oral and devotional life of the community, still working its way toward the written form that will eventually stabilize and transmit it. The spear relic of Jerusalem was, in the 4th century, exactly this kind of object. It was present. It was venerated. It was, to the community that held it, and to the pilgrims who came to see it, a thing of manifest significance, a physical remainder of the events that stood at the center of Christian understanding of history. And yet the story that would give it its most complete and most durable explanation, the biography of the soldier who had used it, the account of his blindness and his healing and his conversion and his martyrdom, was not yet committed to the surviving written record. The object predated its own biography by centuries. This is one of the more quietly strange facts in the entire history of the spear, and the present chapter is an attempt to hold that strangeness in view without resolving it prematurely, to stay with the 4th century situation in all its particularity, before moving on to what came later. The temptation, in a history of this kind, is to tell the story forwards, from cause to effect, from scripture to legend, to relic, to pilgrimage, to politics. But the relic does not tell its own story in that direction. It arrived before the legend. And if we are to understand what the 4th century was and what it made possible, we need to begin with what was actually there, in Jerusalem, in the decades and generations when the Roman Empire was becoming a Christian empire, and the Holy City was becoming once again a center of devotional attention. The first attested reference to a spear relic in Christian custody in Jerusalem comes from the 4th century, and among the witnesses to it is the Pilgrim of Bordeaux, who passed through the city in 333 AD. The Pilgrim of Bordeaux left behind an itinerary, one of the earliest surviving accounts of a Christian pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and in that account the relics of the Holy City are noted alongside its buildings and its sacred sites, named as objects of devotion for those who made the long journey to the place where the events of the Passion had occurred. That a spear relic was among the objects attested in this period is the foundation on which everything that follows in this chapter rests. It is worth being precise about what this attestation does and does not establish. It establishes that a spear relic was present and venerated in Jerusalem in the 4th century. It establishes that pilgrims to the city encountered it and noted its presence. It does not establish that the relic was the weapon of John 19,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. It does not establish the chain of physical custody that would connect a spear in 4th century Jerusalem to a spear at a 1st century crucifixion. It does not establish that the relic was unique, that there was only one such object in the city or in Christendom. What it establishes is presence and veneration, which are not nothing, and which are, in the terms of the tradition, a great deal. The community of the faithful, in the Holy City, in the century of the Christian Empire, treated this object as significant, and the pilgrims who came to Jerusalem found it worth recording. The century in which this attestation falls is not a neutral period in the history of Christian devotion. It is, on the contrary, one of the most consequential centuries in the entire history of Christianity's relationship to physical objects and sacred places. It is the century of Constantine, of the Edict of Milan, of the first legal recognition of Christianity within the Roman Empire, and of the transformation of the empire's relationship to the faith that had previously been, at intervals and in various degrees, persecuted and marginalized. It is the century in which Christianity moved from the margins to the center of imperial power, and in which that movement produced a profound change in the physical and devotional landscape of the Christian world. At the center of this transformation, in the devotional imagination of the 4th century, and in the particular chapter of relic history that concerns this documentary, stands the figure of Helena, the mother of Constantine. Helena's place in the history of Christian devotion is large and lasting. It is also, in certain of its details, contested, and the constraints of this documentary require that the distinction between what is securely attested and what belongs to the later tradition be maintained with some care. What is attested is this: Helena, in her later years, made a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, engaged in acts of religious patronage and church building in Jerusalem and its environs, and was associated, in the tradition that grew up around her visit, with the discovery of physical remains connected to the Passion. What is most famously associated with her name is the finding of the true cross, the cross on which, according to Christian tradition, the crucifixion took place. This association is attested in sources from the 4th century onwards, and became one of the most significant elements of the Helena legend as it developed across the following centuries. The important caution, one that the fact sheet for this documentary states plainly and that the script must honor, is this: serious treatments of the 4th century relic finding environment distinguish the climate of Helena and the true cross from the later documentary trail for a lance relic specifically. We are not to say that Helena found the spear. The tradition does not support this claim, and the documentary record does not support it. What we may say, and what is both true and important, is that Helena and the devotional and institutional climate she represented established the framework within which the finding and veneration of Passion relics became possible and then expected. She and the century she inhabited taught Christendom to look for the instruments of the Passion. That phrase deserves a moment of attention because it is doing more than providing a convenient formulation. It describes a genuine historical development, a change in the way that the Christian community related to the physical world and to the physical remains of the events at the center of its faith. Before Constantine, the Christian community had, of necessity, a somewhat ambivalent, or at least complicated, relationship to the physical and institutional world. A persecuted minority, or at least a community without imperial sanction, does not build great churches or organize systematic pilgrimages to holy places or commission imperial searches for sacred objects. The post-Constantinian church could do all of these things, and it did. The enormous church-building programs of the 4th century in Jerusalem and its environs, the establishment of pilgrimage routes and pilgrimage infrastructure, the institutional support for the kind of search and recovery that produced the true cross tradition, all of these belong to the new situation created by imperial Christianity, and all of them created the conditions under which physical relics of the Passion could become objects of organized and widespread devotion. Helena was not the only agent of this transformation, and she was not necessarily the first, but she was, in the tradition's memory, the most prominent and the most symbolically significant. The emperor's mother, traveling to the Holy City, finding the instruments of her Lord's death, weeping over them, distributing their fragments to the churches of Christendom as gifts of the most sacred possible kind. This is a story that the tradition preserved and amplified because it expressed in narrative form exactly the change that had occurred. The empire had become Christian. The objects mattered because the faith mattered, and the faith now had the resources and the institutional power to act on that conviction in visible and lasting ways. The spear relic that was present in Jerusalem in 333 AD belongs to this world. It belongs to the world of the post, Constantinian holy city, where the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was being built, and where pilgrims from the western and eastern parts of the empire were beginning to arrive in numbers that the city had not previously seen, seeking contact with the physical remains of the events that defined their faith. The Pilgrim of Bordeaux, arriving in 333, was one of the earliest of a type that would become, across the following centuries, one of the defining figures of medieval Christian culture. The pilgrim who travels to the source, to the place where it happened, to the objects that remain from the happening, in search of the kind of proximity that the distance of time and place normally denies. What the pilgrim found in Jerusalem in that century was an environment in which the physical remains of the Passion were being gathered, identified, distributed, and venerated with an intensity and a systematic thoroughness that would have been impossible, or at least far more difficult, in the pre-Constantinian world. The true cross, already associated in the tradition with Helena's finding, was becoming one of the most widely distributed relics in Christendom, its fragments sent to churches across the empire in a multiplication that would be mathematically startling if tallied, but which reflects the theological logic of relic veneration, in which the power of the sacred original is not diminished but rather extended by distribution. The holy places were being identified, marked, and built upon. The objects connected with the Passion were being found or claimed or preserved or, in some cases, manufactured, in the context of a devotional culture that understood the physical and the spiritual, not as separate, but as intimately and productively connected. The spear belonged to this environment. And by the end of the 4th century, the relic had multiplied in the way that significant Passion relics tended to multiply in this period. By 400 AD, attested spear fragments existed in Constantinople, Jerusalem, and Rome. This multiplication is not a problem to be explained away or a scandal to be exposed. It is a characteristic feature of how significant relics operated in the Christian devotional world of late antiquity and the early medieval period, and understanding it is essential to understanding what the history of the spear relic actually is. The theological logic of relic multiplication is not, from within the tradition, difficult to follow. A relic's power was not understood to be a function of its unique physical integrity. It was understood to be a function of its contact with the sacred, of the spiritual reality that had passed through or touched or been associated with the physical object. That spiritual reality was not diminished by the division of the object into fragments. On the contrary, each fragment carried the full weight of the association, the full access to the sacred that the whole had possessed. This logic, which may seem counterintuitive to a modern reader accustomed to thinking about relics in terms of authenticity and uniqueness, was the operative logic of medieval relic culture, and it produced, across the centuries, an enormous proliferation of fragments, particles, and portions of the most significant relics, distributed across the churches of Christendom, in a pattern that reflected both the theological conviction about the divisibility of sacred power and the political and devotional needs of the communities that sought to possess a portion of what the holy places contained. The spear was not immune to this logic. A relic attested in Jerusalem in the 4th century, in a period when the church in the Holy City was in intimate contact with the imperial court and with the churches of Constantinople and Rome, would naturally and inevitably generate fragments and claims and distributions as the devotional culture of the period worked through its established practices of relic veneration and exchange. By 400 AD, the 3 great cities of the Christian world all had some portion of what was claimed to be the instrument of John 19,034. And here, at the point where the single object becomes multiple, where the one relic in Jerusalem becomes the fragments in Constantinople and the fragments in Rome, and the relic that continued to be venerated in the Holy City itself, the chapter reaches what the fact sheet identifies as a consequence that follows from this moment and governs everything that comes after it. From this point onward, the fact sheet says plainly, there is no single, the spear in the Christian record. This is a statement that deserves to sit quietly for a moment before the narrative moves on, because its implications are considerable and its consequences for everything that follows in this documentary are structural rather than incidental. The question of which relic is the spear, the question that later centuries and later chapters will return to repeatedly in the context of the Crusader lance found at Antioch, in the context of the competing claims of Vienna and Rome and Armenia and Krakow, in the context of the modern authentication debates that the Vienna lance has generated, is a question that already, by 400 AD, has no clean answer. It is not a question that was produced by later confusion, or later fraud, or later multiplication of false claims. It is a question that was already implicit in the devotional practices of the 4th century, in the way that significant relics were handled and distributed and honored in the world that Constantine and Helena had made possible. The multiplication is not a corruption of an originally pure single-object tradition. The multiplication is what the tradition looked like from the beginning, when it became institutionally organized and devotionally intense. The 4 relic traditions that the subsequent chapters of this documentary will describe, the lance in Vienna, the lance in Rome, the lance in Echmiadzin, the lance in Krakow, each descend from and speak to this branching 4th century world. They are not 4 failures to identify the single true object. They are 4 branches of a tradition that was never, after the 4th century, a single object tradition, 4 communities of memory that each preserved, in their different ways, something of what the post-Constantinian devotional culture had made available when it gathered the instruments of the Passion into the custody of a church that now had the institutional power to keep them and the devotional culture to honor them. Each of these 4 traditions preserves a different kind of memory. This is the formulation that this documentary will carry forward through the chapters that follow, and it is worth establishing its meaning here in the 4th century chapter before the 4 traditions have been individually described. The Vienna lance, which will occupy more of this documentary's attention than the other 3, preserves a particular kind of memory, a memory of imperial legitimacy, of the legal spiritual compound by which possession of the sacred object was understood to confer authority over the Holy Roman Empire, and ultimately of the Nazi appropriation of that claim. It preserves the memory of Ottonian kingship, and of Carolingian sacred governance, and of the long medieval tradition by which the instruments of the Passion became instruments of earthly power. The Rome lance, held in St. Peter's Basilica, preserves a memory of a different kind, the memory of the Eastern Empire's dispersal of its sacred treasures in the face of Ottoman expansion, the memory of a relic sent by Sultan Bayezid II to Pope Innocent VIII in 1492 along a route that traces the political and religious convulsions of the late medieval Mediterranean world. It sits in its pillar in the basilica, without an open authentication claim, which is itself a kind of institutional memory, a decision about how much certainty to demand of objects that carry this kind of weight. The Echmiadzin lance, the Geghard, preserved by the Armenian Apostolic Church and connected by ecclesiastical tradition with the Apostle Thaddeus and with the monastery of Geghardevenk, which takes its very name from the relic it was built to house, preserves the memory of a church at the edges of the Christian world, maintaining its contact with the events of the Passion through an unbroken devotional tradition of immense age and depth. It is a memory of continuity, of a community that has held its relic through centuries of occupation and dispersal and return, and that finds in the relic's persistence a sign of its own. The Krakow lance, generally treated as a medieval copy of the Vienna lance, associated with the gift of Otto III to Bolesław I at the Congress of Gniezno in the year 1000 AD, preserves the memory of the Holy Roman Empire's relationship with the kingdoms on its eastern frontier, the memory of a political alliance sealed with a sacred object, of empire reaching outward through the distribution of fragments and copies of its most significant regalia. It is, in this sense, a document of diplomacy as much as a document of devotion. 4 claimants preserving different kinds of memory. The formulation is careful and the care is intentional. It does not propose that any of the 4 is the weapon of John 19,000. It does not propose that any of the 4 is a fraud or a fabrication in any simple sense. It proposes something more interesting and more truthful, that each of these objects has become, across the centuries, a site of a particular tradition, a particular community's relationship to the event at the origin of all these traditions, and that the variety of what they preserve is a map of how widely the 4th century relic finding moment sent its consequences across the Christian world. The relic in Jerusalem in 333 AD was already, in that moment, more than a single object. It was already the beginning of a tradition, the starting point of a process of multiplication and distribution and interpretation that would continue for 17 centuries. The pilgrim who noted its presence in the holy city could not have known what the object would become, the empires it would legitimate, the armies it would accompany, the art it would inspire, the debates it would generate, the crimes it would be made complicit in by the claims of those who sought to possess it. He or she noted it as a thing worth noting, a sacred object in a sacred city, preserved in the custody of a community that understood its preservation to be a form of witness to what had happened there. That is all the text requires him to have done, and all the record preserves. But the relic he noted had, in that moment, already outlived its own legend. The biography of the soldier who had used it was not yet written. The name Longinus was not yet in the surviving texts. The full devotional weight of the figure who would come to be called the soldier saint, the blind man healed by the blood and water that fell from the wound of his own making, had not yet settled into the form it would eventually assume. And yet the object was there, held and venerated, its significance understood by the community that kept it without the benefit of the narrative that would later explain what it was and why it mattered. The 4th century, the century of Helena, the century of Constantine, the century of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux, proved this in a way that the history of Christian relic culture has never entirely forgotten. It described a significance that was already there, already held, already being transmitted from keeper to keeper in the city where, according to the tradition, the wound had been made. The legend, when it came, had an object to explain. The object, already old by the time the explanation arrived, went on existing through the long subsequent centuries that this documentary will trace, taking on new meanings as the context changed around it, accumulating layer after layer of interpretation and claim and devotion and politics, becoming not simpler but steadily more complex, not closer to its origin, but steadily further from it in the accumulation of everything that had been said about it. And through all of this the wound remained, at the beginning of the account, as John had described it. One verse, one act, blood and water. The text moved forward and left the soldier unnamed, and the tradition spent 2,000 years trying to fill in what the text had declined to say. The 4th century was the moment when that effort became organized, when it received institutional support and imperial resources, when the objects connected with the founding events of the faith became the objects of a systematic and empire-wide devotional culture. The relic that was already in Jerusalem when the Pilgrim of Bordeaux arrived was the product of that moment and the seed of everything that followed. It was old before it had a name. It had a name before it had a complete biography. And by the time the biography was complete and the name was settled and the legend was fully formed, the relic had already branched into the 4 traditions that the following chapters will describe. 4 cities. The Heilige Lanze rests in the Kunsthistorisches Museum's Imperial Treasury in Vienna, in the Hofburg Schatzkammer, in a long room whose display cases hold the accumulated ceremonial substance of the Holy Roman Empire. It lies under glass in controlled light, enclosed in the same building complex that has held it, with one documented interruption of 7 years since the Habsburg era. The inscription on its gold and silver cuffs reads, Lanciae et. The object is approximately 50 centimeters in length. It is a winged lance of Carolingian form, repaired and altered across the centuries. Its iron spearhead, enclosed in gold and silver bands that represent successive acts of preservation and devotion carried out across a span of medieval centuries by hands whose names are mostly not recorded. It has been examined, measured, catalogued, and in January 2003 subjected to non-invasive metallurgical analysis. None of this examination has resolved the deepest question the object raises, which is not when the iron was forged, but what the iron is. It is worth stating the material facts with some precision before moving to the wider traditions that have accumulated around this object, because The material facts are themselves interesting, and because they have been frequently misrepresented in popular accounts that reach for dramatic simplicity where the evidence offers something more layered and more honest. The Kunsthistorisches Museum's own dating, based on art historical and metallurgical scholarship accumulated over many decades of professional custody, places the lance in the 8th century. The museum identifies it as a Carolingian winged lance, a type produced in the Frankish world in the 8th and 9th centuries, repaired and altered over time, with later silver and gold cuffs added at various periods to protect, decorate, and reinterpret the object as the devotional and political meanings attributed to it evolved. This is the material baseline. The object that sits in the Vienna glass case is, by the museum's scholarly judgment, an 8th century weapon of Carolingian manufacture. In January 2003, the Schatzkammer permitted an examination of the lance by the metallurgist Robert Feather, who conducted non-invasive X-ray and X-ray fluorescence analysis for a Discovery Channel documentary. Feather's analysis dated the iron of the spearhead to the 7th century, placing it somewhat earlier than the museum's own dating, but still squarely within the medieval period. Feather also identified within the spearhead a separate small iron pin, encased in the gold and silver bands, which he described as consistent in length and shape with a 1st century Roman nail. He suggested carefully that this pin was consistent with the tradition that a fragment of a true cross nail had been embedded in the lance at some point in its history. He did not claim to have proved the Passion tradition. The pin was not independently dated. The two sets of findings, Feather's 7th century dating for the iron and the museum's 8th century identification of a Carolingian type, are close but not identical. They agree on the essential material conclusion: the Vienna lance is medieval by both museum and scientific dating. Where they part is on the interpretation of the embedded pin, which remains contested. The museum has not accepted Feather's interpretation of the pin as evidence for an older embedded relic tradition. Feather's findings have not been superseded by a subsequent independent analysis. The object sits in its case with both sets of readings available and neither resolved. This is the material situation of the Vienna lance. Medieval iron, Carolingian form, embedded pin of uncertain date and uncertain provenance, gold and silver cuffs of various medieval periods, an inscription that asserts the object's identity without proving it. The assertion is very old. The inscription, Lanciae iti clavi vis domini, was on the lance when the medieval record began to describe it in its fully elaborated form. But the inscription dates from within the medieval period and attests to a claim made in the medieval period. It does not extend the chain of custody backward to the 1st century. No physical examination of the object has extended that chain. The object's material biography, as far as the available evidence goes, begins in the 7th or 8th century, and what preceded that beginning, if anything preceded it in a form that would count as continuous custody, is not recoverable from the iron. The documentary history of the Vienna lance as an imperial object begins earlier in the record than the metallurgical dating might suggest, because a Carolingian or 7th century weapon can have been venerated and preserved and given political meaning for a considerable time before the surviving documentary record names it explicitly. The earliest secure documentary reference to the lance, in its imperial function, places it at the Battle of Lechfeld on the 10th of August 955, where it is reported to have been carried before the army of Otto I. The sources for this are Liutprand of Cremona, whose Antipodosis describes the Ottonian sacred lance tradition in the context of Otto's campaigns, and Widukind of Corvey, whose Res Gestae Saxonicae offers a parallel witness to the significance of the lance in the Ottonian understanding of royal legitimacy and divine favour. Both writers understood the lance as an instrument of victory and as a sign of Otto's standing before God and before the German nobility. Neither was writing about a passion relic in the first instance. They were writing about a sacred weapon. This distinction is important and is one of the things about the Vienna lance that popular accounts most frequently flatten. The lance that was carried at Lechfeld was not, in its earliest and most historically secure layer of meaning, a relic of the Crucifixion. It was the lance of Saint Maurice. Saint Maurice was a 3rd century Roman martyr, the commander of the Theban legion, who according to tradition refused to lead his soldiers in the persecution of Christians and was executed for his refusal. His cult was significant in the Ottonian world, and his name was associated with Christian military virtue, with the obedience of conscience over command, with the soldier's willingness to die rather than to act against his faith. A lance associated with Saint Maurice was therefore already a weapon of extraordinary devotional and political resonance in the 9th and 10th centuries, before any association with the crucifixion wound or with the soldier of John 19,034 had been attached to it. The meanings the Vienna lance carries accumulated in a sequence that the documentary record permits us to trace in rough outline, even where the precise dates of each accretion are not recoverable. The lance began as the Lance of Saint Maurice, carrying the memory of a soldier, martyr, venerated in the Frankish and Ottonian world. To this was added an association with Constantine, an accretion that connected the lance to the foundational Christian emperor and to the relic-finding tradition of the 4th century. Then came the holy nail, the small iron pin embedded in the spearhead, claimed to be a fragment of a nail from the true cross, which linked the lance to the Passion in a direct and physical way without yet fully identifying it with the wound of John 19,034. The identification with Longinus and the crucifixion wound, the association that gives the lance its modern popular name and its place in this documentary, came last, in the late medieval period, as the growing Longinus tradition in Western Christianity made the connection between any preserved spear relic and the weapon of the fourth gospel increasingly natural and eventually seemingly inevitable. By the 11th century, the lance had become one of the Reichskleinodien, the imperial regalia of the Holy Roman Empire, and in that capacity it had acquired the function that would define its political significance for the following 8 centuries. Possession of the Reichskleinodien was understood to confer legal spiritual authority over the imperial succession. The man who held the regalia was, in the understanding of the imperial tradition, the rightful emperor, because the regalia were the instruments through which the sacred authority of the imperial office was transmitted and made visible. This legal magical compound, the understanding that possession of the sacred objects constitutes and confirms legitimate rule, was in place by 1100 and would hold in some form for the next 8 centuries. It would hold through the long history of the Holy Roman Empire, through the Reformation and the 30 Years' War, and the eventual dissolution of the empire in 1806, through the Habsburg consolidation of the regalia in Vienna, and through the transfer of the regalia to Nuremberg in October 1938 by personal order of Adolf Hitler. The transfer was the last exercise, in a grotesque and final form, of the imperial claim that had been the lance's political meaning since the Ottonian period. What sits in the Vienna glass case now is therefore not simply a medieval weapon. It is the accumulated material of a tradition that took a Carolingian lance, gave it the name of a soldier saint, attached to it the memory of an emperor, embedded in it a fragment that the tradition claimed came from the cross, extended its significance to the wound of the fourth gospel, incorporated it into the legal machinery of an empire, moved it from the Imperial Treasury to a vault under a German city in the service of a regime that murdered millions, recovered it in 1945, and returned it to the Schatzkammer in January 1946. Each of these moments is part of what the object is. The glass case does not separate them. The lance lies under its inscription, and all of its centuries lie with it. The second of the 4 claimant relics rests in Rome, in St. Peter's Basilica, embedded in the massive pillar of Veronica in the northeast crossing of the basilica, one of the 4 great piers that support the dome Michelangelo designed. The pillar's association with the Holy Lance is not incidental to its architecture. The niches and the relics that the basilica holds in its great crossing piers were planned as part of the devotional program of the 17th century rebuilding of the church, a deliberate gathering of the most significant relics of the Passion into the physical center of the building that stood as the symbolic center of Western Christendom. The Holy Lance was one of these relics, assigned to the Pillar of Veronica, where it remains today, not on public display in the way that a museum object would be displayed, but present in the institutional custody of the basilica, and attested in the record of its holdings. The provenance history of the Rome lance, insofar as the fact sheet permits its telling, reaches back to 1492 and to a diplomatic transaction that is one of the more extraordinary entries in the long record of the spear's travels. In that year, Sultan Bayezid II of the Ottoman Empire sent a Holy Lance relic to Pope Innocent VIII. The context of this gift was political as much as devotional. Bayezid was holding Cem Sultan, the exiled brother of a rival Ottoman claimant, as a useful diplomatic hostage, and the gift of the lance was part of the complex negotiations surrounding that custody. The relic that arrived in Rome in 1492 carried with it a history from Constantinople, from the Eastern Empire's long custody of Passion relics that had accumulated in the capital of Byzantium across the centuries since Constantine had made it the eastern center of Christian imperial power. The Vatican makes no open authentication claim for this relic. This institutional posture is itself a form of historical statement, a decision about the relationship between devotion and proof that reflects the Church's long experience with the complexities of relic authentication and the limits of what documentary evidence can establish about objects whose claimed origins lie 2,000 years in the past. The Rome lance is held, honored in its pillar, and not subjected to the kind of public authentication claim that would require the institution to commit to a chain of custody it cannot fully document. The relic is there. Its presence is acknowledged. The question of what it is, in the deepest sense that the tradition asks, is left open. The Constantinople to Vatican history that the Rome lance carries is itself a compressed record of one of the most significant geopolitical transformations of the medieval world. Constantinople had been, for 1,000 years, the custodian of an enormous collection of sacred relics, gathered by the Byzantine emperors in the tradition of the Constantinian 4th century, preserved in the churches and imperial chapels of the eastern capital, and understood as part of what made Constantinople the sacred center of the Eastern Christian world. The Fourth Crusade's sack of the city in 1204 had dispersed much of this collection westward, sending relics into the custody of Western European churches and courts, in a movement that further complicated the already branching genealogy of the most significant Passion relics. The fall of Constantinople to the Ottomans in 1453 completed this dispersal, as the surviving relics remaining in the city passed into various forms of custody under the new political order, some preserved, some lost, some eventually finding their way, as the 1492 diplomatic gift shows, into the possession of the Ottoman court, and from there into the hands of the Western Church. The Rome lance therefore carries the memory of the Eastern Empire, of Constantinople's long custodianship of the sacred, and of the political and military upheavals that moved that custodianship westward in the 15th century. It carries the memory of a gift given in the context of Ottoman diplomacy, of a relic that passed through the hands of a sultan before arriving at the heart of the Catholic world. This is a provenance, unlike that of any of the other three claimant relics, and it gives the Rome lance a particular kind of significance that is not reducible to any question of authentication. Whatever its material origin, it is a document of the encounter between the Ottoman and Catholic worlds at the end of the 15th century, of the complex ways in which sacred objects moved across the boundaries of faith and empire in a period when those boundaries were themselves being violently redrawn. The third of the four claimant relics is perhaps the least known in the English-speaking world, and the most deeply rooted in an unbroken tradition of devotion. The Holy Lance preserved by the Armenian Apostolic Church at Echmiadzin in the Vayots Jor region of modern Armenia is called the Geghard, the classical Armenian word for spear. The relic gives its name to one of the most significant monasteries of the Armenian Church, Geghardovank, the Monastery of the Spear, a complex carved in part from the living rock of a gorge in the Azat River Valley and built around the custody of this relic. The monastery takes its name from the relic. The relic defines the monastery's reason for being. The tradition that connects them is one of the oldest continuous relic traditions in Christian history. The ecclesiastical tradition of the Armenian Apostolic Church connects the Geghard with the Apostle Thaddeus, who, according to the Armenian tradition, was one of the first missionaries to bring the Christian faith to the Armenian people, and who is said to have carried the lance with him as part of his apostolic mission. This tradition extends the relic's provenance back to the apostolic generation, to the time immediately following the events of the Passion, and understands the Geghard's presence in Armenia as a consequence of the direct apostolic founding of the Armenian Church. The Armenian Apostolic Church is among the oldest national Christian churches in the world, tracing its institutional foundation to the early 4th century and its apostolic origins to figures of the 1st century. The tradition that the Geghard was brought to Armenia by Thaddeus is, within the Church's self-understanding, part of this founding narrative. The critical chain that would connect the Geghard to the weapon of John 19,034 is not cited in the sources available to this documentary. This is the honest scholarly position, and it is one that the documentary must state, without allowing it to diminish what the Geghard actually is and what the tradition it carries actually represents. A powerful ecclesiastical tradition with devotional continuity is not a weak or negligible thing. It is, in fact, the form that the memory of the founding events of Christianity has taken in most of the communities that have preserved that memory across 2 millennia. The documentary evidence for most ancient devotional traditions does not provide the kind of continuous, independently verifiable custody record that modern authentication standards would require. The Armenian Apostolic Church does not hold the Geghard under less credible conditions than the Vatican holds its lance, or the Hofburg holds its lance. All 4 relics face the same fundamental evidentiary challenge, which is that the first-century origin claimed for them by their respective traditions is not provable from the surviving documentary record. What distinguishes the traditions from each other is not the quality of the proof, but the character of the memory each has preserved. The character of the memory the Geghard carries is distinctive in several ways. It is the memory of a church at the far eastern edge of the Christian world, a community that has maintained its tradition through centuries of conquest, occupation, forced dispersal, and return. The Armenian people's experience across the centuries, including the catastrophe of the early 20th century that reduced the Armenian population of Anatolia by mass killing and forced deportation, gives the Geghard's persistence, a quality that is not merely devotional but also testimonial. The relic has survived what the community that holds it has survived, and its continued presence in Etchmiadzin is inseparable from the community's own continued existence. The monastery of Geghardovank, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, stands in its gorge as an architectural statement of the same persistence. The community built its devotional life around this object, carved its churches from the rock to house it, and maintained that devotional life through everything that the centuries brought. The 4th claimant relic occupies a different position in the tradition from the other 3, because its relationship to the other 3, and specifically to the Vienna lance, is openly acknowledged in the documentary record in a way that the other relationships are not. The Lance of St. Maurice, in the Imperial Treasury in Krakow, is generally treated, in the scholarly literature on the subject, as a medieval copy of the imperial lance. Its origin is connected by the historical record to the Congress of Gniezno in the year 1000 AD, when the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III met with Bolesław Hum, the Duke, and later the first King of Poland, in a meeting that was one of the most significant diplomatic events in the early history of Polish Christianity. The gift that Otto brought to Gniezno, according to the tradition recorded in the medieval chronicles, included a copy of the imperial lance. The Krakow lance's documented history identifies it as precisely this object, a copy made of the Hofburg lance, with an embedded fragment said to be from the original, presented by the emperor to the Polish ruler as a gesture of political and religious alliance that acknowledged Bolesław's significance within the Christian world order, while symbolically extending the sacred authority of the imperial regalia into the Polish kingdom. The object in the Imperial Treasury is therefore, in its most securely documented identity, a 10th century diplomatic gift, a copy of an imperial weapon made to acknowledge and participate in the sacred authority that the original was understood to carry, with a fragment of the original embedded within it, so that the copy's contact with the sacred was not merely symbolic, but physical. The Krakow lance's status as a copy does not diminish its historical significance. On the contrary, its status as a copy is precisely what makes it significant in the way that it is significant, because it documents the reach of the imperial lance tradition, the degree to which the Vienna lance's authority was understood by the year 1000 to be transferable and extendable through the production and gift of objects that participated in that authority. A copy made for diplomatic purposes is a document of the original's power. The emperor would not have given a copy of the lance to Bolesław if the lance had not been understood by both parties to carry a form of authority worth sharing. The Krakow lance is therefore a witness to the Vienna lance's significance in the year 1000 in a way that the Vienna lance's own presence in the Schatzkammer is not. It is the trace of a transaction that shows the lance being used as an instrument of politics, its sacred authority extended outward through the deliberate production of a copy that carried a fragment of the original. The embedded fragment in the Krakow lance deserves a moment's attention because it illustrates in miniature the logic of relic veneration that has been described in the earlier chapters of this documentary. The fragment is understood to be from the original lance, and its presence in the copy is what gives the copy its devotional authenticity. The copy is not merely an image of the original, not merely a representation. It is a participant in the original sacred reality through physical contact and physical inclusion. The logic is the same logic that governed the distribution of fragments of the true cross across the churches of Christendom in the 4th and 5th centuries. Sacred authority is not diminished by distribution, it is extended. A fragment of the original carries the full weight of the original's significance. The copy that contains a fragment of the original is not a lesser object than the original, it is an object that has been brought into contact with the original's sacred reality in the most direct way available. The Congress of Gniezno was itself an event of considerable historical significance beyond the gift of the lance. It was the moment at which the Polish Church received a formal recognition of its independence from the German Church with the establishment of an independent Polish archbishopric, and at which Bolesław's political status was raised to a level that, while not immediately and formally royal, was understood by contemporaries to place him among the great princes of Christendom. The lance copy was part of this larger settlement, one element in a ceremony of political and religious acknowledgement that defined the relationship between the Polish kingdom and the Holy Roman Empire for the following generation. To hold the Krakow lance is therefore to hold an object that participated, at its origin, in one of the foundational moments of Polish national identity, in the event at which Poland was recognized as a full member of the Christian European world. This is the kind of memory the Krakow lance preserves, the memory of an alliance, of a recognition, of a moment at which the sacred authority of the imperial regalia was extended, in copy and fragment, to a kingdom at the eastern edge of Christendom. The 4 relics rest now in their respective cities, in conditions that reflect the very different institutional histories of the communities that have held them. The Vienna lance lies under glass, in a climate-controlled treasury, displayed alongside the other objects of the Reichskleinodien, in a room that is itself one of the most concentrated assemblages of medieval European sacred and ceremonial objects in existence. The Rome lance is present in its pillar in the greatest church of the Catholic world, not displayed in a museum case, but embedded in the architecture of a building designed, in part, around its custody. The Geghard rests in the repository of the Mother See of Holy Echmiadzin, the administrative and spiritual center of the Armenian Apostolic Church, in the custody of the oldest national Christian church in the world. The Krakow lance is held in the Wawel Royal Castle's treasury, the repository of Polish royal and national history, in a collection that treats the lance as one of the founding documents of the Polish state. Each of these settings says something about the kind of object its relic is. A museum case says, "This is an artifact whose material history is the primary subject of its display, an object whose physical properties can be studied and whose historical significance can be contextualized and explained." An architectural pillar says, "This is a relic whose presence sanctifies a space, whose significance is devotional, and whose custody is an act of institutional witness." A church treasury at the center of a national church says, "This is an object whose meaning is inseparable from the identity of the community that holds it, whose presence is a form of theological statement about the community's connection to the founding events of the faith." A royal castle treasury says, "This is an artifact whose significance is historical and national as much as devotional, a document of the origins of a political community." The 4 settings are not interchangeable, and the differences between them are not merely logistical. They reflect genuinely different understandings of what a relic is and what it is for, differences that have developed across the centuries as each community has worked out, through its devotional and institutional practices, its own answer to the question that the relic tradition always implicitly poses: what do you do with an object that connects you to something you cannot reach in any other way? The question of which of the 4 relics is the weapon of John 19,034 is not a question this documentary asks. It is not that the question is unimportant, it is that the question, on the available evidence, cannot be answered, and that the attempt to answer it does a kind of violence to what the 4 relics actually are. The 4 relics are not 4 competing candidates in an authentication contest, each of which must be assessed against the others until a winner emerges and the other 3 are dismissed. They are 4 distinct objects with 4 distinct histories, each of which has become, in its own right and through its own tradition, a site of memory and meaning that is real and significant, regardless of the outcome of any hypothetical authentication exercise. The Vienna lance is, by material dating, a medieval object. Its significance in European history is immense and thoroughly documented, not as a first-century relic, but as a medieval and early modern instrument of imperial authority. The Rome lance carries its Constantinople to Vatican history as a document of the encounter between the Christian and Ottoman worlds in the 15th century. The Geghard carries the memory of the Armenian Church's long and often painful history of maintaining its tradition across centuries of adversity. The Krakow lance carries the memory of the diplomatic and religious settlement of the year 1000 that gave Poland its place in the Christian European order. These are real historical significances. They are not diminished by the absence of a first-century authentication. They are, in many ways, more accessible and more fully documented than any first-century significance could be, because they belong to centuries for which the written record is substantial and the chain of evidence is followable. The phrase that this documentary will carry forward is one that was established in the previous chapter and deserves to be stated again here at the end of the chapter that has described each of the four claimants in turn. Four claimants preserve different kinds of memory. This formulation is careful, and the care is not evasion, it is precision. The four relics do not preserve the same kind of memory because they are not the same kind of object, in the same kind of custody, in the same kind of tradition. What each preserves is real, and what each preserves is different, and the difference between them is a map of how wide and how varied the consequences of the 4th century relic finding moment were. How far the tradition that began with one attested object in 4th century Jerusalem sent its branches across the Christian world in the following 17 centuries. The lance in its Vienna glass case, the lance in its Roman pillar, the Geghard in its Armenian sanctuary, the copy in its Polish treasury. 4 cities, 4 objects, 4 traditions of custody and meaning. One wound in one verse, which named no weapon and preserved none, which said only that a soldier came with a spear and pierced the side, and that blood and water came out, and that the one who had seen it bore witness, and that his witness was true. The tradition built everything that the 4 cities now hold. And what the tradition built across 2,000 years is not nothing, even if it is not what the tradition claims it is. It is the record of what human communities do when they need a physical object to connect them to something too large and too consequential to hold in any other way. They find an object, or they make one, or they receive one from a sultan or an emperor or a pilgrim or a soldier, saint, and they keep it, and they build a room for it, and they tell the story of how it came to them. And the story and the object together become something that the object alone and the story alone could never have been separately. That is what each of the 4 cities holds. That is what the glass cases and the pillars and the church treasuries and the royal collections are keeping. Not the weapon of John 19,034, or not provably so, or not provably more so than any of the other 3. Something older and stranger than a weapon. The accumulated desire across 2,000 years of communities that needed the wound to be real, and that built around that need objects worthy of 1098 arrived at Antioch with the army still outside the walls. The first crusade had been moving in its slow and costly way since the Council of Clermont in 1095, and by the late months of 1097 it had brought its enormous, fractious, half-starving column to the plain before one of the great cities of the eastern Mediterranean world. A city of massive walls and towers, a city that had been, in the memory of the Church, the place where the followers of Christ were first called Christians. Antioch stood on the Orontes River, backed by mountains, guarded by a citadel that commanded the surrounding country from a height that made relief or assault from outside its walls almost equally difficult to manage. The Crusader army had invested the city in October 1097 and was still there 7 months later, and the siege had done to the besiegers what long sieges do. The army was hungry. The supply lines that had sustained the army in its earlier stages had grown unreliable. The foraging parties that went out into the surrounding countryside returned with diminishing quantities of food. The horses were dying, and the men who had come from France and Provence and Lorraine and Normandy and southern Italy under the sign of the cross were dying with them. Desertion was significant. The army that had set out with the coherence, such as it was, of a shared purpose, had by the spring of 1098 become a formation held together by a combination of conviction, obligation, and the simple fact that the road home was as long and as dangerous as the road forward. The walls of Antioch had not moved. What broke the impasse came in two stages, and both stages are attested in the primary record, and both stages are contested, and the contest between the accounts is part of what makes the Antioch episode so instructive as a moment in the history of this relic tradition. The first stage was the capture of the city. On the night of 2 and the 3rd of June, 1098, the Crusader forces entered Antioch through a tower whose Armenian Christian commander, a man named Feruz, had been in secret communication with Bohemond of Taranto and agreed to open a gate. The city fell to the Crusaders after a violent night of fighting in the streets, with most of its garrison and population killed or scattered, with the citadel remaining in Muslim hands. It was also immediately besieged there, because on the 4th of June, 1098, 2 days after the Crusaders had entered the city, the Seljuk relief force under the Atabeg Keborka of Mosul arrived on the plain before Antioch and surrounded the walls. The army that had spent 7 months outside the walls was now inside them, with the same walls between them and the same enemy, the positions reversed, the hunger unchanged, and the prospects, if anything, diminished. It was in this condition, besieged within the city they had just captured, with Keborga's forces holding the plain and the citadel still not taken, that the army began to hear of the visions of Peter Bartholomew. Peter Bartholomew was a Provençal peasant attached to the army of Raymond of Toulouse. He was not a cleric, not a soldier of any rank, not a man whose word would ordinarily have carried authority in an army commanded by princes and accompanied by bishops. He was a poor man from the south of France, who had come on the crusade in the company of Raymond's forces, and who had survived the siege and the hunger and the reversal of June, with enough of his conviction intact to present himself before the leaders of the army with an account of a vision that he claimed to have received not once but multiple times over the preceding months. The account Peter gave, as it is reported in the primary sources, was that the Apostle Andrew had appeared to him and instructed him to inform the Crusader leaders that beneath the floor of the Cathedral of St. Peter in Antioch there lay a great relic, the spear with which the Roman soldier had pierced the side of Christ at the Crucifixion. The relic was there, Andrew told him, and the Crusaders were to dig for it, and its discovery would be a sign of God's favour and the means of their deliverance. The account of Peter's visions and their reception by the army's leadership is preserved in two primary sources whose perspectives differ significantly, and whose difference in perspective is itself part of the record the documentary must carry. Raymond of Aguilers was a cleric in the service of Raymond of Toulouse, and his Historia Francorum, Qui Seperunt. I Hierusalem is the account of the First Crusade from the Provençal side, the side of the army most immediately associated with Peter Bartholomew and with the Count of Toulouse. Raymond of Aguilers believed in the vision and in the relic. His account is sympathetic, detailed, and written from a position of genuine conviction. It is the account of a man who was there and who believed he was witnessing a miracle. The Gesta Francorum, the anonymous account that represents a more northern French perspective on the same events, is considerably more sceptical. The Gesta does not simply report the find and its significance. It gives a version of events that registers the doubts that circulated in the army about Peter's credibility and about the authenticity of what was eventually discovered. The two accounts do not tell the same story, even where they agree on the sequence of events. They tell the same sequence from positions that reflect different judgments about what was happening and different degrees of investment in the spiritual interpretation of events. The dig took place on the 14th of June, 1098. 12 men were appointed to excavate under the floor of the cathedral in the spot that Peter had indicated. The work went on for 10 hours. The sources report that as the day progressed and the pit deepened without any discovery, the mood among those watching began to shift, that the possibility of failure, of a vision that led to nothing, of a poor man's claim exposed by empty earth, became increasingly present. At some point in the excavation, Peter himself climbed down into the pit, and from the pit, Peter emerged holding an iron spearhead. Raymond of Aguilers describes the moment with the full weight of his conviction. The army understood it as a divine sign. The leaders of the crusade, or at least those closest to Raymond of Toulouse, accepted the find as authentic. The object was held as a confirmation of what many in the army had been sustained by, the belief that God was present in what they were doing, that the journey and the suffering and the deaths had a meaning that exceeded their material costs. The Gesta Francorum's handling of the same events carries a different register. There is in the Gesta's account the clear implication that not everyone in the army accepted the find without reservation, that the circumstances of the discovery, the long fruitless dig, the moment when Peter himself descended into the pit and produced the object, struck some observers as less than fully convincing. The skepticism that runs through the Gesta's account is not aggressive or contemptuous. It is the skepticism of soldiers and clergymen who had seen a great deal by the summer of 1098, and who were not certain that what Peter Bartholomew brought out of the pit in the cathedral of St. Peter was what he and his supporters said it was. The question of authenticity was not resolved by the find itself. It was deferred by what happened next. The battle came on the 28th of June, 1098, 14 days after the excavation. Caboga's army was still on the plain. The Crusaders inside Antioch were still starving, still diminished, still holding a city whose citadel had not fallen and which was surrounded by a force that had every tactical advantage. The decision was made to fight. The army came out of the city gates in formation, carrying the lance before them. What the army that marched out on the 28th of June, 1098, believed about the object it was carrying is not a question that the documentary record can fully answer. Some of them believed it was the weapon of John 19,034, the spear that had touched the body of Christ, a divine instrument now returned to them at the moment of their greatest need. Some of them believed it was an old piece of iron that had been buried in a cathedral floor and produced by a peasant visionary under circumstances that were, at the very least, difficult to verify. And some of them, very likely, were beyond the point at which questions of authenticity had much relevance, because the object was there, and it was before them, and the gates were open, and there was nowhere else to go. The starving Crusader army, carrying the relic before them, broke the siege and routed Caboga's relief force. The sources agree on this outcome, whatever they disagree about its causes. Caboga's army, which by any conventional military reckoning held a superior position, broke and fled. The Crusaders, who had been besieged and starving in a captured city for 3 weeks, won the battle. The siege of Antioch was over. The reasons for Caboga's defeat are a matter that military historians of the Crusades have examined carefully, and the explanations that have been proposed range from the material to the political to the psychological. Caboga's coalition of forces was itself not fully unified. There were tensions within his command. The Crusaders' willingness to come out and fight against all apparent logic may have introduced an element of tactical surprise. The momentum of a force fighting in the conviction of divine support against a force that was uncertain of its collective purpose may have been a genuine military factor. None of these explanations exclude the others. What they share is the recognition that battles are won by armies, and that armies are made of men, and that what men believe about their situation is a military fact as real as the number of horses or the height of the walls. The army that believed it was carrying God broke the army that did not. This is not a theological claim. It is an observation about the function of conviction in extreme circumstances, about what a physical object can do for men who are starving and surrounded, and who need, above the supply of food or the arrival of reinforcements, a reason to walk through a gate. The lance gave them a reason. Whether or not it was the lance of John 19,034, it was the lance that the army of the First Crusade carried to victory at Antioch on the 28th of June 1098, and that fact belongs to the history of this relic with the same certainty as any material dating. But the challenge to Peter Bartholomew did not end with the battle. It had begun before the battle, in the weeks between the excavation and the fight, when voices in the army, including the voice of the papal legate Adhemar of Le Puy, had expressed reservations about the find. Adhemar had died in August 1098, before the question was formally resolved, but the doubts he had represented did not die with him. They continued through the autumn and into the following year, sharpening as the army moved south along the coast of the Levant toward Jerusalem, as the initial relief of the Antioch victory receded, and the familiar pressures of an army on campaign returned. The challenge came to its formal resolution in April 1099. The army was encamped at Arca, besieging a coastal town that was proving resistant, and the dispute over Peter Bartholomew's credibility had reached the point at which a formal test was demanded. The test that was chosen was the ordeal by fire. Peter Bartholomew agreed to walk through a burning pyre. If he passed through unharmed, his vision and his relic were authentic. If he did not, they were not. The The trial took place on the 8th of April 1099. Peter walked through the fire. He emerged from it. Whether he emerged unharmed is where the two primary traditions part most sharply. Those who believed in him saw a man preserved by the grace of God, bearing the burns that any human body would take from such a passage, but alive and confirmed in his vision. Those who were skeptical saw a man who had walked into fire and been badly burned, and who died of those burns 12 days later. Peter Bartholomew died on the 20th of April, 1099. He had come out of the pit holding the lance on the 14th of June, 1098. He had seen the army carry it to victory on the 28th of June, 1098. He had walked through the fire for it on the 8th of April, 1099. He was dead 11.5 months after he climbed into the cathedral floor. Raymond of Aguilers does not abandon his position. His account of the trial maintains that Peter passed through the fire in a state of divine protection, and that the wounds he died of were not inflicted by the flames in the ordinary way, but were the consequence of the crowd pressing around him as he emerged, crushing and injuring him in their eagerness to touch a man they believed had been preserved by God. This is an account shaped by conviction, by the need to preserve the integrity of the original vision and the original find against the evidence of a death that, to the skeptical eye, was simply what happened to a man who walked into fire. The Gesta Francorum's handling of the trial and its aftermath does not press its skepticism to the point of an explicit verdict. It is a document of the ambivalence that the whole episode generated, of the impossibility of fully resolving, within the army or within the historical record, the question of whether what Peter Bartholomew had found in the pit on the 14th of June, 1098, was what he said it was. The relic itself continued for a while in the record. It remained in the custody of Raymond of Toulouse's contingent, and it is mentioned in connection with the campaign's later stages, as the army moved south and eventually reached Jerusalem in June 1099. But its career as the animating relic of the Crusade ended, in practical terms, with Peter's death and with the formal challenge to its authenticity that the trial represented. The Jerusalem contingent's devotional center was not the Antioch lance, but the other relics associated with the Holy City. Raymond of Toulouse's own fortunes in the Crusade's later politics were complicated, and the lance that had been his army's sacred standard did not survive as a significant relic in the subsequent crusading tradition. It is mentioned for the last time in the early 12th century, and then disappears from the record. The disappearance is part of the story. Relics that lose their institutional support, that are not taken up by a powerful community or embedded in a devotional tradition with the resources to maintain them across generations, do not survive in the historical record in the way that the Vienna lance or the Gehard have survived. The Antioch lance's survival in the record depended on the Provençal contingent's investment in it, and when that contingent's fortunes declined and its particular account of the crusade was absorbed into a more general crusading narrative, the relic that had been central to its identity lost the custodianship that would have preserved it. What the early 12th century holds is the last echo of a relic that had served its purpose and had no one left to keep its memory. What remains in the historical record is the account, in two primary voices that do not agree, of what happened on a specific series of dates in a specific place. The excavation on the 14th of June, 1098. The battle on the 28th of June, 1098. The trial on the 8th of April, 1099. The death on the 20th of April, 1099. These are the dates the record gives, and the record's disagreement about their meaning is itself a document of something important, that the question of what a relic is, in the deepest sense, was contested from the very moment this particular relic came out of the ground. The contest at Antioch is unusual in the history of the spear tradition, not because relics were rarely contested, but because the contestation was so contemporaneous, so immediate, so direct. Most of the disputed questions in this documentary's wider subject, the question of whether the Vienna lance dates to the 7th or the 8th century, the question of what the embedded pin in the Hofburg spearhead actually is, the question of what Hitler believed when he stood before the glass case in 1908, are questions about which the primary evidence is thin or distant or shaped by interested parties writing well after the events they describe. The Antioch dispute is different. It was conducted by people who had been there. Raymond of Aguilers had been at the excavation. He reports that he kissed the lance when it came out of the pit. The skeptics in the Gestas tradition were also there, also watching, also forming their judgments in the same weeks and months as Raymond was forming his. The disagreement is between contemporaries. It is, in this sense, the most honest disagreement in the entire 2,000-year tradition, a debate conducted in real time by people who had access to the same events and who came to different conclusions. The Antioch episode also offers, in its military outcome, the most direct illustration in the whole documentary of the proposition that what relics do is more interesting than what they are. The Vienna lance in its glass case is an object of great historical complexity and material beauty, and the question of what it is, in the sense of how old it is, and what it was made for, and whether any part of it connects to the 1st century, is a genuinely interesting question. But the lance carried out of the gates of Antioch on the 28th of June, 1098 was, at the moment it mattered most, not being examined or dated or authenticated. It was being carried. It was in the hands of soldiers who were walking toward an army that outnumbered them, and what it was doing, in that moment, was holding the conviction of those soldiers together long enough for them to fight and win. This is not a claim about the supernatural properties of the object. It is a claim about the social and psychological function of sacred objects in circumstances of extreme stress, a function that is thoroughly attested in the historical record and that does not require the object's 1st century authenticity to be real and significant. Communities under extreme pressure use sacred objects to organize and sustain their conviction. The object does not create the conviction, it focuses it, makes it visible and shared, gives it a form that can be carried and pointed at and touched. The army at Antioch was not fighting because an iron spearhead had magical properties. It was fighting because an iron spearhead had given its conviction a physical form that a hungry and frightened army could hold in common. Peter Bartholomew understood this, or he believed it, which amounts to the same thing from inside the experience. He had a vision, or he said he had a vision, and the vision told him that the army's deliverance was buried under the floor of a cathedral, and he went to the leaders and told them what the vision told him, and some of them believed him, and some of them did not. And the ones who believed him dug for 10 hours and found an object, and the object was carried into battle, and the battle was won. And then a man who found himself between the institution of the crusade and its skeptical wing chose the ordeal and did not survive it. Whether the object in the pit was the weapon of John 19,034 is not a question this documentary resolves, because the documentary record does not resolve it, and because the attempt to resolve it would require choosing between Raymond of Aguilar's and the Gesta Francorum in a way that neither the surviving evidence nor the scholarly tradition justifies. Both accounts are primary sources. Both accounts were written by people who were present. Both accounts are interested accounts shaped by their authors' positions and convictions. Both accounts are necessary to the full telling of what happened at Antioch in June 1098, and neither account alone is sufficient. What the documentary holds at the end of this chapter is the shape of the episode as the record gives it. A city, a peasant with a vision, an iron spearhead brought out of the earth in the 10th hour of digging by a man who climbed into the hole himself, a battle fought by a starving army against a superior force, won in a way that the army's own tradition understood as miraculous, and that military historians have examined in more material terms without fully exhausting the question of why Kaboga's forces broke. A trial by fire, passed and not passed, depending on which account you hold. A death 12 days after the fire, on the 20th of April, 1099. A relic fading from the record in the early 12th century. Two primary voices not reconciled. The Antioch lance, whatever it was, did what relics are asked to do. It arrived at the moment of greatest need. It gave the army a reason to believe that the outcome had already been decided in their favour, that the suffering was not arbitrary, that the ground under the cathedral floor held a promise placed there for them. And then, its function complete, its champion dead, its custodians dispersed into the complicated politics of a crusade that would go on without them, it faded. The 1st century object, if that is what it was, served its purpose in 1098. A later tradition, which would carry a different lance forward through the Holy Roman Empire and the Wagnerian stage and the Nuremberg vault and the Schatzkammer glass case, was already old by the time Peter Bartholomew climbed into the pit. That tradition did not need the Antioch lance. It had its own object, its own chain of custody, its own accumulation of meanings. The two traditions, the Provençal lance and the Imperial lance, ran alongside each other for a time in the late 11th century, both present in the memory of a Christendom that was reorganizing its relationship to physical objects and to the sacred authority those objects could carry. And then the Antioch lance was gone, and the Imperial lance continued, and the chapter of the pit at Antioch became what it has remained, a documented event in the history of a relic tradition, honest about its own uncertainty, held in two accounts that do not agree, ending in a death and a silence and an iron spearhead that the early 12th century ceased to mention. Of the Lech River, in what is now Bavaria, on the 10th of August in the year 95, the army of Otto Wurst, king of the East Franks and Saxons, had come south and west to meet a Magyar raiding force that had crossed the frontier and was moving through the duchy with the confidence of a people who had been crossing that frontier for generations, burning and taking and withdrawing before a Frankish response could be organized. The Magyars had done this before. The Frankish kings had done what they could against it, with varying success, and the border had remained a border only in the nominal sense, a line that cavalry from the east could cross whenever the conditions were favorable. On this August morning, the conditions, for the first time in a long while, were not favorable to the Magyars. Otto had gathered his forces, and he had come to meet them, and before his army, carried as a military standard before the advancing line, was an iron lance. Two witnesses record what that lance meant to the army that carried it, and to the king who had ordered it carried there, Liutprand of Cremona, the bishop and chronicler whose Antipadosis is one of the principal sources for the Ottonian period, and Widukind of Corvey, the Saxon monk whose Ars Gestae Saxonicae preserves the annals of the Saxon dynasty. Both attest to the sacred lance tradition attached to Ottonian royal victory and legitimation. In their accounts, the lance before the army is not simply a military standard in the practical sense of a pole that organizes men on a battlefield. It is an object whose possession marks the man who holds it as the rightful king, as the bearer of a divine commission, as the agent of a victory that has, in some sense, already been decided. The Magyar army was broken at the Battle of Lechfeld, and the defeat was decisive enough that the Magyar raiding of the western frontier effectively ceased. It was one of the signal military events of the 10th century, and it became one of the founding narratives of Ottonian sacred kingship. The lance that had been carried before the army acquired, from that day, an association with the divine endorsement of the ruler who carried it. It was not simply a weapon or a standard. It was an instrument of legitimate authority, and the victory at Lechfeld bound the object to the dynasty and to the ideology of imperial rulership in a way that would hold, in various forms, for the next 9 centuries. This is the earliest secure documentary reference for the object that now sits in the Hofburg Schatzkammer in Vienna. The lance has a material history that begins before 955, and it has an institutional history that begins before 955. But the Lechfeld battle is where the documentary record gives us the lance as a named and specific object of royal significance, carried before a specific king in a specific engagement, witnessed by contemporaries who understood it as politically and spiritually consequential. Whatever the lance was before Lechfeld, it became something larger there. What the lance was before Lechfeld is the first of the several accumulated questions that this chapter must hold. The Heiliglanze, as it came to be called, was not, in its earliest medieval handling, a relic of the Passion of Christ. It was not, in the year 955, the weapon of John 19,034. It was not yet the spear of the soldier who stood at Calvary. These associations would come, but they would come later, layered onto an object whose original identity was quite different, and whose trajectory from military standard to imperial relic to passion object is one of the most instructive examples in the entire documentary of how sacred objects accumulate meanings without losing the earlier ones. The original veneration of the lance was as the lance of Saint Maurice. Maurice was a Roman military officer, a member of the Theban legion, martyred in the late 3rd century, approximately around the year 286 by the conventional reckoning in what is now Switzerland, for his refusal to participate in the persecution of Christians. The cult of Maurice spread through the Western Church and attached itself particularly to the Carolingian and then the Ottonian dynasty for reasons that are not difficult to understand. A soldier saint who died in witness to his faith, a martyr from the Roman military tradition, was a natural patron for a military monarchy that presented its wars as extensions of a Christian mission. Maurice was, in the vocabulary of the period, precisely the right kind of saint for a king who needed his battlefield authority to carry religious weight. The lance associated with Maurice's martyrdom, or believed to be so associated, was an object of considerable prestige in the Carolingian and then the Ottonian court. When Otto I carried it at Lechfeld, the association that gave it its authority was not yet the wound of Christ, but the blood of a soldier saint, the instrument of a specific kind of witness that the dynasty had chosen as its particular sacred heritage. The lance was a Maurice relic, and the Ottonian ideology of sacred kingship found in it a natural expression of its own understanding of what a Christian king was, a warrior in the tradition of the soldier martyrs, fighting under a divine mandate that the relic materialized and confirmed. This is important to hold at the beginning of the chapter because the later history of the lance, its eventual association with Longinus and the crucifixion wound, has the tendency to project that passion association backwards, to read the Lechfeld lance as already the spear of John 19,034 when it was not yet that thing at all. The Ottonian object was a Maurice relic. Its imperial prestige derived from a martyr's lance, not from a passion weapon, and the distinction matters for understanding what was happening when the later associations were added and what kind of process that addition represented. The next layer in the accretion came with the association with Constantine, the first Christian emperor, the figure whose adoption of Christianity in the 4th century had made the imperial church possible. The Ottonian dynasty's claim to be the legitimate heirs of the Roman Empire, which was one of the defining ideological claims of the Holy Roman Empire as it took shape across the 10th and 11th centuries, required a connection to Constantine, and the objects of royal prestige required a connection to the objects of Constantinian prestige. The lance acquired this association, absorbing into its already accumulating identity the suggestion that it had been an object of significance in the Constantinian period, that the first Christian emperor had known of it, or possessed it, or been associated with it in some way. The details of this Constantinian layer are not precisely documented, in the sense that no specific primary source gives an unambiguous account of how the Constantine association was established and by whom. What the record shows is the accretion in its result. A lance that was already the lance of Maurice became also, in the ideological vocabulary of the high medieval empire, a lance connected to the founding moment of Christian imperial power. The third layer is the most materially specific. Embedded in the spearhead of the Hofburg lance is a small iron pin encased in gold and silver bands. The inscription on the casing reads, in Latin, Lanciae et clavivis olnini, the lance and nail of the Lord. The nail, or the claim to a nail, is the embedded pin, and the claim attached to it is that this fragment of iron is a piece of a nail from the true cross, one of the Passion relics that the 4th century had brought into Christian institutional custody as Helena, mother of Constantine, and the imperial church organized the recovery and veneration of the instruments of the crucifixion. The holy nail claim is the point at which the Hofburg lance first touches the Passion tradition. Before this accretion, the lance's authority was military and dynastic, rooted in the Maurice cult and the Carolingian Ottonian succession. With the embedded nail, the lance acquired a direct material connection, or the claim of a direct material connection, to the events of Good Friday. The object could now be read as containing the Passion itself, not merely as a military relic of a soldier saint, but as a housing for one of the instruments that had been present at the crucifixion. The inscription that names both the lance and the nail is in this sense a statement about what kind of object the lance had become, not one sacred thing, but two, the martyr's weapon and the Passion fragment, bound together in gold and silver bands, and carried before the emperor as the compound emblem of his authority. The date of the nail's incorporation into the spearhead is not precisely established, and the claim that the embedded pin is genuinely a 1st century nail of the true cross tradition cannot be verified by the available evidence. What can be said is that the incorporation was understood by those who held the lance and those who venerated it as genuine and as significantly adding to the object's sacred authority. The KHM dates the lance as a whole to the 8th century, identifying it as a Carolingian winged lance, repaired and altered with the gold and silver cuffs representing later additions. The 2003 metallurgical analysis conducted by Robert Feather dated the iron of the spearhead to the 7th century. On both datings, the embedded pin is physically distinct from the main body of the spearhead, and Feather's analysis noted that the pin was consistent in length and shape with a 1st century Roman nail. Though this observation fell short of proving the Passion tradition, and the pin was not independently dated, the KHM and Feather datings are close but not identical, and Feather's interpretation of the embedded pin remains contested. What is settled is that the Vienna object is materially medieval by both museum and scientific dating, and that the contested terrain is whether an embedded element might preserve an older relic tradition. This is not a question that the current evidence resolves, and the chapter should not resolve it. The fourth and final layer in the accretion of the Hofburg lance's identity is the association with Longinus and the wound of the crucifixion. This is the association that gives the object its most familiar modern name, the most dramatic of its claimed identities, and the one that connects it most directly to the wider subject of this documentary. It is last. It is a late medieval accretion. By the time the lance acquired its Longinus identification, it had already been the lance of Maurice, had already been associated with Constantine, had already been given an embedded nail and the inscription that named it as the lance and nail of the Lord. The Longinus association was added to all of this, not to a blank or neutral object, but to an object already dense with accumulated meanings and institutional history. The exact moment of the Longinus association's crystallization is difficult to pin to a specific document or a specific decade. What the record shows is the gradual shift in how the lance was described in devotional and administrative literature across the late medieval centuries, the growing tendency to name it not merely as a Maurice relic or an imperial standard, but as the weapon of the Passion, the spear of the soldier who stood at Golgotha. By the high and late medieval period, this identification was established, and the lance's place in the Reichskleinodien carried the Longinus association as one of its understood meanings alongside the Maurice and Constantine and Holy Nail layers. It was, by then, not one thing, but several things at once, and each of its identities had its own community of belief and its own institutional support. The Reichskleinodien, the imperial regalia of the Holy Roman Empire, is the institutional framework that gave the Hofburg lance its specific political significance. By the 11th century, the lance is numbered among the Reichskleinodien, the collection of objects whose possession was held to confer legal and spiritual authority over the imperial succession. The idea behind the Reichskleinodien was not simply that these objects were valuable or old or sacred in a general sense. The idea was more specific and more consequential, that the man who possessed the regalia was the rightful emperor, that the objects themselves carried the legitimacy of the imperial office and transferred that legitimacy to their holder. The legal magical compound, as it might be called, was in place by 1100 and would hold in some form for the next 8 centuries. The phrase legal magical is useful here not because it is imprecise, but because it captures the specific nature of what the regalia did. The claim was not purely legal in the sense of a charter or a title deed, and it was not purely magical in the sense of a charm or a supernatural instrument. It was both simultaneously, and the mixture was what gave it its peculiar force in the political life of the empire. A king who possessed the Reichskleinodien had a legal claim to the imperial title that derived its force partly from the law and custom of succession, and partly from the sacred authority of the objects themselves, from their history, their accumulated associations, their visible presence in the rituals of coronation and display. To hold the lance was to hold the right to be emperor, and the right was inseparable from the object. Take away the object, and the right was diminished. Lose the object, and something essential to the legitimacy of the office went with it. This understanding of the regalia's function is the context in which the later history of the lance, including the Anschluss transfer and the decisions made about the object in 1938 and in 1945, must be understood. The people who made those decisions were not, or not only, acting on the basis of a modern occult mythology about the supernatural properties of the spear. They were acting within, or at least in the shadow of, an 800-year tradition that had consistently understood the physical possession of the Reichskleinodien as politically and spiritually significant. The occult mythology of the 20th century did not create this idea from nothing. It found it already present in the institutional history of the empire and amplified it in directions of its own. It is worth pausing here on the inscription. The lance and nail of the Lord. These 7 Latin words, incised or applied in the metal of the casing that holds the embedded pin, are a compressed statement of the accumulated identity of the object as that identity had developed by the time the inscription was made. The lance is named first, the nail is named second. Both are attributed to the Lord, to the same event, to the same moment of sacred suffering. The inscription does not name Maurice. It does not name Constantine. It does not name Otto or Lechfeld or any of the specifically Ottonian dynastic layers of the object's history. It names only what the object had come to be in the deepest sense, in the sense that the inscription's makers understood as most important, a relic of the Passion, a double relic, lance and nail together, a material fragment of the hour that Christian theology held to be the turning point of human history. The inscription is also a statement about how accretion works in the relic tradition. The earlier identities of the object, the Maurice layer and the Constantine layer and the Lechfeld military layer, were not erased by the Passion identification. They remain present, legible to those who knew the object's history, available to be invoked in contexts where they were more relevant than the Longinus association. An emperor facing a military campaign might invoke Maurice. A theologian, considering the object's devotional authority, might invoke the nail. A late medieval pilgrim arriving at the Schatzkammer might understand the whole accumulated identity as a single thing, a lance that was all of these things at once, a physical object, in which 8 centuries of sacred kingship and passion devotion had been compressed into iron and gold. The inscription does not choose among these layers. It names the one that the makers understood as the foundation beneath all the others, the event of the Passion, to which the object, whatever else it was now irreversibly connected. The process by which the Hofburg lance accumulated its identities is sometimes described, in accounts that approach it from a skeptical position, as a process of fabrication, of successive false claims, added to an object that had no genuine connection to the events that the claims invoked. This is not an unfair observation about the material evidence, which does not support the Passion identification in the way that the inscription claims. But it is, if taken as the whole account, too simple. The accretion of sacred identity onto an object is not the same thing as deliberate forgery, though it sometimes involves deliberate choices. It is, more often, a process in which each generation finds in a venerated object the meanings that its own moment requires, adds those meanings to the object's accumulated identity, and transmits the enriched object to the next generation. The object becomes, across time, a container for the needs and beliefs and political claims of all the communities that have held it. Its history is their history. Its identity is the sum of their identities. The Hofburg lance in the year 1100 was not the same object as the Hofburg lance in the year 955. It had the same iron, or some of it, but it had more gold cuffs and a new inscription and an embedded pin and a set of associations that would have been partially unfamiliar to Otto Y and his chroniclers. And the Hofburg lance in the year 1200 was not the same object as the Hofburg lance in the year 1100. It had acquired, in the intervening century, the Longinus identification that would eventually become its most famous attribute. And the Hofburg lance in the year 1882, the year that Wagner's Parsifal was first performed at Bayreuth, was not the same object as the Hofburg lance in the year 1200. It had acquired, in the intervening 7 centuries, the entire weight of the Wagnerian romantic tradition that was in the process of being created in the theatre on the hill in the Bavarian town, where an audience of educated German speakers was hearing for the first time a sound that would permanently change the cultural meaning of the bleeding lance. But in 1200, at the moment that concerns the close of this chapter, the lance and the literary tradition were already, for the first time, present in the same cultural moment. Wolfram von Eschenbach was writing Parzival in Middle High German somewhere in the first decade of the 13th century, approximately between 1200 and 1210. The physical lance was in the Reichspleinodean, held by the Empire, associated with Lechfeld and Maurice and the Holy Nail and the Passion tradition. The literary lance was in Wolfram's romance, carried through the hall of the Grail Castle in a procession that the young hero failed to understand, wounding a king whose wound would not heal, present in a narrative structured around the questions that were not asked and the redemption that was therefore delayed. The two objects, the physical and the literary, had separate histories and separate communities of meaning. The Wolfram lance was not the Reichskleinodian lance, and the Reichskleinodian lance was not yet the Wolfram lance. But they were both present, in the year 1200, in the same cultural world, the world of high medieval German-speaking Christendom, and they were both lances associated with a wound and with a sacred authority that derived from proximity to Christ. The conditions for their eventual convergence, for the moment when the physical object in the Schatzkammer and the literary object in the Wagnerian tradition would become aspects of a single cultural symbol, were already beginning to form. It would take another 6 or 7 centuries, and it would require Wagner, and it would require the Bayreuth stage, and it would require the particular circumstances of late 19th century German cultural nationalism before the full fusion of the physical and the literary lance became the thing it was by 1900. But the conditions were present in 1200 in the way that conditions are present before a development that no one has yet foreseen, as a proximity, a shared vocabulary, a set of concerns held in common by objects that had not yet been brought explicitly together. In Wolfram's telling, the lance that bleeds in the Grail procession is the weapon that wounded the Grail, King Anfortas, and the wound that Anfortas bears is a wound that cannot be healed except by the lance that made it. The lance wounds and the lance heals. The same object that opens the wound is the only instrument capable of closing it. This is a theological logic as much as a narrative. 1. The logic of the Passion itself, in which the instrument of suffering becomes the instrument of redemption, in which the object that marks the body with a wound is the object that the tradition understands as the source of grace. Wolfram places this logic inside a romance of failure, of a young man who sees the procession and does not ask the question that would have healed the king, and who must find his way back to the castle, years later and much diminished, in order to ask what he should have asked the first time. The themes that Wolfram gives to the lance, failure and pity and kingship and wound and silence and delayed redemption, are the themes that the object will carry forward into the Wagnerian tradition and beyond. They are not the themes that Otto's chroniclers would have recognized as the lance's primary significance. For Luitbrand of Cremona and Widukind of Corvey, the lance was an instrument of legitimate victory, a sign of divine favor in battle, a standard whose presence before the army confirmed the king's authority and God's endorsement. For Wolfram, the lance is an instrument of an unhealed wound, a present absence in a court paralyzed by a failure of compassion, an object whose redemptive function is deferred by a young man's silence. Both readings, the Ottonian and the Wolframian, are present in the object that sits in the Hofburg Schatzkammer today. They are successive layers, added at different moments by different communities, each genuine in its own context, each contributing to the accumulated identity of an object that, by the year 1200, was already old and already complex and already carrying more meanings than any single account of it could hold. The chapter opened at Lechfeld, where an iron lance was carried before an army, and the army won. It closes in the first decade of the 13th century, where 2 lances, one in iron and one in words, are present in the same cultural moment, not yet aware of each other in any explicit sense, but close enough that the later history which will bring them together has already, in some sense, begun. The physical lance is in the treasury of the empire. The literary lance is in the hall of the Grail King, bleeding into a bowl that the young hero did not think to ask about, waiting for the question that will eventually be asked, waiting, with the patience of objects that carry more time than any single life can encompass. For the moment of its completion, the iron endures, the meanings change. The object contains them all, and the treasury holds the object, and the next chapter in its history is already being written, in a Bavarian scriptorium or perhaps on the road, by a poet who has heard the older stories and is making them into something new. As every generation that has held this lance has made it into something new, adding its own understanding to the weight of all the understandings that came from von Eschenbach, was composing his middle-high German romance, Parzival, in approximately the first decade of the 13th century, somewhere between the years 1200 and 1210. The physical lance, the iron object that the chapter just closed at the court of the Holy Roman Empire, was in the Reichskleinodian, held by the empire, carrying its layered identities of Maurice and Constantine, and the Holy Nail and the Passion tradition. And Wolfram's lance, the literary object, was being written into existence in a narrative structured around a young man who sees a procession he does not understand, who fails to ask the question that would have healed a wounded king, and who must spend years in the world before he finds his way back to the place where the question waits. These two lances, the physical and the literary, had separate histories and separate communities of meaning. They moved through the same cultural world, the world of high, medieval German-speaking Christendom, carrying their separate significances, and they had not yet been brought explicitly together in the way that they would eventually be brought together, 6 or 7 centuries later, on a stage in Bayreuth, by a composer whose music would permanently alter the relationship between an object in a glass case and an idea in the imagination of a people. The convergence was not yet, but the conditions for it were beginning to form, and this chapter is about those conditions, and about the literary and musical imagination that prepared the ground. In Wolfram's telling, the lance that bleeds in the Grail procession is the weapon that wounded the Grail, King Anfortas, and the wound that Anfortas bears cannot be healed except by the lance itself. The same object that opened the wound is the only instrument capable of closing it. This is a theological logic as much as a narrative one, the logic of the passion wound applied to a secular romance, the logic in which the instrument of suffering becomes the instrument of redemption, and the object that marks the body with injury is also, in the fullness of time, the object through which healing arrives. Wolfram places this logic inside a structure of failure and delay. The young Parzival enters the Grail castle and witnesses the procession. A young woman carries the bleeding lance through the hall. The blood runs from its tip. The Grail king lies suffering on his litter. All of this passes before the young man, and he watches it, and he does not ask what it means, and because he does not ask, nothing changes, and the king remains wounded, and the castle remains under the shadow of the wound, and Parzival must leave and spend years in the world before he earns his return, and his belated question, and the healing that the question finally releases. The themes Wolfram gives to the lance in this narrative are specific and worth naming carefully, because they are themes that will persist through the entire later history of the spear's literary and musical reception, through Wagner and beyond. The lance is present, the healing is possible, and the young man fails to initiate it. He is not cruel. He is not wicked. He is simply silent when silence is exactly the wrong response, and the failure is therefore a failure of a particular kind, a failure of compassion expressed as inquiry, a failure to ask what is the matter, what you suffer, how I might help. The second theme, inseparable from the first, is pity. What Parzival lacks on his first visit to the Grail castle is precisely the capacity for compassionate attention that would have prompted the question. He has been trained, by a mentor who warned him against speaking out of turn, to hold his curiosity in check, and the restraint that should have been a virtue becomes, in the castle, a wound in its own right, a second wound alongside the wound of Anfortas. The third theme is kingship. The Grail king's wound is not a private suffering. It is a wound in the body of the realm, and the realm sickens with it, and the land is held in a kind of paralysis until the wound is healed. The king and the kingdom share the wound, and the healing of the king is the healing of the kingdom, and whoever brings the healing instrument carries not merely a personal remedy, but a political and cosmological restoration. The fourth theme is the wound itself, considered as an ongoing condition rather than as a single event. Anfortas was wounded by the lance in the past, in circumstances that Wolfram traces to a transgression, to a desire that was not in accordance with the demands of the Grail service. The wound is therefore both a physical injury and a consequence, a condition that persists because the balance that was disturbed has not yet been restored. The lance is present in the castle, carried in the procession, but its proximity does not heal the king. Proximity is not enough. The lance heals only when the right agent, the one destined by the Grail's own logic to be its new king, asks the question of compassion and assumes the kingship that has been waiting for him. The fifth theme is silence, the silence of the hall during the procession, the silence of Parzival when he watches and does not speak, the silence of years during which the castle continues its ceremonies and the king continues his suffering and the world continues as if the healing were not already present in the form of the instrument that bleeds in the procession each night. And the sixth theme, arising from all the others, is delayed redemption. Not the absence of redemption, but its deferral, the long interval between the moment when healing becomes possible and the moment when it is achieved, the years that must pass before the young man becomes capable of the question he failed to ask. These six themes, failure, pity, kingship, wound, silence, and delayed redemption are precisely the themes that suit an object with the kind of history that the spear of Longinus had accumulated by the time Wolfram was writing. An object that was present at the defining wound of Christian theology, that confirmed a death, that disappeared from reliable history within a generation of that event, that reappeared in fragmentary form across 4 centuries of relic culture, that had been carried before armies and housed in imperial treasuries and given names and inscriptions and embedded pins. An object that had been accumulating its identities across 1,000 years without ever arriving at a stable and final definition of what it was. Such an object is precisely the kind of object for which Wolfram's narrative logic of wound and delay and deferred healing provides a fitting, imaginative framework. Whether Wolfram was thinking of the Reichskleinodian lance when he wrote the bleeding lance of the Grail procession is not a question that the available evidence resolves, and the chapter does not need to resolve it. The Wolframian lance and the Imperial lance were both present in the same cultural moment, both lances associated with a wound and with sacred authority, both embedded in the German-speaking world's understanding of what it meant for an object to carry the weight of a divine event. The resonance between them was available to any reader of Wolfram who also knew the Reichskleinodian, and the later history of the spear's reception suggests that the resonance was felt and used, even if the explicit identification was a later development. Parzival is a long work, and the lance appears in it at intervals, not as the narrative's only concern, but as a recurring presence that marks the moments of highest significance in the story's spiritual architecture. It is there at the beginning, in the procession, that Parzival fails to understand. It is there at the end, in the healing, that the long-delayed question finally releases. Between those 2 appearances it bleeds in the castle, night after night, in a ceremony that no one outside the Grail community witnesses, and that continues regardless of whether anyone capable of ending it has arrived. The lance bleeds and the king suffers, and the procession moves through the hall with the patience of a ritual that expects, eventually, the arrival of the one who will ask. It is a condition of sustained readiness, a state in which the wound and the healing instrument are held together in a single space until the human agent who can activate the healing presents himself and asks. This quality of sustained readiness around a wound, the sense that an object carries within it both the injury and its remedy, but that the remedy requires a human act of compassionate attention before it can be released, is one of the most durable of the literary contributions that Wolfram made to the spear's long reception. It moved forward from Parzival into the broader Grail tradition, into the French and English versions of the material, into the medieval Romance culture that spread the bleeding lance across the Western European literary imagination, and it arrived 6 centuries later in the hands of a composer who was looking for a theatrical form adequate to the theological and political concerns of his own moment. Richard Wagner's Parsifal had its premiere at Bayreuth on the 26th of July, 1882. It was the last work Wagner completed, the work he described as a stage consecration festival play, a Juben- und Weihfestspiel, a designation that set it apart from opera and from drama and placed it in a category of its own, a category that suggested worship, or something adjacent to worship, performed in a theatrical space that Wagner had designed for the purpose. The Bayreuth Festspielhaus, which had opened in 1876 for the first complete performance of the Orange cycle, was already a pilgrimage destination for the educated German-speaking world when Parsifal had its premiere there. Wagner had built the house on a hill and had arranged for the orchestra to be invisible beneath the stage, so that the music appeared to rise from the drama itself rather than from a separate group of performers. The house was designed to produce an experience of total immersion in the work, and Parsifal, with its subject matter of sacred suffering and deferred redemption and the instruments of the Passion, was precisely the kind of work for which total immersion carried theological risk. Wagner's spear wounds, Amfortas, is seized by the wizard Klingsor, recovered by Parsifal, and becomes the instrument of healing. The narrative logic is Wolfram's, substantially, though Wagner compressed and altered and added layers of his own, including a reading of the spear's passion significance that went beyond what Wolfram had explicitly claimed. In Wagner's telling, the spear is not merely a weapon of romance, but the actual weapon of the crucifixion, the holy lance, whose contact with the body of Christ gave it a spiritual charge that Klingsor's seizure of it has turned toward corruption, and that Parsifal's recovery of it restores to its proper redemptive function. A spear that wounds Amfortas in Wagner's drama is the same spear that pierced the side of Christ, and the wound it makes is therefore a wound in the body of one who is already participating in the Passion, a wound that echoes and extends the original wounding, and that can be healed only when the instrument is returned to its proper custodianship in the Grail community. The source bundles note on Wagner, and the spear observes that by the late 19th century the spear was located both physically in the Hofburg Schatzkammer and spiritually in the Wagnerian register. This formulation deserves attention. What it describes is not simply the coincidence of two separate spear traditions existing at the same moment. It describes a convergence, a drawing together of the physical and the theatrical object in the cultural imagination of educated German speakers who knew both. An audience member at Bayreuth in the years after 1882, who had also seen the Hofburg lance in the Schatzkammer on a visit to Vienna, carried both experiences in the same mind. The spear that Klingsor hurled across the stage and that Parsifal caught above his head was not, in any simple material sense, the same object as the iron spearhead in its gold and silver cuffs behind the glass in Vienna. But they were not, in the cultural imagination of that audience, entirely separate either. The theatrical object borrowed the reality and the antiquity and the institutional authority of the physical object. The physical object borrowed the emotional and narrative and spiritual charge of the theatrical one. Each made the other more significant, more present, more weighted with the accumulated meanings that both were carrying. Wagner's music was a vehicle for this convergence, in a way that prose description or visual representation could not quite be. Music operates directly on the body as well as the mind, and Wagner's particular musical technique, the use of leitmotifs, of recurring melodic and harmonic fragments associated with specific characters, objects, and ideas, meant that the spear in Parsifal acquired its own musical identity, a specific sound that the audience would come to associate with the object across the course of the drama. Each time the spear appeared, or was referred to, or was about to determine the course of events, the orchestra would invoke its motif, and the audience would feel, before they consciously recognized, that the spear was present. The physical experience of hearing the spear's music was inseparable from the theatrical experience of watching the object move through the drama, and the two together produced something that the Schatzkammer glass case, for all its institutional prestige, could not produce on its own: an emotional conviction of the object's significance, a felt sense of being in the presence of something that mattered in a way that exceeded ordinary categories of value. It is worth being precise about what Wagner's Parsifal did and did not claim for the spear in the specific terms that will matter for the later chapters of this documentary. Wagner's libretto and music did not claim that the spear in the Hofburg Schatzkammer was the actual weapon of the Crucifixion. Wagner did not make archaeological arguments. He made theatrical ones, and the theatrical arguments were about the meaning of the object in the context of the drama, not about the provenance of any specific physical artifact. The supernatural claim that would later be associated with the spear in the 20th century mythology, the claim that whoever holds the spear of destiny holds the destiny of the world, is not a Wagnerian claim and not a medieval claim. It is a later construction, and it belongs to a later chapter. What Wagner contributed was something different and in some ways more durable, a set of emotional and narrative and musical associations so powerful that they became, for a large portion of the educated German-speaking audience, the primary way of feeling what the spear meant. The meaning that Wagner gave to the spear was the meaning of wound and healing held in the same object, of sacred suffering that carried within it the instrument of its own redemption, of a world that had been damaged by the wrong kind of desire, and that waited for the one human being capable of the right kind of compassion to restore it. These are not trivial themes. They are themes that connect to some of the deepest currents in Christian theology, to the Passion tradition and the theology of redemption, and they are themes that Wagner inflected with the particular concerns of his own moment, with the 19th century's preoccupation with spiritual decay and cultural renewal, with the question of whether a people that had lost its sacred center could find its way back to one, with the specifically German cultural nationalism that Bayreuth embodied in its very architecture and institutional organization. The premiere on the 26th of July 1882 was attended by the cultural and intellectual leadership of the German-speaking world, and the work's reception in the years and decades that followed shaped how educated Germans thought about their own spiritual heritage, about the relationship between German culture and Christian tradition, about the significance of the objects that were held in their national and imperial treasuries. It was, in its own terms and in the terms of its first audiences, a sacred drama, a work that claimed the right to perform a theological function in a theatrical space. The Bayreuth house was a temple as much as a theatre, and the spear that was recovered on its stage in the final act was, for the audience that experienced the work at its full Bayreuth weight, an object freighted with everything that Wolfram had given it, and everything that Wagner had added, and everything that the physical lance in the Schatzkammer had accumulated across 8 centuries of institutional history. The cultural significance of this moment is specific and important to name. By the late 19th century, the spear as a symbol had been relocated in the German cultural imagination from the Imperial Treasury, where it physically resided, to the spiritual register defined by Wolfram and now by Wagner. It was still, formally and institutionally, the Heilige Lanze, the imperial relic in the Reichskleinodienn, the object whose inscription said Lancia et clav es Domini, and whose custody was a matter of state. But its emotional and symbolic life had moved, or had also come to reside, in the theatre on the hill in Bayreuth, in the music that millions of educated Germans had heard or heard described or heard discussed, in the figure of the holy fool who recovered the spear from the wrong hands and restored it to the right ones. The two locations, the physical and the spiritual, the Schatzkammer and the Bayreuth stage, were drawing together in the German cultural imagination in ways that would have consequences. The consequences belong to the chapters that follow this one, to the chapters about the early 20th century and the politics of possession and the decisions made in the years after the Anschluss. But the drawing together itself, the process by which a physical object and a theatrical idea gradually became aspects of a single cultural symbol, belongs here in the chapter about what imagination does to objects and what objects do in return to the imagination that handles them. Wagner himself did not live to see where the Bayreuth tradition would go. He died on the 13th of February, 1883. The Bayreuth Festival he left behind was a cultural institution of enormous prestige and corresponding danger, an institution that had identified itself with the spiritual renewal of the German nation and that would, across the following decades, become available for appropriation by movements with very particular ideas about what the German nation was and what its renewal required. The spear that Wagner had placed at the center of his sacred drama was, by his death, already a symbol with a cultural life larger than any single work or institution could contain. It was in the theatre and in the treasury and in the critical literature and in the conversation of educated Germans, and it was accumulating from all of these locations simultaneously the weight of associations that it would carry into the century that was about to begin. The relationship between Parsifal and the later German nationalist and eventually National Socialist appropriations of Wagner is one of the most difficult questions in German cultural history, and it is not a question this chapter needs to adjudicate. What can be said, carefully, is that the Wagner tradition gave to the spear's cultural meaning a specific emotional vocabulary, a vocabulary of sacred wound and sacred recovery, and the redemptive function of the right human agent in possession of the right sacred instrument. That was available to be used in contexts far removed from the Grail romance. A vocabulary, once created, is available to those who did not create it, and who may use it in ways the creator would not have authorized or anticipated. The emotional logic of the set Parsifal spear, the logic that said this object heals what it wounded and restores what it damaged, and that its proper custodian is the agent of a larger redemption, was a logic that could be detached from the specifically theatrical and theological context in which Wagner had placed it, and attached to other narratives, other claims, other understandings of wound and restoration. That detachment, and the uses to which it was put, will occupy the chapters ahead. Here it is enough to note the achievement and the risk simultaneously. The achievement of having given to an ancient relic a new imaginative life of extraordinary richness and emotional power, and the risk of having given to a politically charged physical object an emotional vocabulary that could be borrowed by anyone who found in the spear a symbol adequate to their own needs and their own account of what had been wounded and what required healing. Wolfram had given the lance the themes of failure, pity, kingship, wound, silence, and delayed redemption. Wagner had given it sound, stage presence, the weight of a national spiritual drama performed before the cultural leadership of the German-speaking world, and the specific emotional argument that the spear's proper function was redemptive, and that whoever recovered it from wrong custodianship was, in some sense, the agent of a restoration larger than themselves. By 1882, both sets of meanings were resident in the object, alongside the imperial military layer of Lechfeld and the passion layer of the Holy Nail, and the Longinus identification and the inscription that named it, the lance and nail of the Lord. The lance in the glass case in Vienna was, by the close of the 19th century, an object that contained all of this. It contained the Maurice cult and the Ottonian victories and the legal magical authority of the Reichskleinodian and the passion identification and the Grail romance and the Bayreuth sacred drama and the national spiritual imagination of a people who had found in a theatrical spear a symbol of their own wound and their own delayed redemption. No other object in the European tradition had accumulated quite this combination of identities, and none of those identities had displaced the others. They were all present simultaneously in the iron and gold of the object that visitors to the Schatzkammer could see through the glass. In Wolfram's telling, the wound cannot be healed except by the lance itself. The lance is both the instrument of injury and the instrument of recovery. It is the same object, and it is the same act, wounding and healing, and the difference between them is not in the object, but in the readiness of the king who receives it, and the compassion of the agent who bears it. The object bleeds in the procession each night, patient in its dual function, until the question is asked and the healing can begin. This is the logic that Wolfram gave to the spear, and that Wagner amplified into sound and stagecraft, and that the next century would receive and transform and use in ways that neither Wolfram nor Wagner had imagined, and that the object itself, if objects can be said to have a relation to their own accumulated meanings, could not have anticipated. The procession moves through the hall. The lance bleeds. The hall is quiet. The question has not yet been asked. The 20th century did not invent the impulse to investigate the spear. It inherited it. Pilgrims had sought it in Jerusalem in the 4th century. Crusaders had dug for it beneath a cathedral floor in 1098. Imperial curators had catalogued it, inscribed it, repaired it, and given it silver cuffs and gold binding to hold its layers together. What the 20th century added to this long tradition of seeking was a new kind of seeker. Not the pilgrim, not the soldier, not the imperial administrator, but the private scholar, the cultural mythologist, the metallurgist with an X-ray instrument, and the popular writer who gathered what all the others had left behind and wove it into a story that millions of people would read. Each of these figures approached the spear from a different direction and with a different set of questions. Each found something, and each found something different, and none of them found the thing they were looking for in the form they had expected to find it. That pattern of approach and partial discovery and residual uncertainty is itself a chapter in the spear's history, as much as any medieval king's possession of it or any crusader's vision of it in a Provençal saint's dream. The century's most unusual seeker was, in almost every respect, Otto Wilhelm Rahn. He was born on the 18th of February 1904 in Michelstadt, in the German state of Hesse, and he grew up in the period of the German Empire's collapse and the Weimar Republic's turbulent formation. The world he came of age in was a world shaped by military defeat, economic instability, and a pervasive cultural appetite for alternative histories, for accounts of the German past that might explain or redeem the confusion of the present. He was not a product of a university faculty or an established scholarly institution in the conventional sense. The description in the documentary record is I, Privic Gelehrter, a private scholar, someone who pursued serious intellectual work outside the institutional frameworks that would otherwise have given his conclusions weight and his methods accountability. This position, between scholarship and private conviction, between academic seriousness and the freedom to follow a thesis wherever it led, shaped everything that came after. Rahn's subject was the intersection of medieval literature, Cathar history, and what he understood as an alternative spiritual tradition running beneath the surface of Orthodox Catholic Christianity. His first book, Kreuzzug gegen den Grals, published in 1933, argued that the Cathars of the Languedoc and the Grail legend of Wolfram von Eschenbach were connected, that the fortress of Montsegur in the foothills of the Pyrenees was the Grail castle of Wolfram's romance, and that the treasure said to have been smuggled out of Montsegur the night before its fall was a genuine sacred object, the Grail itself in some physical or spiritual form. His second book, Lucifer's Hofgesinde, published in 1937, pushed the same argument further, developing what might be called an esoteric counter-history of the medieval West, in which the Cathar heretics were not deluded, dualists condemned by the Church for good theological reasons, but the custodians of an older, purer, more authentic spiritual tradition that the Roman Church had deliberately exterminated. Whether or not these arguments were correct as history, and mainstream medieval scholarship has found them wanting in important respects, they were arguments that had a specific and powerful appeal in the Germany of the early 1930s. Rahn's books reached readers who were already disposed to look for a German spiritual heritage that lay outside and beneath the Roman Christian tradition, who had been formed by the Wagnerian imagination of the Grail as a Germanic sacred mystery, and who found in the idea of the suppressed Cathar treasure a narrative that combined medieval romance, anti-clerical passion, and the promise that the spiritual center of the German world had not been lost, but only hidden and might still be recovered. One of those readers was Heinrich Himmler, the Reichsführer SS. Himmler's interest in Rahn was not the interest of a disinterested patron of scholarship. The SS under Himmler's leadership had its own program for reconstructing a Germanic spiritual past, articulated through the organization known as the Ahnenerbe, the Ancestral Heritage Bureau, which funded research, expeditions, and publications intended to document and dramatize the glories of the pre-Christian Germanic world. The Ahnenerbe was not a scholarly body in any serious sense. It was an ideological instrument that recruited scholars who might give intellectual respectability to conclusions that had been reached before the research began. Rahn, with his published work on the Cathars and the Grail, his ability to move between medieval textual scholarship and a dramatic narrative of spiritual seeking, and his willingness to work within the framework that Himmler's patronage offered, was a natural acquisition for this program. Rahn joined the SS as a Sturmscharführer in 1936. The patron who facilitated this was Himmler himself. The work that Rahn was expected to perform in exchange for the patronage was the work he had already been doing, but now with institutional support and organizational resources behind it, expeditions to the Pyrenees, specifically to the cave systems and the terrain around Montségur, in search of physical evidence of the Cathar treasure said to have been smuggled out of the fortress on the night of the 15th of March, 1244. The night before the castle fell on the 16th of March, 1244, and its defenders were burned. The treasure's nature was not precisely defined. In Rahn's framing, it might be manuscripts, sacred objects, the Grail itself in some form. The SS framing was similarly loose, but the institutional interest was real. Evidence of a pre-Christian Germanic spiritual tradition housed in the landscape of the Languedoc, at the site of a medieval heresy, recovered by an SS-funded scholar and presented to a regime that needed sacred objects with which to fill the spiritual space it was simultaneously emptying by its destruction of conventional religion. He found nothing publishable. The expeditions to the Pyrenees, conducted in the cave systems and on the mountain terrain that Rahn had been exploring since his earliest visits to the region in the late 1920s and early 1930s, did not produce the physical evidence that the narrative required. The romantic conviction that had shaped the books did not yield the artifact or the manuscript or the physical trace that would have closed the argument. Whatever Rahn found in the landscape, whatever he experienced in the caves, whatever impressions he formed of the relationship between the place and the legend, none of it resolved itself into publishable findings of the kind that could be presented as the scholarly fruit of SS Ahnenerbe patronage. The relationship between Rahn and the institution he had joined was under strain from a direction beyond the failure of the expeditions. Rahn's homosexuality was known within the SS, attested in private SS correspondence, and it placed him in a position of acute vulnerability inside a regime that violently persecuted homosexual men and that had formally intensified its persecution following Himmler's 1937 anti-homosexuality measures. The same institution that had funded his expeditions and given his romantic scholarship an organizational home was also, by its own laws and its own institutional culture, a regime in which his private life constituted a liability that could at any moment become an accusation. The Ahnenerbe's patronage had not placed him outside the reach of the regime's violence. It had placed him inside its administrative structures, where the vulnerability was, if anything, more precisely catalogued and more easily weaponized. He resigned from the SS in February 1939. The official reason given at the time was personal. The resignation was accepted. On the 13th of March 1939, he walked into the Tyrolean Alps near Suhl and Kufstein and died of exposure. The official ruling was suicide. The official ruling is contested. Christian Bernadac, writing in Sur Mystère Otto Rahn in 1978, argued that Rahn had not acted freely. Bernadac proposed that Rahn was either ordered to take his own life under the SS Convention, sometimes described as Sippenhaft, by which compromised members were permitted, or in some accounts required, to choose the manner of their deaths, or that the death was staged and Rahn was killed, and the circumstances arranged to resemble exposure. The proposed motive, in either version of the contested account, was the same. Rahn's homosexuality had become an intolerable liability within the institution, and the institution had resolved the problem by removing him. Neither version can be confirmed from the available documentary record, and neither version can be dismissed from it. The record is genuinely ambiguous. This is not a mystery that yields to further looking. It is an archival refusal, a gap in the record that the available evidence does not fill, and the appropriate response to an archival refusal is not to supply the missing piece from imagination, but to acknowledge the gap and remain with what the record actually contains. What the record contains is this: a man who was born in 1904 in a small German town and who spent his short adult life pursuing a romantic conviction about the medieval past, who found a patron in one of the most violent institutions of the 20th century, who failed to find the physical evidence his conviction required, who resigned from the institution in February 1939, and who was dead a month later at the age of 34. The romance, Wolfram's romance and Rahn's version of it, had not protected him from the institution. The institution had processed him as it processed everything it touched, and when he was no longer useful, or when his continued presence had become a risk, the processing ended in the mountains of Tyrol on a March evening, under circumstances that the official record described as suicide and that contested accounts had described otherwise. The chapter's obligation to Rahn is not to solve the mystery of his death, but to hold his life with the seriousness it deserves. He was a romantic believer who fell foul of the institution he had attached his life to. He pursued a question that medieval scholarship had not answered, and that the Pyrenean landscape had not answered either. He brought to the spear's long history of seekers a particular combination of qualities: genuine learning in medieval literature and Cathar history, a romantic conviction that the past contained a hidden spiritual centre that the present had lost, and a catastrophic misjudgment about the nature of the institution whose patronage he accepted. He did not find the Grail. He did not find the physical evidence that would have closed the argument. He found, instead, the specific vulnerability of being a romantic believer inside a machinery that had no place for romance and no tolerance for the vulnerability his private life created. The relationship between Rahn's work and the Vienna Lance is indirect but present. Rahn's books were about Wolfram and the Cathars and Montsegur, not about the Hofburg Schatzkammer. But the imaginative world his books inhabited was the same imaginative world in which the Vienna Lance had acquired its Grail associations, the Wagnerian world of sacred wound and sacred seeking, of the bleeding lance carried in procession before the suffering king, of the conviction that the physical objects of the medieval past carried within them a spiritual charge that the modern world had lost access to and might, with sufficient seeking, recover. The Ahnenerbe's interest in Rahn was itself a product of this convergence, an institution shaped by the Wagnerian imagination of Germanic spiritual heritage, funding a private scholar whose romantic conviction fitted the narrative the institution needed. The spear in the Schatzkammer, and the spear in the Grail procession, and the spear in Rahn's books were all aspects of the same extended cultural object, the object that the 19th century had made out of a medieval artifact and a theatrical drama and a generation's hunger for sacred meaning. Rahn's death in March 1939 belongs, in its timing, to a moment just before the events that would move the physical spear from Vienna to Nuremberg and make its transfer one of the most clearly documented acts of the early Nazi period. He did not live to see what the institution he had served made of the relic traditions he had devoted his working life to pursuing. The spear would be transferred to Nuremberg in October 1938, before his death, by personal order, documented in the Reichsministerium des Innern files and in the Schatzkammer's own deposit ledgers. Whether Rahn knew of the transfer, Whether he had views about what the regime's possession of the Reichskleinodien meant for the romantic vision that had animated his own work is not recorded. The record does not reach that far into his private mind, and the script does not invent what the record does not contain. The second figure who belongs in this chapter, and who belongs at a considerable distance from Rahn in temperament and method and cultural location, is Trevor Ravenscroft. Ravenscroft was a British author whose book, The Spear of Destiny, was published in 1973 by G.P. Putnam's. The book made a specific and influential claim that a young Adolf Hitler, during the years he spent in Vienna before the First World War, had stood before the Hofburg Lance in the Schatzkammer and experienced what Ravenscroft described as a vision. A recognition of the spear as the talisman of his future career. The book attributed this account to Walter Stein, an Austrian anthroposophist whom Hitler was said to have known during his Vienna years, and it presented the episode as the private ignition point of Hitler's sense of historical destiny. Walter Stein was a real person. His anthroposophical writings on spiritual history are documented, and his connection to the tradition of thought associated with Rudolf Steiner is part of the intellectual record of early 20th century Vienna. What cannot be established from the available evidence is the conversation or the account that Ravenscroft attributed to him. The claim that Hitler stood before the Hofburg Lance and experienced a vision of his own destiny is not corroborated by any independent primary source. Hitler's own writings, including Mein Kampf and the records of his private conversations compiled in the Eastische Gespräch, do not mention the spear. The silence in Hitler's own record is not proof that the episode did not occur, since people do not always write about everything that matters to them, but it is a significant absence given the claim being made. Ravenscroft's methodology complicated the evidentiary picture further. He claimed in interviews that he had received part of Stein's account through psychic communication after Stein's death. This is not a claim that lends itself to ordinary historical verification, and it places the 1908 Hofburg episode in a category that requires careful handling. Ravenscroft is not a primary witness to Hitler's inner life. He is not a biographer working from a documented interview record. He is a writer who combines Stein's documented anthroposophical framework with Steiner-adjacent currents, post-war appetite for an explanation of Nazi evil that went beyond the ordinary categories of political history, Wagnerian reception, and what the source briefing describes as a 20th century compound of several distinct traditions of thought. The result was a narrative of extraordinary cultural influence, a book that shaped how the Anglo-American world thought about Hitler and the spear for several decades, and that generated a tradition of popular historical writing about Nazi occultism that continues to the present. The cultural importance of what Ravenscroft made is not in dispute. The book matters as an artifact of how the 20th century processed the spear's accumulated meanings, as a document of the post-war appetite for a symbolically adequate account of what had happened in Germany, as a piece of evidence about how ancient objects become available to serve the imaginative needs of later ages. What it is not is reliable primary evidence for Hitler's actual inner life, or for the specific claim that the Hofburg Lance was the private talisman of the Nazi program. That claim requires primary source support that is not there. The responsible formulation is the one the source briefing offers. Ravenscroft made the 1908 Hofburg episode famous. The episode belongs to the 20th century mythology of the spear. It cannot be independently verified. The claim that Ravenscroft built his book around is also, in its specific supernatural form, a construction without medieval or Wagnerian precedent. The assertion that whoever holds the spear of destiny holds the destiny of the world, and that whoever loses it perishes within hours, is not a claim that appears in the Legenda Aurea, or in the chronicles of the First Crusade, or in the Reichskleinodian tradition, or in Wolfram's Parzival, or in Wagner's libretto. It is a 20th century construction, built from the materials that the earlier traditions had accumulated, but assembled into a form that none of those traditions had produced. It is modern myth using medieval material, and the distinction matters because the distinction preserves the integrity of the individual traditions from which it borrows. Traditions that are interesting and important and historically significant on their own terms, without the supernatural framework that Ravenscroft applied to them. The phrase "spear of destiny" itself belongs to this category. It is the language of 20th century reception, not the neutral name of an ancient object. The Hofburg lance was the Heilige Lanzeck, the Holy Lance, the lance and nail of the Lord, the lance of St. Maurice, one of the Reichsgrenadieren. It accumulated all of these identities across centuries of actual institutional and devotional history. The identity of the Spear of Destiny, with all the specific supernatural claims that phrase carries, was added to it in 1973 by a British author, drawing on a tradition of anthroposophical speculation and post-war occult historical writing. That addition is part of the spear's reception history, part of what the object has come to mean in the cultural world that handles it, and it deserves to be taken seriously as such, situated at its correct historical moment and attributed to its actual sources. 65 years after Ravenscroft published his book, and 65 years after its claims entered the wider cultural circulation of the spear story, a rather different kind of investigator approached the Vienna lance. In January 2003, the Schatzkammer permitted a metallurgical analysis of the object conducted by Robert Feather, a metallurgist, for a Discovery Channel documentary. The methods Feather used were non-invasive, X-ray and X-ray fluorescence analysis, techniques that could examine the material composition and structure of the object without disturbing it physically. This was, in the long history of the spear's investigation, a methodological novelty. The pilgrims who had venerated it in Jerusalem in the 4th century had investigated it through devotion. The Crusaders who had dug for it at Antioch had investigated it through revelation and excavation. The imperial curators who had added the gold and silver cuffs and the binding and the inscription had investigated it through tradition and institutional authority. Feather investigated it through metallurgy. His dating of the iron of the spearhead placed it in the 7th century. This was a significant finding in the specific sense that it narrowed the material window considerably. An object whose iron dates to the 7th century cannot be the physical weapon of the 1st century. The gap between the date of the iron and the date of the event the tradition associates it with is 6 centuries, a gap that the physical evidence alone cannot close. Feather also identified something more specific and more contested, a small iron pin embedded in the spearhead, encased in gold and silver bands, which he suggested was consistent in length and shape with a 1st century Roman nail. Feather did not claim that the pin was a 1st century Roman nail, or that it was a fragment of the true cross, or that it proved the Passion tradition. He suggested that it was consistent with such an object, which is a narrower and more honest claim, a claim that holds open a possibility without asserting that the possibility has been realized. The pin was not independently dated. The finding about the pin therefore remains at the level of morphological observation rather than chronological determination. Its consistency with a 1st century Roman nail is a finding about shape and dimension, not about age or origin or the chain of custody that would connect it to the events of the Passion. Without independent dating of the pin, the morphological observation cannot be converted into a provenance claim, and the Passion tradition cannot be confirmed or refuted on the basis of this analysis alone. The Kunsthistorisches Museum's own dating of the object places it in the 8th century, identifying it as a Carolingian winged lance, repaired and altered over subsequent centuries, with later silver and gold cuffs added at various points in its institutional history. The gap between Feather's 7th century dating and the museum's 8th century dating is relatively narrow in the context of the object's full history, and both datings agree on the essential point: the Vienna lance is materially medieval. Neither dating places the iron in the 1st century. Neither dating confirms or refutes the possibility that an embedded element might preserve an older tradition. The two analyses differ slightly in their specific conclusions about the iron, and they differ more substantially in what Feather proposed about the pin, but they converge on the settled fact that the physical object as it now exists is a product of the early medieval period, not of the Roman 1st century. What Feather's investigation added to the spear's long history of investigation was not a resolution of the authentication question. It added a precise material date for the iron, a contested observation about the embedded pin, and a methodological precedent for subjecting the object to the kind of analysis that had not previously been applied to it. It also added Feather himself to the list of investigators, and in doing so it placed the spear, briefly, in the register of contemporary scientific inquiry, rather than the register of devotion or folklore or institutional authority. The glass case in the Schatzkammer returned the object to its usual condition of institutional custody and restricted access, and the questions that Feather's analysis had opened remained open, as they had remained open through every previous investigation. Three investigators then: Rahn, Ravenscroft, Feather. Three different methods: romantic scholarship in the service of an esoteric conviction, popular historical writing in the service of a post-war cultural mythology, and non-invasive metallurgical analysis in the service of a documentary commission. Three different relationships to the object. Rahn was drawn to the object's Grail associations through Wolfram and the Cathar connection, without apparently placing the Vienna lance at the center of his personal investigation. Ravenscroft placed the Vienna lance at the absolute center of his narrative, making it the hinge on which the history of the 20th century turned. Feather placed it at the center of a technical investigation, whose conclusions were more modest and more precise than either of his predecessors had produced. Each of them found something, and none of them found the thing in the form they had set out to find. Rahn sought the physical evidence of a sacred tradition in the Pyrenean landscape, and found instead the limits of the landscape's willingness to yield what the conviction required. Ravenscroft sought the inner life of a catastrophic historical figure, and found instead a story whose emotional power was very great, and whose evidential basis was very thin. Feather sought the material date of an iron spearhead, and found a 7th century object with an embedded pin of uncertain provenance, and a morphological consistency with a 1st century Roman nail that the available dating methods could not confirm. This is the pattern that the spear imposes on its investigators, and it is a pattern worth reflecting on as this chapter draws toward its close. The object is genuinely old, genuinely significant as an institutional and devotional artifact, and genuinely beyond the reach of the specific claims that the various traditions of investigation have wanted to make about it. It is old enough to have been venerated in Jerusalem in the 4th century, old enough to have been carried before the army at Lechfeld in 955, old enough to have been inscribed with the words that named it the lance and nail of the Lord. It is not old enough, on the material evidence, to be the weapon of the 1st century. The gap between what it is and what the tradition wants it to be is the space that every investigator has entered, and in which every investigator has eventually found that the evidence does not quite reach. That gap is not a failure of investigation, it is the condition of the object. The spear has always existed in this condition, between the claim made for it and the evidence available to support the claim, between the devotional significance that generations of custodians and venerators have invested in it, and the material facts of iron and gold, and the datings that place those materials in the early medieval period. The condition is not something that better methods or more determined seeking will resolve. It is constitutive of what the object is, part of the nature of a relic tradition whose meaning has never been fully dependent on the material authentication of the object, and has always been partly about something else, the act of seeking itself, the relationship between the seeker and the object sought, the question of what it means to look for a physical trace of a sacred event, and what it means to keep looking when the trace remains always just beyond the reach of proof. Rahn walked into the Tyrolean Alps in March 1939 and did not return. Ravenscroft wrote his book and published it in 1973, and it shaped 2 generations of popular understanding of the spear's history. Feather conducted his analysis in January 2003 and produced findings that narrowed the material window without closing the larger question. The glass case in Vienna held its object through all of this, through the seeking and the writing and the X-ray beams passing through the iron, and it holds it still. The investigators move through the room and make their observations and return to the world, and the lance remains in the case. Materially medieval, institutionally ancient, devotionally charged, and as resistant to final determination as it was when the first pilgrim noted it in a Jerusalem itinerary in the 4th century. The question of what drives people to keep looking is, in one sense, easy to answer, and in another sense, not answerable at all. The easy answer is that the object's claimed connection to the most significant event in the Christian tradition is a connection of enormous cultural and spiritual weight, and that any physical trace of such an event would be a finding of proportionate importance, and that the possibility of such a finding, however remote the material evidence makes it, is sufficient to motivate continued investigation. The harder answer is that the seeking is not always primarily about authentication, that what the investigators are looking for is not always a proof that the object is what the tradition says it is, but something more diffuse and more personal, a contact with the past that ordinary life does not provide, a relationship with the weight of accumulated history that the glass case in the Schatzkammer makes visible but not fully accessible, an answer to the question of what the wound means, and whether anything in the present world stands in the same relation to it that the lance stood in on the afternoon described in one verse of one gospel 2,000 years ago. That question, which is the question the first chapter of this documentary placed at the beginning, and which every chapter has carried forward in its own way, is not a question that Rahn answered, or that Ravenscroft answered, or that Feather answered. It is not a question that the Schatzkammer answers, or the inscription on the lance, or the 7th century date of the iron, or the morphological consistency of the embedded pin with a 1st century Roman nail. It is a question that the object holds rather than answers, as it has always held it, in the same condition of sustained readiness that Wolfram described when he wrote the bleeding lance into the procession of the Grail Castle, present, patient, bleeding in the hall each night, waiting for the question that would release what it carries. The question has not yet been asked. The hall is quiet. The investigators have gone home. The object in the glass case is not large. It rests in the Kunsthistorisches Museum's treasury, the Hofburg Schatzkammer in Vienna, displayed as one of the Reichskleinodien, the imperial regalia of the Holy Roman Empire, and its dimensions are those of a working military instrument rather than those of a ceremonial showpiece. The iron blade is the core of it. Around it, binding it, are the gold and silver cuffs that successive custodians added across the medieval centuries, repairs and additions and expressions of institutional care that layered the original iron in materials whose softness was a deliberate contrast to the hardness of what they enclosed. The inscription on the object names it Lancia et clavi vises Domini, the lance and nail of the Lord. It does not whisper. It does not glow. It sits in its case in the ordinary fluorescence of a museum room, and the visitor looks at it through glass, and the glass gives nothing away. What a visitor in January 2003 would have seen was substantially what any visitor sees today: the same iron, the same cuffs, the same inscription. But in that month, for a brief period, the object was subjected to a kind of attention it had not previously received in the long record of its custody. Robert Feather, a metallurgist, conducted a non-invasive analysis of the lance at the commission of a Discovery Channel documentary production. The methods he used were X-ray and X-ray fluorescence, techniques that send radiation through an object and read the return signal, techniques that can map the internal structure and elemental composition of a material without touching it, without disturbing it, without requiring that the case be opened or the object handled, or the centuries of accumulated institutional care be set aside for the duration of the examination. The lance was investigated from the outside, through its own surfaces, by a technology that the medieval curators who had made it could not have imagined, and that the pilgrims who had venerated it in Jerusalem could not have imagined either. Feather's analysis produced several findings, and they require to be stated carefully and in the order in which they can bear the weight that is placed on them. The first and most straightforwardly significant finding was a date for the iron of the spearhead itself. Feather's analysis placed the iron in the 7th century. This is a date that speaks plainly to the authentication question, not by resolving it, but by specifying the material boundary within which any resolution would have to occur. An iron dated to the 7th century is an iron produced approximately 600 years after the events of the 1st century that the Passion tradition associates with the spear. 600 years is not a small gap. It cannot be bridged by institutional continuity of the kind that might connect an object made in 1 century to a custody tradition that extended back to an earlier one. An iron of the 7th century is an iron of the 7th century, and no amount of veneration before or after that date changes the material fact of when the iron was made. The second finding was more complex and has remained more contested. Feather identified, within the spearhead, a small iron pin, encased in gold and silver bands, embedded in the body of the lance in a way that distinguished it from the main iron of the blade. The pin was a separate element, incorporated into the object at some point in its custodial history, and the physical form of its encasement, the gold and silver bands holding it in place, suggested that whoever had incorporated it had done so with deliberate care, treating it as a special object within the object, something worth preserving and protecting within the larger artifact that housed it. Feather's observation about this pin was specific in what it claimed and careful in what it did not claim. He suggested that the pin was consistent in length and shape with a 1st century Roman nail. He did not say that it was a 1st century Roman nail. He did not say that it was a fragment of the true cross, or a part of the instrument of the crucifixion. He said that its dimensions and form were consistent with such an object, which is a morphological observation, a statement about shape and size relative to a category of comparable objects, not a statement about age or provenance or the chain of custody that would be necessary to connect the pin to any specific historical event. The pin was not independently dated. This is a fact that must sit directly alongside Feather's observation about its morphology, because without independent dating, the observation cannot be converted into a provenance claim. A pin that is consistent in shape with a 1st century Roman nail might be a 1st century Roman nail. It might also be a nail of a different century that shares the proportions of 1st century Roman nails, because the proportions of nails are not uniquely determinative of their period of manufacture. The morphological consistency is a real observation about real dimensions, but it cannot do the evidential work of a date. Without the date, the pin remains what the X-ray found it to be, a small iron object inside a larger iron object, carefully preserved, of uncertain age and origin, whose form is compatible with, but not proven to be an artifact of the 1st century. The inscription on the lance, Lancia LAC, clave vias Domini, the lance and the nail of the Lord, had always contained within it the suggestion that the object was understood to incorporate 2 distinct sacred elements, a lance and a nail, the nail being associated by tradition with a fragment of one of the nails of the crucifixion. The embedded pin that Feather identified is, in all probability, the physical object to which this double tradition refers, the element that gave the inscription its dual character, the reason the object was understood to be both lance and nail rather than lance alone. In that sense, Feather's finding was not a discovery of something previously unknown to the tradition, but a material confirmation of something the tradition had always asserted, that there was a nail inside the lance, an older relic preserved within the newer housing. What the analysis could not confirm was the tradition's further claim about that nail, that it was not merely old, but specifically 1st century, not merely a nail, but specifically one of the instruments of the Passion. The Kunsthistorisches Museum's own dating of the object does not depend on Feather's analysis, and does not precisely agree with it. The museum's position, based on the accumulated art historical and metallurgical scholarship applied to the Reichskleinodion over many years of institutional study, places the lance in the 8th century, a century later than Feather's date for the iron. The museum identifies the object as a Carolingian winged lance, and Carolingian in this context means the period associated with the Frankish dynasty that reached its greatest extent under Charlemagne, a dynasty whose political and cultural fluorescence belongs to the late 8th and early 9th centuries. The lance, in the museum's account, has been repaired and altered across subsequent centuries, with the silver and gold cuffs representing additions made at different points in its institutional life. A layering of material that the eye can partly read in the visible stratigraphy of the object's surface. The gap between Feather's 7th century date and the museum's 8th century date is, measured in absolute years, not very large. A century, in the context of an object whose claimed history spans 2,000 years, is a relatively modest discrepancy, but the difference matters at the level of method and interpretation. Feather's analysis was focused on the elemental composition of the iron as revealed by X-ray fluorescence, a technique that can speak to the chemical character of the metal, but whose relationship to absolute chronological dating involves assumptions and comparisons that are themselves subject to uncertainty. The museum's dating draws on a broader scholarly context, the comparison of the object's form and manufacturing technique with the corpus of comparable early medieval weapons and regalia, the reading of the object within the tradition of Carolingian royal and imperial equipment. Each method brings different kinds of evidence to bear, and neither method is without its limitations, and the two methods have not converged on a single date. What they have converged on is the settled fact that matters most for the authentication question. The Vienna lance is materially medieval. Both Feather's 7th century date and the museum's 8th century date say the same essential thing. The iron of this spear was made in the early medieval period, in the centuries after the fall of Rome, and before the formation of the high medieval Christian world, in the period when the Carolingian Empire was the dominant political framework of Western Europe, and when the traditions of sacred kingship and the sacralization of military objects were beginning to take the institutional forms that would eventually produce the Reichskleine Dian. That is what the metal remembers. Not the 1st century, not the afternoon described in one verse of one gospel. The metal remembers the 7th or the 8th century, depending on which analysis one follows, and the gap between that century and the 1st century is not something that further analysis of the iron can close. The question of whether the embedded pin might preserve something older is not closed by this convergence, and it would be inaccurate to represent it as closed. The pin was not independently dated, and until it is independently dated, it remains a physical element of the object whose age and origin are genuinely uncertain, in a way that the age of the surrounding iron is somewhat less uncertain. The tradition that placed a nail inside the lance was a tradition that understood itself to be incorporating an older element into a later housing, and that understanding was not obviously wrong simply because it cannot be proven to be right. Medieval reliquary practice regularly involved the encasing of older materials within newer housings, the preservation of fragments from earlier periods within the material frameworks of a later institutional order. The lance and nail tradition may be exactly this, a 7th or 8th century iron housing built around a nail whose age and provenance the custodians of the time believed to be very much older, whether or not their belief was materially accurate. This is the condition of the object, as the analysis left it in 2003, and it is the condition in which it remains. An iron that dates to the 7th or 8th century, containing an embedded pin of uncertain age, whose morphology is consistent with, but not proven to be that of a 1st century Roman nail, encased in gold and silver bands added by medieval custodians who understood themselves to be preserving something sacred, bearing an inscription that names the object as both lance and nail, displayed in a glass case in the Imperial Treasury of a European capital, visited by scholars and tourists and people who stand before the case for reasons they might find difficult to articulate. None of these elements cancels any of the others. The medieval date of the iron does not erase the devotional history of the object. The devotional history does not manufacture a 1st century date for the iron. The morphological observation about the pin does not prove the Passion tradition. The unproven state of the Passion tradition does not prove that the pin is not what the tradition says it is. Each element of the analysis stands in its proper place, and the proper place of each element is alongside the others, in the state of unresolved coexistence that the evidence actually supports. The institutional posture of the museum, as custodian of the Reichskleine is one of scholarly presentation rather than devotional advocacy. The object is catalogued, described, dated, and displayed as a significant artifact of the Holy Roman Imperial tradition, which it indisputably is, without the museum representing itself as the custodian of a proven 1st century relic. This is the appropriate institutional posture, given the state of the evidence, and it is worth noting that it is a posture available to a secular institution in the 21st century in a way that it was not available to the medieval emperors who carried the lance before their armies at Lechfeld and who understood their possession of it as a legal spiritual fact of the first importance. The emperors did not have the option of a skeptical relationship to the object. The museum does, and it exercises that option without drama or apology. The analysis Feather conducted in January 2003 was the first of its kind in the long history of the object's custody. And it is worth pausing on that fact. The lance had been in institutional custody, in one form or another, since at least the 10th century, and in Christian devotional custody for longer than that, if the Jerusalem itineraries of the 4th century are taken to refer to an object in the same tradition. Across those many centuries of custody, the question of the object's material age had not been settled by any method other than tradition and attribution. The medieval emperors knew the lance was ancient because they had received it from predecessors who had received it from predecessors, and the chain of transmission was itself a form of authentication, not a scientific one but an institutional and devotional one. The kind of authentication that a community creates when it agrees to treat an object as significant and passes that agreement forward through time. Feather's X-ray fluorescence analysis was something different, a method that bypassed the chain of transmission and went directly to the material, asking the iron itself what it could say about when it had been made. The iron said, the 7th century. The museum said, the 8th century. The tradition had said, the 1st century. These three answers do not resolve into one, and the script does not resolve them. The appropriate response to three answers that do not resolve is to hold all three in their proper relationship, and to note that the relationship between them is itself informative. The material analysis and the institutional dating agree that the object is medieval. The tradition places it 6 or 7 centuries earlier. The gap between medieval and 1st century is the gap that the tradition has always required the faithful to cross, the gap that pilgrims crossed through devotion, that emperors crossed through institutional authority, that crusaders crossed through revelation and hunger, and the pressure of a siege, and that a metallurgist in 2003 could not close with an X-ray beam. The embedded pin is the single element of the analysis that leaves the question genuinely open rather than simply narrowed. If the pin were independently dated, one of two things would happen. It would date to the early medieval period, consistent with the iron around it, in which case the tradition of a separate older element within the lance would be unsupported by the material evidence, and the authentication question would be correspondingly simplified. Or it would date to the 1st century, in which case the morphological observation would be confirmed as chronologically accurate, and the question of how a 1st century nail came to be embedded in a 7th or 8th century iron blade would become the new centre of the investigation. Requiring an account of the custodial history by which an early relic was preserved within a later housing across the difficult centuries of late antiquity and the early medieval period. Neither outcome would prove the Passion tradition. A 1st century nail inside a 7th century spearhead would prove that there is a very old nail inside a medieval spear. It would not prove, without an independent chain of custody extending back to the 1st century, that the nail was one of the instruments of the crucifixion rather than one of the many 1st century nails that were made and used and lost in the ordinary course of 1st century life. But the pin has not been independently dated. It sits in the spearhead in its encasement of gold and silver bands, and the question of its age remains at the level of morphological consistency rather than chronological determination, and the Schatzkammer holds the object in its case. And the analysis of 2003 is the most recent systematic investigation of the material, and nothing in the period since that analysis has changed the terms of the question. There is a particular quality to the uncertainty that surrounds an object like this, an uncertainty that is not the uncertainty of ignorance, but the uncertainty of a question that has been approached from many directions and that remains open, not because no one has looked carefully enough, but because the question is, at its centre, one that the available methods cannot fully answer. The pilgrims who noted the spear in Jerusalem in the 4th century were not ignorant of the question of its age. They simply resolved it by faith rather than by metallurgy, which was the only resolution available to them, and which was consistent with the broader practice of a devotional tradition that has never required its objects to pass a material science test before they are permitted to mean something. The medieval emperors who inscribed the lance with the words that named it the lance and nail of the Lord were not ignorant of the question either. They resolved it by institutional authority, by the accumulated weight of a tradition that stretched back through their predecessors and that they were extending forward into their own reigns. Feather resolved it, to the extent that he resolved it at all, by measurement, which is the only resolution available to a metallurgist and which produced the most precisely dated and the most limited answer of the three. Each resolution is honest within its own framework. Each framework has limits. The limits are what the glass case makes visible, in the sense that the glass case makes everything about the object visible that can be made visible by looking, and what it also holds back, because the glass case holds back the age of the pin and the 1st century origin of the iron and the chain of custody that the Passion tradition requires and that the material evidence cannot supply. Looking at the lance through the glass is looking at an object that makes an enormous claim and that holds the evidence for that claim inside itself, in the 7th or 8th century iron and the undated pin and the gold and silver bands that have always told the tradition story in metal rather than words. The inscription speaks plainly, the lance and the nail of the Lord. The analysis speaks plainly, the iron of the 7th or 8th century. The pin declines to speak at all, pending a dating that has not been conducted. The three voices occupy the same object and do not agree, and the object rests in its case in the ordinary light of a museum room, patient with the questions that have surrounded it for 17 centuries of documented veneration, patient with the investigators who have stood before it and asked those questions and returned to the world without the answers they came for, patient in the way that very old objects are patient, because patience is the condition of their survival, and because the questions the living bring to them are not questions. The objects themselves are capable of answering. What the metal remembers is the 7th or 8th century. What the tradition remembers is the 1st century. What the pin carries, if it carries anything, remains unconfirmed. The distance between the 7th century and the 1st century is 600 years of Roman history, late antique history, early Christian history, the transformation of an empire and the formation of a church and the development of the relic tradition that would eventually produce the pilgrim routes and the crusades and the imperial regalia in which this object found its most durable institutional home. That distance is not nothing. Neither is the distance between the 7th and the 8th century, small as it looks against the span of the larger claim. Precision is part of what the analysis offered, and the precision should be respected, which means holding the two dating conclusions as distinct rather than collapsing them into a single comfortable medieval, even as their agreement on the essential point, that the iron is medieval and not 1st century, is the settled fact on which the authentication question ultimately rests. The glass case does not resolve the question, the X-ray did not resolve the question, the inscription did not resolve the question. The chain of custody, stretching from the first attested Jerusalem notice in the 4th century, through the Ottoman centuries and the Holy Roman centuries and the Anschluss and the Nuremberg Vault and the January 1946 return to Austria, did not resolve the question. What all of these things together have done is produce an object of extraordinary complexity and depth, an object that carries within it more history than any single framework of investigation can contain. An object whose meanings are not exhausted by the material date of its iron or by the morphological observation about its embedded pin, or by the long institutional narrative that placed it in the Schatzkammer where it rests today. The iron remembers the 7th or 8th century. The institution remembers the 10th century and the Battle of Lechfeld, and the long succession of emperors who held the object as the legal spiritual warrant of their authority. The devotional tradition remembers the 1st century, or claims to remember it, which amounts to the same thing in the history of what this object has meant and done and been asked to bear across 2,000 years of accretion. The pin in the center of the spear, encased in its careful binding, remembers nothing it will yet tell us. It waits, as relics have always waited, for the question that might release what it holds, or for the confirmation that it holds, nothing beyond what the metal itself has always held, the century of its making, and the silence that preceded it, and the centuries of meaning that came after. The morning of the 12th of March 1938 did not begin as a ceremonial occasion. German troops crossed the Austrian border in the early hours, a movement of military personnel and vehicles across a frontier that had, until that moment, separated two sovereign states, and the crossing was not preceded by any formal declaration of war because no war was required, because the Austrian government had already indicated that it would not resist, because the political conditions of the preceding months had made resistance an option that had effectively ceased to exist before the troops began to move. The Anschluss, the annexation of Austria into the German Reich, was accomplished in the hours that followed, and the object in the Hofburg Schatzkammer, the Heilige Lanze, the Reichskleine Dian of the Holy Roman Imperial tradition, passed from Austrian custody into the custody of a state that had ceased to distinguish itself from Germany. 3 days after the border crossing, on the 15th of March 1938, Hitler addressed a crowd at the Heldenplatz in Vienna. The Heldenplatz, the hero's square, is the broad ceremonial space at the heart of the old imperial city, flanked by the exterior wings of the Hofburg palace complex, the building whose treasury held the lance, building whose architecture had been conceived by the Habsburg emperors as a statement of dynastic permanence. The crowd that gathered on the 15th of March was very large. The address was a declaration of incorporation, a public announcement of what the border crossing had already accomplished, spoken from a position that placed the speaker in the geographical and visual center of the imperial tradition he was annexing. The lance was not brought out for the occasion. The Schatzkammer did not open its cases for public display of the regalia, but the proximity of the Hofburg to the address, the fact that the Imperial Treasury was standing in the background of the scene as a physical fact, belongs to the record of what happened in Vienna in March 1938, and to the broader question of what the transfer of the Reichskleinodien meant in the months that followed. That transfer was ordered in October 1938. By personal order of Hitler, the Reichskleinodien, the collection of imperial objects that included the Hofburg lance, were removed from the Schatzkammer and transported to Nuremberg. The order is documented in the records of the Reichsministerium des Innen and in the deposit ledgers of the Schatzkammer itself. It is one of the most clearly attested events in the entire history of the lance's custody. The object had moved before across the centuries of its institutional life, moved between cities and between custodians, moved under conditions of political transition and military danger. But those earlier movements belonged to the administrative history of the Holy Roman Empire and to the various negotiations between emperors and cities about where the regalia should reside. The October 1938 transfer was different in character from those earlier movements, because the authority ordering it was different in character from the authorities who had ordered earlier transfers, and because the destination to which the lance was sent was different in character from the cities and churches and treasury rooms that had held it before. The destination was Nuremberg. The lance was placed in St. Catherine's Church, a late medieval structure in the Old City, a building whose Gothic fabric was consonant with the architectural register that the Nazi regime associated with German tradition and German spiritual identity. Nuremberg had been designated the Reich's spiritual capital in the ideological geography of the regime, the city of the party rallies, the city whose medieval streets and guild houses and churches had been made to carry the weight of a nationalist historical narrative that reached back past the Reformation and past the Reformation's disruptions into an imagined continuity of German culture and German faith. Placing the Reichskleinodien in Nuremberg was, in that context, a declaratory act. The Holy Roman objects, the lance and the crown and the orb and the rest, belonged in the city that the regime had appointed as the material expression of what it understood Germany to be and to have always been. They remained in St. Catherine's Church until late 1944, when the condition of the war made their presence there insecure. Allied bombing had transformed the strategic situation of German cities, and the preservation of irreplaceable objects required that they be moved from surface buildings into something more sheltered from the aerial destruction that was progressively reducing the built fabric of German urban life. The Reichskleinodien were removed to a vault beneath the city, to the Paniersplatz vault, a subterranean space that offered the physical protection that a church, however solidly built, could no longer be relied upon to provide. The war continued above it, and the city of Nuremberg, which the regime had made into its symbolic capital, absorbed the consequences of the strategic decisions that had made that city a target. The transfer is historical. The subsequent move to the vault is known. What the transfer does not, by itself, establish is the inner significance that the regime or its leader attached to the object being transferred. The documentation records the movement of a collection of imperial objects from one city to another by administrative order. It does not record a theology. It does not record a conviction about the supernatural properties of the objects being moved. It does not record whether the lance was understood as a dynastic trophy, as a national symbol, as a sacred instrument with active power, or simply as an important cultural possession whose location the Reich had the right to determine once it had absorbed the state that previously held it. These are distinct possibilities, and they are not equally supported by the available evidence, and the script must be careful not to allow the dramatic circumstances of the transfer to supply the interpretive weight that the documents themselves do not carry. The cultural soil in which the transfer took place is, however, real and describable. The late 19th century had produced, through Wagner's Parsifal and through the broader German nationalist reception of the medieval past, a set of associations between the spear, sacred German kingship, spiritual power, and national destiny that were available to any educated German of the period, and that had been absorbed into the cultural atmosphere of nationalist politics in the decades before 1933. The Hofburg lance, by 1938, was not merely an object in a museum case. It was an object that a significant part of the German cultural tradition had invested with symbolic meaning, an object that the Wagnerian reception had placed in a register of wounded kingship and healing power, an object that romantic nationalism had connected to the legitimacy of German imperial authority. The transfer of that object to the spiritual capital of the new Reich was, at minimum, a culturally informed act, an act that took place within a framework of associations that were well established in the tradition the regime was drawing on. But the claim that goes beyond this, the claim that the regime believed the lance to be a supernatural instrument of world destiny, that its possession conferred literal dominion and its loss would bring literal catastrophe, that the transfer to Nuremberg was motivated by an esoteric theology rather than by the ordinary combination of nationalist symbolism and political assertion, rests on a different order of evidence, and that evidence is substantially weaker than the documentation of the transfer itself. Hitler's own writings, the published text of Mein Kampf, and the recorded conversations of the Tischgespräch do not mention the spear. The documentation of the transfer does not mention supernatural properties. The administrative record is the administrative record of an administrative decision, and what lies beneath the decision in the way of private conviction or esoteric belief is not, at this distance, available to the historical record in any form that would allow a serious treatment to assert it as fact. The transfer, then, stands as a documented historical event whose full meaning is available to us only in part. What we can say is that the Nazi regime removed the Reichskleinodier, including the lance, from Vienna to Nuremberg in October 1938 by personal order, that the order was documented, that Nuremberg had been given the role of the Reich's spiritual capital, and that the cultural associations of the lance within German nationalist and Wagnerian tradition were available to and understood by the regime. What we cannot say is what the regime understood itself to be doing in a theological or esoteric sense, because the documentation does not tell us that, and the tradition that claims to tell us that is a tradition whose evidential basis the previous chapter of this series examined and found to be something other than primary historical testimony. The lance was in the vault at Paniasplatz when the attention of the regime turned, in a separate register of its activity, to a castle in Westphalia that had been undergoing a slow transformation since 1934. Heinrich Himmler had taken out a lease on the Wewelsburg, a Renaissance castle in Westphalia, in 1934. The Wewelsburg is a triangular structure, its three towers marking the corners of the triangle, set on a ridge above the Almy Valley in the landscape of the North German plain, a landscape that is neither dramatic nor obviously symbolic, simply the ordinary countryside of a region with a long history of small towns and farmland and the accumulated fabric of rural German life. The castle itself is a 16th century building, its architecture belonging to the Renaissance rather than to the high medieval period, although its setting on a natural promontory and its tower configuration give it a silhouette that reads as older than its actual construction date, quality that the SS made use of when they chose to associate the building with a deeper German past than the 16th century could literally supply. The initial purpose assigned to the Wewelsburg was described as an SS officers' school. This was, in the first years of the lease, a relatively straightforward institutional designation, a building set aside for the education and training of officers of the Schutzstaffel. The organization that Himmler led, and that was in the process of expanding its role from a protective corps into something more like a state within the state, an organization with its own courts, its own intelligence services, its own military formations, and its own ideological program. An officers' school required buildings, and the Wewelsburg provided them, and the association of the organization with a castle rather than with the more utilitarian structures that might have served the same practical function. Was itself a statement of self-understanding? The SS was not merely an administrative body, but something more ancient and more honored in its own self-presentation, something that belonged in a castle rather than in a barracks. From 1938 onwards, the plans for the Wewelsburg expanded considerably beyond the initial officers' school designation. Himmler's vision for the building grew into something more architecturally ambitious, and the ambition was connected to the broader ideological program that the SS had developed across the preceding years, a program that involved the construction of a new order, in the literal sense of a fraternal order modeled on the medieval knightly orders that German Romanticism had invested with mystical significance, an order that would serve as the spiritual and racial elite of the Reich, and that would require, in Himmler's conception, an appropriate material setting for its ceremonies and its hierarchy. The expanded plan included a Reichsführer SS school, a mausoleum planned for the highest ranks of the order, and a program of architectural ritualization that centered on the north tower of the castle, the Nordturm, the structure that stood at the apex of the triangular plan, and that was to become the symbolic and ceremonial heart of the institution. The North Tower was the focus of the most intensive architectural work, and within it 2 rooms were given the forms that subsequent decades would make famous in the literature of Nazi occultism, not because those rooms were used for ceremonies, but because their physical form invited speculation about what ceremonies they might have been built to house. The lower room, known as the Graft, the crypt, was a circular chamber. Around its circumference 12 pedestals were arranged, and at the centre of the floor a sunken well descended into the ground. The Graft was, in its physical arrangement, a space structured for gathering, for the placing of significant objects, or for the reception of significant persons, its 12-fold symmetry evoking, in whatever symbolic register one chose to apply, the 12 knights of an imagined round table, or the 12 apostles of a religious tradition, or the 12 months of a calendrical year, all of these associations available without any of them being definitively authorized by any surviving document about the room's intended function. Above the Graft, in the upper level of the North Tower, the Obergruppenführersaal, the hall of the senior group leaders, was arranged around a different kind of focal element. The floor of this room carried a wheel mosaic, a circular design divided into sections by radiating lines, a form that in the post-war period acquired the name that had not been applied to it during the Nazi era, the name of the Black Sun. The mosaic is, as a physical object, a piece of decorative stonework in a floor. Its symbolic valence in subsequent decades has been very much larger than that description suggests, having been adopted by various post-war esoteric and neo-fascist traditions as a potent emblem. Its 12-fold divisional structure generating associations with runic systems, with SS symbolism, with the solar iconography of earlier Germanic cultures, with all of the registers of pre-Christian and anti-Christian symbol making that the SS Ahnenerbe and related organizations had spent the 1930s attempting to excavate from the German archaeological and mythological record. Neither room was ever used during the Nazi era. This is a fact that the documentary record establishes clearly and that any account of Wewelsburg must state directly, because the physical form of the rooms has generated, in subsequent popular and esoteric literature, an elaborate account of ceremonies that did not take place, of rituals enacted in the Graft around the central well, of senior SS officers gathered in the Obergruppenführersaal around the Black Sun mosaic for purposes that the literature imagines in considerable detail. The rooms were partially completed. The construction work that gave them their forms was carried out under the conditions described in the following paragraphs. But the ceremonies, if they were planned, were never performed in them, and the intended functions of the rooms are not known from any reliable surviving documentation. The absence of surviving documentation about the intended functions is itself a fact that requires careful treatment. It does not mean that the rooms had no intended function, because rooms are designed for purposes, and the purposes of these rooms were evidently unusual enough to require an unusual design. It means that we do not know, from the primary record, what those purposes were. The gap in the documentation is the gap in which post-war mythology grew, filling the unknown with its own inventions, supplying ceremonies and objects and symbolic programs that the surviving record cannot support. The appropriate response to the gap is to describe it as a gap and to resist filling it with the inventions that others have offered in its place. The construction of the Wewelsburg as Himmler envisioned it was not carried out by willing craftsmen or by the ordinary labor arrangements of a civilian building project. It was carried out by prisoners. The Niederhagen concentration camp was established adjacent to the castle to supply the forced labor that the construction program required. Approximately 3,900 prisoners passed through Niederhagen over the course of its operation. Of those, 1,285 recorded deaths occurred. These figures are not background color. They are not the unpleasant context surrounding an otherwise interesting architectural story. They are the central moral and historical fact of Wewelsburg. The fact that any account of the castle must place in the foreground before it says anything about the design of the Graft or the pattern of the mosaic in the Obergruppenführersaal or the symbolic program that Himmler may have intended for his imagined SS order. The forced labor was systematic. The prisoners at Niederhagen worked in conditions that resulted in 1,085 of them not surviving the experience. The castle that Himmler was building, with its circular crypt and its 12 pedestals and its planned mausoleum for the order's highest ranks, was built on the deaths of prisoners who had no choice about their participation in the project. The North Tower's carefully designed geometry, whatever ceremony it was eventually intended to house, was constructed by workers who were not there by any arrangement that recognized their humanity. The gap between the aesthetic ambition of the architectural program and the human cost of its execution is not a paradox that requires resolution. It is a straightforward description of what the institution was and what it did when it had the power to do what it chose. On the 31st of March 1945, with American forces approaching and the military situation of the Reich having moved from catastrophic to terminal, Himmler ordered the castle demolished. The demolition order was executed only partially. The building was damaged but not destroyed, and the structures that had been partially completed, including the North Tower rooms, survived in a form that allowed post-war investigators and subsequently the memorial institution established on the site to document what had been built and to ask the questions about intended function that the surviving documentation cannot fully answer. The castle's partial survival is one of the reasons that the mythology around it continued to develop after 1945. A completely destroyed building would have offered fewer surfaces for speculation. The partially destroyed building offered the floor plan, the physical forms, the mosaic in the floor, and the 12 pedestals in the crypt, all of which were available to the imagination in a way that a pile of rubble would not have been. It is in the context of the Wewelsburg and its North Tower that the question of the lance's destined location enters the historical record, and it enters that record in a form that is notably weaker than the documentation of the October 1938 transfer to Nuremberg. The claim that the Hofburg lance was destined for installation in the Wewelsburg crypt as part of Himmler's planned SS religious ceremonies is associated primarily with the post-war testimony of Walter Schellenberg. Schellenberg served as head of SS Foreign Intelligence, the SD Ausland, and was therefore a senior figure within the organization, a man with access to Himmler's thinking and plans in a way that a more peripheral figure would not have had. His testimony about the lance's intended destination was given in the context of the Nuremberg interrogations of 1945 and 1946, and he returned to the subject in his later memoir, The Aufzeichnungen of 1956. Schellenberg's position and his proximity to the center of SS operations give his testimony a surface plausibility. He is the kind of witness who might have known, who was in a position to know, and whose claim about Himmler's intentions for the lance is at least consistent with what we know about Himmler's broader program for the Wewelsburg and about the symbolic logic of placing the most significant relic of the Holy Roman tradition in the ceremonial heart of the new order. But no primary order to that effect survives. The documentary record that confirmed the October 1938 transfer to Nuremberg with such clarity, the Reichsministerium des Innern files, the Schatzkammer deposit ledgers, the chain of administrative documentation that placed the lance in St. Catherine's Church and subsequently in the Paniersplatz vault contains no corresponding order placing the lance at Wewelsburg. The lance's documented location is Nuremberg, St. Catherine's Church from October 1938, and the Paniersplatz vault from late 1944. There is no documented order, no ledger entry, no administrative record of any kind that places the lance at Wewelsburg at any point during the Nazi era. This is a significant evidential gap. It means that the claim rests on the testimony of a single post-war witness, given in the context of Nuremberg interrogations that created strong incentives for witnesses to provide dramatic and satisfying accounts of SS esoteric activity without corroboration from the primary documentary record. Schellenberg's testimony helped build the post-war image of Wewelsburg as an SS ritual center, an image that subsequent popular and esoteric literature amplified into the picture of a castle designed around the enshrinement of the Passion Relic, with Himmler as a kind of dark grail king presiding over ceremonies of perverse sanctity in the circular crypt that his prisoners built. That image is compelling as a narrative. It is not established as fact by the available documentary evidence. The two positions require to be held alongside one another without resolution. Schellenberg testified, in post-war interrogations and in his subsequent memoir, that the Hofburg lance was destined for the Wewelsburg crypt as part of Himmler's SS religious program. No primary order to that effect survives in the documentary record. The lance's documented location during the Nazi era is Nuremberg, not Wewelsburg, and the chain of custody established by the administrative documentation does not include a Wewelsburg chapter. Whether Himmler intended to bring the lance to Wewelsburg at some future point, whether this was a plan that existed in his mind or an informal discussion but never reached the stage of a documented administrative order, or whether Schellenberg's account is an embellishment of the kind that post-war testimony sometimes produces when the interrogated party understands what the interrogators find interesting, cannot be determined from the evidence currently available. What can be determined is the symbolic logic that would have made the connection coherent within the framework of Himmler's thinking. The Welsberg was conceived as the ceremonial centre of an order that understood itself in terms drawn partly from the medieval knightly tradition, from the Grail romances, from the register of wound and lance and sacred kingship that Wolfram von Eschenbach had assembled in the 13th century and that Wagner had reconstructed for a German nationalist audience in the 19th. The lance, in that symbolic framework, belonged at the centre of the order's ritual geography, in the crypt whose 12 pedestals waited for occupants whose nature the documentation does not specify. The symbolic logic is coherent. It is not, because it is coherent, the same thing as an established historical fact. The Niederhagen prisoners who built the crypt did not build it, so far as the record allows us to know, around the lance. They built it around a well, around 12 pedestals, around an architectural form whose ceremonial intention was never realized during the period of their imprisonment or after. The lance sat in its vault in Nuremberg, while the crypt was built by men who were dying at a recorded rate of 1,285 over the course of the camp's operation. The physical and temporal distance between the Paniersplatz vault and the Niederhagen camp, between the documented location of the object and the documented location of the architectural program that Schellenberg's testimony would have united them, is the distance that the available evidence cannot close. The regime that ordered the transfer to Nuremberg and the regime that built the crypt at Wewelsburg were the same regime. The symbolic program that gave the transfer its cultural meaning and the symbolic program that shaped the architecture of the North Tower drew on the same sources, the same Wagnerian inheritance, the same romantic nationalist investment in the medieval German past, the same ideological framework that made the lance and the crypt and the order and the knightly ceremony all belong to the same imaginative world. But the symbolic coherence of the two programs is not evidence that they were operationally connected by a plan to place the lance in the crypt, and the distinction between symbolic coherence and documented operational connection is a distinction that a serious treatment of the subject must maintain, however much the coherence invites the connection, and however much the connection would satisfy the narrative logic that the symbolic framework supplies. The castle at Welsberg was left partially standing by the demolition order that its builder issued on the 31st of March 1945. The lance was in the vault at Paniersplatz when American forces approached Nuremberg in the spring of 1945. The crypt was built but unused. The 12 pedestals were empty. The well in the centre of the floor descended into the ground, without an object placed above it, without a ceremony conducted around it. Without the Reichskleinodion of the Holy Roman tradition having been brought to it from the city to which the regime had sent them in October 1938. Whether the connection was intended and not yet executed, or intended and never formally ordered, or not intended at all and supplied only by Schellenberg's retrospective account, the vault at Paniersplatz and the crypt at Welsberg are connected in the surviving record only by the symbolic logic of the program that built them both, and by the testimony of a single witness whose account is not corroborated by the documentary trail that would be necessary to confirm it as operational history rather than as intention or embellishment or something in between. The lance waited in the vault. The crypt waited in the castle. The 12 pedestals waited for whatever Himmler had in mind for them, and the well descended into the ground in the circular room that 1,285 recorded deaths had helped to build, and the demolition order of the 31st of March. 1945 could not undo what had already been done beneath the North Tower any more than it could bring back those who had died in doing it, and American forces were already moving through the German landscape toward a city in which an imperial relic sat in a vault that the regime had placed it in 7 years earlier, and the spring of 1945 was moving toward the sequence of events by which the hidden objects would be found, and the question of where to send them would become, for a brief period, the concern of a German-born art historian in American uniform whose name would eventually be attached to the account of what happened next. There are 5 questions that this history cannot answer, and the discipline of attending to them carefully requires that we name them directly, present what the evidence on each side actually consists of, and then sit with the condition that remains when the evidence has been fully considered and the resolution has not arrived. This is not a failure of the documentary method. It is the documentary method applied to material where the record itself is genuinely ambiguous, where witnesses disagree, where primary documentation is absent or contested, where the gap between what happened and what was later said to have happened has been filled by testimony that cannot be independently corroborated. The 5 questions are not equally weighted in their importance to the historical record, and they are not equally weighted in the degree of ambiguity that surrounds them, but they share the quality of being genuinely open, genuinely disputed by serious people with access to the same evidence, and genuinely resistant to the kind of resolution that would allow a careful account to say, this is what happened, this is settled, we may move forward. The first question concerns the Wewelsburg crypt and the lance. The claim is Walter Schellenberg's. Schellenberg served as head of SS Foreign Intelligence, the SD Ausland, and was therefore positioned within the hierarchy of the organization to have had access to Himmler's thinking about the Wewelsburg and its intended functions. His testimony about the Hofburg lance and its destined location was not made in passing. He raised the matter in the Nuremberg interrogations of 1945 and 1946 and returned to it in his later memoir, The Aufzeichnungen, published in 1956. The claim, in its substance, is that the Hofburg lance, the Heilige Lanze of the Reichskleinodien, was destined for installation in the Wewelsburg crypt, the circular chamber with its 12 pedestals and its sunken central well. As part of Himmler's planned SS religious ceremonies, the ceremonial program that the architecture of the North Tower had been designed to house, the symbolic coherence of this claim is not in question. The Wewelsburg was conceived as the ceremonial centre of an order that understood itself in terms drawn from the medieval knightly tradition, from the Grail romances, from the register of sacred kingship and wounding lance, that the German cultural inheritance had elaborated across 7 centuries from Wolfram von Eschenbach through Wagner. The lance, within that symbolic framework, would belong at the centre of the order's ritual geography. The 12 pedestals in the crypt evoke, without specifying, the structures of the nightly round and the sacred assembly. The well descends into the floor of a room that was built to house something significant, and the most significant object in the Holy Roman tradition that Himmler was attempting to appropriate was the Reichskleinodien, of which the lance was the most symbolically charged component. If Himmler was building a ceremonial centre for an order that understood itself through the Grail romance and the sacred lance tradition, the symbolic logic of installing the actual lance in the actual crypt is coherent to a degree that is striking, but no primary order to that effect survives. The documentary record that confirmed the October 1938 transfer of the Reichskleinodien to Nuremberg with considerable administrative clarity. The Reichsministerium des Innern Files, a chain of institutional documentation that placed the lance first in St. Catherine's Church and later in the Paniersplatz vault, contains no corresponding entry directing its transfer to Wewelsburg. The lance's documented location throughout the Nazi era is Nuremberg. There is no documented order, no ledger entry, no administrative record that places it at Wewelsburg at any point. The administrative machinery that recorded the 1938 transfer so precisely did not record a Wewelsburg transfer, and if such a transfer had been ordered and executed, the administrative machinery would, in the ordinary course of institutional record-keeping, have recorded it. The absence of documentation does not prove the plan did not exist. Plans exist before they become orders, and orders exist before they become administrative records, and the destruction or loss of records in the final months of the regime may have removed documentation that once existed. Schellenberg was a senior figure with access to information that did not always make its way into the written record, and post-war interrogations sometimes preserved knowledge that the regime's record-keeping did not. All of this is true. But it is equally true that post-war interrogations created strong incentives for witnesses to provide dramatic accounts of SS esoteric activity, that Schellenberg's testimony was given in circumstances that rewarded a compelling narrative of occult intention, and that the specific claim about the lance and the crypt has not been corroborated by any other witness or any primary document. The two positions are these. Schellenberg testified, in interrogations and in his memoir, that the Hofburg lance was destined for the Wewelsburg crypt as part of Himmler's SS religious program. No primary order to that effect survives in the documentary record, and the lance's documented location during the Nazi era is Nuremberg, not Wewelsburg. Whether Himmler intended the connection and never formalized it, or whether Schellenberg's account is a retrospective elaboration of the symbolic logic that the program made available to anyone who thought about it carefully cannot be determined from the evidence that has survived. The crypt's 12 pedestals remain empty in the record. The well descends without an object placed above it. The lance sat in the Paniersplatz vault while the crypt was built, and the 1,085 recorded deaths at the adjacent Niederhagen concentration camp are the ground on which that architectural form was raised, regardless of what was or was not intended for the space above the well. The second question concerns a young man in Vienna in 1908. The claim, as Trevor Ravenscroft's 1973 book, The Spear of Destiny, made it famous, is that a young Hitler stood before the Hofburg lance in the Schatzkammer, felt something change in him, and recognized the object as the talisman of his future career. Ravenscroft attributed this account to Walter Stein, an Austrian anthroposophist whom Hitler was said to have known during his Vienna years, and the episode, as Ravenscroft presents it, has the quality of an originary moment, a threshold experience, in which the man who would become what Hitler became first encountered the object that would come to define the esoteric logic of his ambition. The Spear of Destiny made this episode widely known and gave it the narrative weight that has kept it in circulation for more than 50 years, across dozens of popular accounts that have drawn on Ravenscroft as their source, often without naming him as such. The evidential basis for the episode requires careful description. Walter Stein was a real person, and his anthroposophical writings on spiritual history are documented. The connection between Stein and the anthroposophical movement that grew from Rudolf Steiner's work is part of the intellectual history of Vienna in the early 20th century, a milieu in which esoteric traditions, spiritual biography, and the interpretation of historical events through occult frameworks were taken seriously by people of genuine intellectual formation. Ravenscroft's account draws on this milieu and on Stein as its primary witness for what Hitler was thinking and experiencing in his Vienna years. But the episode as Ravenscroft describes it cannot be independently verified. Hitler's own writings, the published text of Mein Kampf, and the recorded conversations of the Tischgespräch do not mention the spear. There is no reference to the Hofburg lance, to the Schatzkammer visit, to the experience of standing before the glass case, or to any recognition of the object's significance in any primary source originating from Hitler himself. Ravenscroft's account is the account of what Stein claimed to know about Hitler's inner life during a period when Hitler was a young man of no particular public significance, and Stein's claim is not corroborated by any other witness or any document from the period. There is a further methodological difficulty with Ravenscroft's account. Ravenscroft stated in interviews that he received part of Stein's account through psychic communication after Stein's death. This is not a marginal or incidental detail of his methodology. It is a description of the evidential basis on which a significant portion of the most widely cited account of Hitler and the Hofburg lance rests, and it means that the account cannot, by the ordinary standards of historical evidence, be evaluated as primary testimony. Ravenscroft is a reception source, a figure in the history of what the spear has come to mean in the 20th century, a vector by which a particular interpretive tradition entered the Anglo-American popular imagination. He is not a historical witness to the events he describes. The cultural soil of Vienna in the years before the First World War is, however, real and describable without Ravenscroft. The Wagnerian tradition had made the spear a living symbol in the German cultural imagination. The Hofburg Schatzkammer was a public institution open to visitors, and the lance was among its exhibited objects. The connection between the lance and the Holy Roman Imperial tradition was understood by anyone with a basic education in German history, and the connection between the imperial tradition and the political ambitions of German nationalism was a current in Viennese intellectual life that a person moving through the city's libraries and coffee houses and political circles in those years could hardly have avoided. Whether Hitler visited the Schatzkammer, and whether a visit, if it took place, produced the experience Ravenscroft describes, the cultural atmosphere that would have given such a visit, its potential resonance, was genuine and documented. Ravenscroft's 1973 account made the 1908 Hofburg episode famous and gave it the narrative form in which it has circulated through subsequent popular history. The claim cannot be independently verified. Hitler's own writings do not mention the spear, and Ravenscroft stated that he received part of his account through psychic communication after his principal witness's death. the cultural atmosphere in which such an experience might have been meaningful, if it occurred, was real. The specific claim that it did occur, and that it had the significance Ravenscroft assigns it, rests on a form of evidence that the historical record cannot corroborate. What the Hofburg lance actually meant to the man who ordered it transferred to Nuremberg in 1938 is not available to us from the primary sources. The meaning the transfer had is available, the inner life behind the transfer is not. The third question concerns a date. The claim, as it circulates in popular accounts of the spear, is that the Hofburg lance was recovered on the 30th of April 1945, the same day that Hitler died in the Berlin bunker, that the object and the man who had ordered its transfer were connected by this calendar coincidence into something that looks, from a narrative distance, like the fulfillment of the supernatural claim that Ravenscroft had codified, that whoever loses the spear perishes within hours. The synchronism has the quality of a conclusion, the story supplying its own ending in the form of a date that brings the central figure and the central object into alignment at the moment of the story's resolution. Horn was the MFAA officer, a German-born art historian serving in American uniform, who investigated the hidden Reichskleinodien after the fall of Nuremberg. His first-person account of the recovery is published as a document of scholarly record in Speculum, Volume 30, Number 4, October 1955, under the title 3 Pieces of Imperial Regalia, a Personal Account. The article is the primary documentary record of Horn's involvement in the recovery, and it carries the authority of a first-person account by the officer responsible for locating and securing the objects. The Reichskleinodien, including the Hofburg lance, were returned to Austria in January 1946. The Monuments Men Foundation, which maintains records of the activities of the MFAA officers and their assignments during and after the war, places Horn's Nuremberg assignment in July 1945. The synchronism that would place Horn's retrieval of the lance on the 30th of April 1945, the day of Hitler's death in the bunker, is not securely supported by these institutional records and the precision of the claimed date. The specific day that gives the synchronism its narrative power is the element that the available documentation cannot confirm. The claim and the counterposition require to be stated plainly. Popular accounts of the recovery have asserted that the lance was found on the 30th of April 1945, the day Hitler died, and have treated this date as a documented fact that lends the recovery a providential quality consistent with the supernatural claims made for the object. The Monuments Men Foundation places Horn's Nuremberg assignment in July 1945. Other accounts describe the recovery as occurring in August. The specific date of the 30th of April is not securely documented in the primary record, and the synchronism that depends on it cannot be stated as established fact. Horn helped locate the hidden Reichskleinodien in 1945, and they were returned to Austria in January 1946. The specific date on which Horn found the objects cannot, from the evidence currently available, be confirmed or refuted with the precision that the popular account requires. The synchronism is a powerful story. It may be true. It is not, on the present state of the evidence, established. The broader claim of which the date is a component, the supernatural claim associated with the Spear of Destiny tradition, that whoever holds the spear holds the destiny of the world, and whoever loses it perishes within hours, is not a medieval claim, and not a claim that originates with Wagner. It is a 20th century construction, a compound of Ravenscroft, anthroposophical currents, Nazi occult speculation, Wagnerian reception, and the post-war appetite for objects that seem to explain catastrophe in terms proportionate to the catastrophe's scale. The tradition is a real tradition, a genuine feature of the spear's reception history in the modern period. It is not, because it is real as a tradition, evidence that the supernatural claim it makes is accurate. The fourth question concerns a man who walked into the mountains in March 1939. Otto Wilhelm Rahn was born on the 18th of February 1904 in Michelstadt in Hesse. He studied medieval literature, travelled in the Languedoc, and wrote 2 books that connected the Cathars, The Fall of Montsegur on the 16th of March 1244, Wolfram von Eschenbach's Parzival, and an anti-clerical, esoteric reading of European spiritual history into a framework that appealed to Heinrich Himmler and the SS Ahnenerbe circles that were attempting to construct an alternative archaeology of the German past. He joined the SS in 1936 as a Sturmscharführer under Himmler's personal patronage and was funded by the Ahnenerbe for expeditions to the Pyrenees in search of physical evidence of the Cathar treasure said to have been removed from Montségur before its fall. He found nothing publishable. He resigned from the SS in February 1939, and on the 13th of March 1939 he died in the Tyrolean Alps near Sol and Kufstein. The contest around this death is real and requires to be treated as such. Christian Bernadac, in Le Mystère Otto Rahn, published in 1978, argues that Rahn was either ordered to commit suicide under the SS Convention of Sippenhaft, the protocol by which compromised members were permitted to choose the manner of their deaths rather than face formal judicial proceedings, or was killed, and the death staged to appear as a voluntary act. The principal motive proposed for either course of action is Rahn's homosexuality, which had become a documented point of vulnerability within the institution following Himmler's anti-homosexuality decrees of the preceding years, and which is attested in private SS correspondence. Rahn's homosexuality was known, and he was inside an organization that violently persecuted homosexual men, and the timing of his resignation and death, occurring in the months after the tightening of SS internal discipline around the question, is the circumstantial foundation of Bernadac's argument. The official ruling and Bernadac's argument are both present in the record. The official ruling designates the death a suicide, which is consistent with a voluntary act by a man who had resigned from an organization he could not remain in a period of personal crisis, under conditions of social and institutional pressure that were severe. Bernadac's argument is that the circumstances are consistent with coerced or staged death, that the Sippenhaft Protocol was an established institutional mechanism, and that Rahn's documented vulnerability within the SS provides a plausible institutional motive. Neither position can be confirmed or refuted by the surviving documentary evidence. The death record records an official finding. The circumstances that Bernadac identifies as consistent with coercion are genuinely present in the record. The gap between these two positions is not resolvable from the evidence that has survived. What can be said without contest is the shape of a life. A man born in a small town in Hesse, formed by medieval literature and by the landscape of the Languedoc, wrote two books that placed him at the intersection of Grail romance, Cathar tragedy, and SS patronage, a combination of attractions that had no stable resolution inside the institution he had joined. He searched for something in the cave systems of the Pyrenees and did not find it. He resigned from the organization in February 1939. He was 34 years old when he died on the 13th of March 1939 in the mountains near Sul and Kufstein. The manner of his death is disputed and cannot be resolved from the present state of the evidence. The fact of his death, at 34, in the mountains, a month after his resignation from the SS, in a period when his homosexuality had made him a liability within the organization, is not disputed and requires no resolution. On the 14th of June, 1098, after 10 hours of excavation under the floor of the Cathedral of St. Peter in Antioch, a Provençal peasant named Peter Bartholomew climbed into the pit that the Crusaders had been digging at his direction and emerged holding an iron spearhead. Peter Bartholomew was attached to the army of Raymond of Toulouse and had reported a vision in which he was instructed to dig for the relic at precisely that location. The army had been encircled in Antioch for months, reduced by starvation and disease to a condition in which military resistance was not obviously possible, and the emergence of the object from the ground at the moment of greatest extremity was understood by a significant portion of the army as a sign of divine favor and a guarantee of ultimate victory. The Battle of Antioch followed on the 28th of June, 1098. The starving Crusader army, carrying the object before them, broke the siege and routed the Seljuk relief force under Kaboka. Raymond of Aguilers, whose Historia Francorum gives the sympathetic Provençal account of the episode, provides the narrative from inside the conviction that the object was authentic. His account describes the excavation, the emergence of the spearhead, the effect on the army's morale and cohesion, and the outcome of the battle, and his presentation of these events is that of a witness who believed he was recording a genuine miracle, a real act of divine intervention in the military fortunes of the crusade. The Gesta Francorum, The other primary account of the First Crusade offers a perspective that is more skeptical about Peter Bartholomew's visions and their evidential weight. Within a year of the find, Peter Bartholomew's authenticity was formally challenged. He underwent a trial by fire at the camp at Acre on the 8th of April, 1099, walking through a burning pyre to demonstrate the divine protection that he claimed as a visionary. He walked through the fire and died of his burns on the 20th of April, 1099. The fact that he walked through the fire at all has been interpreted in both directions by those who held his authenticity as evidence of genuine courage in the service of a genuine vision, by those who doubted him as evidence that the fire had done what fire does to a man who walks through it, which is to say, the damage was what it would be for any man without divine protection, and the outcome was therefore a refutation of the claim. The Provençal army took the former position, the skeptics took the latter. The object was mentioned for the last time in the early 12th century, and then disappeared from the documentary record. The fifth question, then, is whether the object Peter Bartholomew drew from the pit in Antioch on the 14th of June 1098 was what he and Raymond of Aguilar's believed it to be, or whether it was something else, a planted object, a genuine but unrelated relic, a piece of iron that Peter Bartholomew had placed in the pit himself before the excavation began, or some other configuration of sincere belief and practical necessity that the historical record does not allow us to reconstruct with confidence. The sympathetic account, Raymond's account, holds the object as a relic of the Passion and the battle as its confirmation. The skeptical account holds the vision as delusion or fabrication, and the object as something other than what it was claimed to be. The trial by fire as the mechanism by which the question was put to a test, whose outcome the skeptics regarded as unambiguous. 9 centuries have not resolved this question. The two primary sources place the evidence before us without reconciling it. An army that believed it carried God broke an army that did not have the same conviction at the same moment, and the object that mediated that difference between the two forces in June 1098 is not available for examination. What the object was in itself is no longer accessible. What it did, within the morale and the spiritual economy of the army that believed in it, is part of the historical record. The 5 questions have been named. No resolution has been offered, because none is available to offer. This is the condition in which a serious account of the Spear of Longinus arrives at the end of its work. The condition is not comfortable in the way that a resolved narrative is comfortable, not satisfying in the way that a concluded argument is satisfying, but it is honest in a way that a false resolution would not be, and it corresponds to the actual state of the evidence, which is the only correspondence that the documentary method can faithfully maintain. The 5 questions are not the only unresolved questions in this history. They are the 5 that carry the most documentary weight, the 5 around which the primary evidence is both substantial enough to take seriously and insufficient to adjudicate. Around each of them, serious people with access to the same material have arrived at different conclusions, and the difference is not resolvable by further assertion. It is resolvable, if at all, only by the discovery of new primary documents, of the administrative order that would confirm or deny the Wewelsburg plan, of the Schatzkammer visitor record that might or might not show a young man's name in 1908, of the recovery document that would fix Horn's work to a specific day, of the SS correspondence that might specify the circumstances of Rahn's final weeks, of the 12th century record that might settle the question of the Antioch object's subsequent fate. Those documents may not exist. They may have been destroyed. They may be in an archive not yet examined. They may have been examined and found to say less than the question requires. Historical uncertainty of this kind is not the same as ignorance. It is the condition that results from a careful examination of the evidence that has survived and an honest acknowledgement of what that evidence cannot establish. It is distinct from the condition of not knowing, which implies that the answer exists somewhere waiting to be found, and distinct from the condition of anything goes, which implies that the absence of certainty licenses the assertion of any claim with equal authority. Neither of those conditions applies here. The record is extensive, the scholarship is serious. The contested facts are contested not because no one has looked at them carefully, but because careful looking has produced divergent findings that the evidence cannot fully reconcile. The spear that John 19,034 places in the hand of a Roman soldier whose name the verse does not give, whose subsequent life the canonical record does not trace, whose weapon the scriptural account does not preserve or describe further than the single act of its use. That single verse is the point from which 2,000 years of accretion proceed. The name given to the soldier in the centuries after the event is not in the verse. The relic venerated in Jerusalem by the 4th century is not attested in the verse. The imperial lance carried before Otto Wurst at the Battle of Lechfeld on the 10th of August 955 is not attested in the verse. The object that Peter Bartholomew drew from the ground in Antioch on the 14th of June 1098 is not attested in the verse. The Reichskleinodien, transferred to Nuremberg by personal order in October 1938, are not attested in the verse. The 4 claimant relics that currently reside in Vienna and Rome and Echmiadzin and Krakow are not attested in the verse, and none of them can be authenticated to the moment the verse describes. What the verse attests is one wound in one account, confirmed as death, rather than caused by it, administered by one unnamed soldier with one Roman spear, and the blood and water that came from it, which the author of the 4th Gospel records as a sign. From that verse, the tradition built everything described in the preceding 11 chapters of this series: the name, the legend of conversion and martyrdom, the relic in Jerusalem, the fragmentation and multiplication of relics by the 4th century, the Crusader vision and the starving army, the Holy Roman imperial instrument, the Wagnerian national symbol, the 20th century mythology of world destiny, the transfer to Nuremberg, the Ahnenerbe scholar in the Pyrenees, the crypt with its 12 empty pedestals, the vault under the Bond City, the art historian in American uniform, and the glass case in the Hofburg Schatzkammer in which the object currently sits. The verse does not name the soldier, preserve the weapon, describe a relic, or attach political power to the object. Every later claim about Longinus, conversion, relic travel, imperial destiny, or supernatural power belongs to post-canonical tradition. Quot: the tradition. It is pious legend, and it is imperial instrument, and it is Crusader battlefield mysticism, and it is romantic nationalism, and it is SS ideology, and it is the labour of men who died building a crypt in Westphalia, and it is a post-war book written in part through claimed psychic communication, and it is 4 objects in 4 cities, each carrying its own kind of genuine memory. None of these layers can be peeled away from the others without losing something of what the tradition actually is. All of them together constitute the history of an idea about a wound, an idea that has proven more durable than the empires that tried to own it, and more capacious than any single account of what it means. The 5 questions sit at the heart of the tradition's most recent and most intensively documented century. They will not be resolved here. They have been presented with the care that unresolved questions deserve, which is the care of saying precisely what the evidence shows and precisely where it stops showing it, and of not pretending, for the sake of narrative satisfaction, that the line between the two is further along than it actually is. The lance is in the glass case. The questions are in the air around it. The visitor moves through the Schatzkammer, past the crowns and the orbs and the regalia of an empire that no longer exists, and comes to the case where the object rests, and looks at the iron that the museum dates to the 8th century, and at the pin that the metallurgist suggested was consistent with an earlier tradition, without proving it, and at the gold and silver cuffs that encase the binding, and at the inscription that the object carries, which reads, Lanciae et clavius Domini, the lance and nail of the Lord. The visitor looks, the object does not answer, the 5 questions remain open. The long history that produced them rests in the glass. Reichskleinodien came home in January 1946. That sentence is among the most securely documented in the entire history of the spear. The objects that had left the Hofburg Schatzkammer in October 1938, removed by personal order and transported to Nuremberg, which was then the spiritual capital of a regime that had lasted 12 years and was now rubble and ash, were returned to Austria at the beginning of 1946. The return is attested. The chain of custody between the hiding place and the Austrian border is documented. The man principally responsible for locating the hidden regalia was Walter W. Horn. a German-born art historian who had left Germany and was serving in American uniform with the MFAA, the Monuments, Fine Arts and Archives section, the unit whose function was to locate, protect, and restore the cultural property of occupied Europe. Horn published a first-person account of his involvement in the recovery. The article appeared in the journal Speculum in October 1955 in Volume 30, Number 4, under the title 3 Pieces of Imperial Regalia, a Personal Account. It is the primary documentary record of what Horn did and how he did it, written by the officer who did it, in the form of scholarly testimony addressed to a readership accustomed to asking what the evidence actually says. It is not a memoir of the war in the popular sense. It is a considered account, written a decade after the events it describes, by a man with both the historical training to understand what the objects were and the direct experience of locating them to write from the inside of the episode. The Monuments. Men Foundation, which maintains records of the MFAA officers and their assignments, places Horn's Nuremberg assignment in July 1945. The popular account of the recovery adds a detail that the primary record does not support. That detail is a date, the 30th of April 1945, the day Hitler died in the Berlin bunker. The claim, as it circulates in popular histories of the spear, is that the Hofburg lance was recovered on precisely that day, and that the coincidence of the two events, the death of the man who had ordered the lance transferred to Nuremberg and the recovery of the lance from its hiding place, fulfills the supernatural claim that Trevor Ravenscroft would later codify, that whoever loses the spear of destiny perishes within hours. The synchronism is structurally satisfying in the way that stories are satisfying when their elements arrive in the correct order at the correct moment. It is the kind of ending that a narrative about the lance, having built across 2,000 years of accretion toward the 20th century, might be expected to supply. The Monuments Men Foundation places Horn's Nuremberg assignment in July 1945. Other summaries of the recovery describe events occurring in August. The specific date of the 30th of April is not securely supported by the institutional record, and the precision of the claim date, the particular day that gives the synchronism its narrative power, is the element that the available documentation cannot confirm. Whether documentation existed and was lost, or whether the date was never part of the primary record and entered the popular account as an elaboration of the symbolic logic that the spear's mythology made available, is itself a question that the surviving evidence cannot answer with certainty. The settled formulation is this: Horn helped locate the hidden Reichskleinodien in 1945, and the objects were returned to Austria in January 1946. The specific date on which Horn found them cannot be confirmed from the evidence currently available, and the widely repeated claim that the recovery coincided with Hitler's death is not securely documented. It is a powerful story. Its power is a fact about the story, not a fact about the recovery. There is also the question of pattern. Several popular accounts, most prominently Howard Beckner's Hitler's Ashes, published in 1989, assert that General George S.S. Patton personally handled the Hofburg lance after the recovery and remarked on it in his diary. The claim supplies what the synchronism of the date also supplies, a cinematic American counter-image to Hitler, a moment in which the object changes hands from the representative of the regime that had taken it to the representative of the force that had defeated that regime, a transfer of possession that in the logic of the Spear of Destiny tradition would carry considerable weight. Patton's army was part of the recovery environment in the conventional sense that Patton's Third Army had advanced through the region and that American military authority governed Nuremberg in the spring and summer of 1945. That much is historical. Patton's published diary contains no reference to the spear. Walter Horn's first-person account, the primary record of the recovery operation, does not mention Patton's presence at the recovery site or at any subsequent point in the chain of custody for the lance. The claim that Patton personally handled the lance and noted the experience in his diary appears to originate in 1980s popular history and lacks primary support in either Patton's own writings or in Horn's account. It has propagated because it fits the narrative logic of the tradition, the object that confers world destiny passing through the hands of the commander whose army was at that moment among the most formidable military forces in the world. But fitting the narrative logic of a tradition is not the same as being supported by the primary documentary record, and the two must be kept separate from each other by any account that intends to be careful about what it asserts. The lance returned to the Hofburg Schatzkammer in January 1946. It was restored to the collection from which it had been taken 7 years and 3 months earlier, to the room in Vienna where the imperial regalia of the Holy Roman Empire is displayed in glass cases in a sequence that moves through crowns and robes and orbs and swords and the instruments of coronation ritual, the physical residue of an empire that was dissolved in 1806 and whose symbolic apparatus was appropriated, used, transferred to Nuremberg, and then returned by the century that followed its dissolution. The object carries the inscription Lancia et clavi vis Domini, the lance and nail of the Lord. The Kunsthistorisches Museum dates it to the 8th century, identifying it as a Carolingian winged lance, repaired and altered across subsequent centuries, with gold and silver cuffs added to encase the embedded pin. The museum has held it since the post-war return without making an open authentication claim, connecting it to the wound in John 19,034. In January 2003, the Schatzkammer permitted a metallurgical analysis of the lance. The work was conducted by Robert Feather, a metallurgist, for a Discovery Channel documentary using non-invasive X-ray and X-ray fluorescence methods. Feather dated the iron of the spearhead to the 7th century. He also identified a separate small iron pin embedded in the spearhead, encased within the gold and silver bands, and noted that the pin was consistent in length and shape with a 1st century Roman nail, without proving any connection to the Passion tradition. The pin was not independently dated. The Kunsthistorisches Museum's own scholarship places the lance in the 8th century and identifies it as Carolingian. The two datings are close but not identical, and Feather's interpretation of the embedded pin as potentially preserving an older relic tradition within the later object remains contested. What the 2003 analysis establishes, beyond reasonable contest, is that the Vienna lance is materially medieval by both positions in the debate. Whether the iron belongs to the 7th century, as Feather's analysis suggested, or to the 8th, as the museum scholarship holds, the object is a medieval artifact. The question of whether a fragment within the medieval object preserves a genuine 1st century relic tradition is a different question, and it is one that the 2003 analysis raised without resolving. The pin that Feather identified was not independently dated. Its visual and dimensional consistency with a Roman nail of the period is a description of its appearance, not a demonstration of its origin. The medieval object may contain an older fragment. The analysis that could distinguish between these possibilities has not been carried out, and it is not clear that the Schatzkammer would permit the invasive testing that such an analysis would require. The lance sits in the glass case, and the case stands in room XI of the Schatzkammer, and the room is open to the public in the ordinary way that museum rooms are open to the public, and visitors come and look at it throughout the year. Some of them come because they have read Ravenscroft and want to see the object that the book describes as the talisman of Hitler's career. Some of them come because they have an interest in the material culture of the Holy Roman Empire and understand the lance as part of the Reichskleinodien, the legal spiritual instrument of imperial succession. Some of them come because they have a devotional interest in the Passion relics and understand the object as a relic of the Crucifixion, whatever the museum's dating says about its material age. Some of them come for no particular reason, moving through the Hofburg and finding themselves in front of the case in the way that museum visitors find themselves in front of objects without having specifically sought them out. The object receives all of these visitors without discrimination. It does not authenticate itself to the devotionally inclined and withhold authentication from the historically trained. It does not announce its medieval Carolingian origin to the scholar and conceal that origin from the Ravenscroft reader. It sits in the case and is available to be looked at. And what the visitor makes of it is determined by the tradition through which the visitor approaches it, and there are many traditions in play, and they produce very different accounts of what the object in the case actually is. It is in the context of this multiplicity that the tradition Ravenscroft assembled in 1973 needs to be understood. The Spear of Destiny was published by G.P. Putnam's in that year and made a claim that has been circulating in the Anglo-American popular imagination in the 50 years since. The claim, at its simplest, is this: whoever holds the spear of destiny holds the destiny of the world, and whoever loses it perishes within hours. The book places this claim at the center of the 20th century's most catastrophic period, connecting the lance in the Hofburg case to Hitler's rise, to the Anschluss, to the transfer of the regalia to Nuremberg, and to the fall of the regime, through a narrative logic in which the object mediates between the political and the supernatural in a way that makes the catastrophe legible, gives it a shape and a cause proportionate to its scale. The supernatural claim is not a medieval claim. It does not originate in the devotional tradition that grew around the spear relic in the centuries after the 4th century attestations in Jerusalem. It does not originate in the legal spiritual compound of the Reichskleinodienn, in which possession of the regalia conferred legitimate authority over the imperial succession, an idea that was genuinely in place by 1100 and that held in some form for the following 8 centuries. It does not originate in Wagner, who made the spear the instrument of wounding and healing in Parsifal and codified it in the German cultural imagination as a national spiritual symbol, but who did not construct around it the specific supernatural claim about world destiny and imminent death. The claim is a 20th century construction. It is a compound assembled from several sources and currents that converged in the post-war decades. Ravenscroft drew on the anthroposophical tradition associated with Rudolf Steiner, in which the instruments of the Passion carry a spiritual potency that can be traced through human history in ways that orthodox historiography does not acknowledge. He drew on the work of Walter Stein, an Austrian anthroposophist whom Hitler is said to have known in his Vienna years, and who provided, in Ravenscroft's account, the testimony that grounded the narrative of Hitler and the Hofburg case. He drew on the Nazi occult speculation that had circulated in Germany and in the occupied territories during the war years, and that had produced, in the post-war period, a substantial literature connecting the regime's ideology to esoteric traditions of considerable antiquity. He drew on the Wagnerian register, in which the spear already occupied a position of national spiritual significance that educated German speakers had absorbed through the opera, through the Bayreuth tradition, through the cultural formation of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. And he drew on the post-war appetite for objects and frameworks that could explain the catastrophe of 1933 to 1945 in terms proportionate to its scale, an appetite for which the idea of a talisman whose possession had briefly given one man the destiny of the world and whose loss had destroyed him provided a kind of explanation that conventional political and historical analysis did not. Walter Stein was a real person, and his anthroposophical writings are documented. The connection between the anthroposophical milieu of early 20th century Vienna and the intellectual formation of people who moved through the city's libraries and discussion circles in those years is a genuine part of the cultural history of the period. The cultural atmosphere that would have made a visit to the Hofburg Schatzkammer and a moment of confrontation with the imperial regalia potentially resonant for a young man with the interests and the formation that Hitler had in Vienna. That atmosphere was real and describable. The specific episode, the visit to the glass case, the current that Ravenscroft describes passing through the young man, the recognition of the talisman and its future significance, cannot be independently verified. Hitler's own writings do not mention the spear. Mein Kampf, in which Hitler wrote extensively about his Vienna years and their formative significance for his subsequent development, does not contain a reference to the Hofburg lance or to the Schatzkammer. The recorded conversations of the Tischgespräch, the table talk in which Hitler spoke with relative freedom about his past and his views, do not contain a reference to the spear. No primary source originating from Hitler records the episode that Ravenscroft's book made famous. The episode rests on Ravenscroft's account of what Stein told him, and Ravenscroft stated in interviews that he received part of that account through psychic communication after Stein's death. The Spear of Destiny is a document in the history of what the lance has come to mean in the 20th century, not a document in the history of what Hitler actually thought or did. The book made the 1908 Hofburg episode famous, and the fame of the episode has given it a presence in the popular accounts of Hitler's life and the spear's history that has proven extremely durable. That durability is itself a fact worth attending to. The claim has circulated for more than 50 years and continues to appear in popular accounts that do not always identify Ravenscroft as their source. The claim has generated a substantial secondary literature, including films and television documentaries that present the connection between Hitler and the spear as a historical fact, a journalism of the uncanny in which the supernatural claim is treated as explanatory rather than as a phenomenon requiring explanation. The tradition is real. The tradition is not the same as the primary record. What the primary record shows about Hitler and the spear is less dramatic and more precisely bounded. The transfer of the Reichskleinodienst to Nuremberg in October 1938 was ordered by Hitler personally. The order is documented in Reichsministerium des Innern files and in the Schatzkammer's own deposit ledgers. It is one of the best attested events in the entire history of the lance. The objects were removed from the Schatzkammer, transported to Nuremberg, placed first in St. Catherine's Church, and moved later, as the war turned against Germany, to a vault beneath the city. It does not, by itself, prove that Hitler believed the lance had supernatural power. An order to transfer significant imperial regalia to the city that the regime had designated as its spiritual capital could have been motivated by symbolic politics, by the logic of associating the new order with the traditions of the old empire, by a straightforward understanding of the Reichskleinodienst as a legitimating instrument whose possession was worth demonstrating without any supernatural conviction at all. The transfer is real. Its inner meaning is not available from the primary sources. The mythology that Ravenscroft built around this transfer, in which the order was driven by the convictions formed at the glass case in 1908, in which the lance was the talisman that Hitler recognized as the key to world destiny, is a 20th century elaboration of the symbolic logic that the spear's long history made available. It is the spear of destiny tradition, doing what traditions do, providing a framework of meaning that organizes the events of the historical record into a narrative with causes and consequences proportionate to the significance of the events being explained. The Third Reich is perhaps the most demanding test case in modern history for the human need to find explanation proportionate to catastrophe. The scale of the destruction, the speed of the transformation, the involvement of people of ordinary formation in acts of extraordinary violence, the collapse of what appeared to be stable institutional structures under the pressure of a relatively small number of committed ideologists. These are things the political and sociological explanation addresses with difficulty, and that explanations involving hidden forces, secret objects, and supernatural compacts address with an ease that is precisely the source of their appeal and their danger. The Spear of Destiny tradition offers an explanation for the Third Reich that places the agency outside ordinary political history and inside the register of the sacred and the talisman. In that register, what happened between 1933 and 1945 was not the consequence of identifiable political, economic, social, and ideological forces operating within structures that could, in principle, have operated differently if specific decisions had been made differently. It was the consequence of a supernatural compact between a man and an object, a compact that was always going to produce the consequences it produced, because the object carried with it the force of world destiny. The appeal of this explanation is that it is proportionate, that it provides a cause adequate to the effect, that it supplies the sense of cosmic significance that the ordinary political account, with its emphasis on contingency and structural constraint and the unintended consequences of specific decisions, does not naturally supply. The danger of this explanation is related to its appeal. An account that places the agency for the Third Reich in a supernatural object and a private compact relieves the political and institutional structures that enabled the regime of a significant portion of the explanatory burden that a serious historical account must assign to them. If the disaster was caused by a man and a talisman, the failure of institutions, the complicity of populations, the enabling role of ideological formations that predated Hitler by decades, the specific decisions of specific individuals in positions of political and military authority, these become secondary to the master explanation of the object and the man it chose. The supernatural framework, in other words, distributes the historical responsibility in a way that exculpates the structures and the people within them, placing the weight of the catastrophe on a force that cannot be interrogated, cannot be reformed, cannot be held to account in any institutional sense. It is a very old function of the talisman story. The king who holds the sacred object is the king who is always going to rule, and the realm over which he rules is not responsible for what he does, because the object chose him and not them. The Spear of Destiny mythology is not merely wrong about Hitler and the lance, in the sense of being factually inaccurate about specific events and dates and inner states. It is structurally unhelpful as an account of how the Third Reich came to be and how it sustained itself, because the supernatural framework it offers is incompatible with the kind of historical understanding that might prevent comparable events in the future. This is not an argument against attending carefully to the mythology. The mythology is part of the history of the object, and it is part of the post-war European and Anglo-American need to make sense of the catastrophe, and it is worth understanding on its own terms as a cultural production of the period. But attending carefully to the mythology and understanding what work it does for the people who find it meaningful is not the same as treating it as a primary account of what actually happened. The lance is in the glass case. Around it, the 50 years since Ravenscroft have produced a substantial ecosystem of popular history, fiction, film, and documentary, in which the object serves as the organizing symbol of an esoteric narrative about the 20th century. The Indiana Jones franchise placed it in the logic of the adventure film, where Nazi occultism is the backdrop for physical contest and American heroism. The Nazi occult genre more broadly, from Berschner's pop history through to contemporary streaming documentaries, has used the spear as a recurring element in a story about secret knowledge and hidden power that the official historical record has failed to disclose. The object, in the glass case, has accumulated this layer of 20th century, meaning alongside all of the earlier layers, the devotional, the imperial, the literary, the crusading, and it carries all of them simultaneously, which is what relics do across time, and why they remain interesting long after the specific historical circumstances of their origin and early veneration have receded. There are, at the present time, 4 objects that carry the designation of the Holy Lance in various traditions. The Vienna Lance, the Heilige Lanz, rests in the Hofburg Schatzkammer and carries the imperial and Nazi-era narrative. A lance in Rome, held in St. Peter's Basilica and embedded in the Pillar of Veronica, is associated with the relic that Sultan Bayezid II sent to Pope Innocent VIII in 1492, a Constantinople to Vatican relic history without an open authentication claim. The lance in Echmiadzin, the Geghard, is preserved by the Armenian Apostolic Church and connected by ecclesiastical tradition with St. Thaddeus and the monastery of Geghardavink, which takes its name from the relic. The lance in Krakow, at the Wawel, is generally identified as a medieval copy of the imperial lance, associated with the gift of Otto III to Bolesław I at the Congress of Gniezno in the year 1000, with an embedded fragment said to be from the original. 4 claimants preserve different kinds of memory. None of them can be authenticated to the wound in John 19,034. Each of them carries the weight of its own tradition, its own community of meaning, its own relationship to the history that accreted around the object over the centuries of its custody. To say that one is more authentic than the others is to misunderstand what authenticity means in the context of objects that have been venerated for centuries. Veneration is not a condition that is improved by material continuity with a first-century origin. The Armenian Apostolic Church's devotional engagement with the Geghard is no less genuine for the absence of a critical chain to Calvary. The imperial meaning of the Vienna lance is no less historically real for the lance's material composition being medieval by museum dating. The objects have acquired reality through the engagement of the communities that have held them, and that reality is not a substitute for material authenticity, but it is not nothing. And an account that treats it as nothing in the course of demonstrating that none of the 4 spears can be authenticated to the 1st century has misunderstood its subject. The tradition that John 19,034 generated from 1 verse, 1 wound, 1 unnamed soldier continues in all 4 cities and in the broader culture of the spear's reception. The verse is shorter than any of the sentences in this account, and the weight it has carried across 20 centuries is disproportionate in a way that the verse itself does not anticipate or prepare for. The weapon is used and presumably discarded or returned to the soldier's kit. The wound is recorded as the confirmation of a death, not as the proximate cause of it. The blood and water are noted as a sign by the author of the 4th Gospel, but the sign points beyond the object to the theological claim that the author is making about the nature of what died. The object is incidental to the theological meaning, and the theological meaning does not require the object's preservation. Nothing in the verse suggests that the spear should be kept, or venerated, or transferred, or fought over, or installed in the vault of an empire, or sought in the caves of the Pyrenees, or transferred by personal order to a city of political pilgrimage, or recovered by an art historian in American uniform, or displayed in a glass case in a museum open to the public in a city that the man who had ordered the transfer never lived to see again. Every later claim about Longinus, conversion, relic travel, imperial destiny, or supernatural power belongs to post-canonical tradition. Quiu. T. It is 2,000 years of human investment in a wound, an investment that has produced pious legend, an imperial instrument, and Crusader battlefield mysticism, and romantic nationalism, and SS ideology, and the labor of prisoners who died building the architecture that was supposed to house the sacred, and a post-war mythology that tried to explain the catastrophe by reference to the object that the catastrophe had briefly possessed. None of these layers is separable from the others without losing something essential about what the tradition actually is. All of them together are what the verse, over 20 centuries, became. It became them through the work of people who needed the wound to mean something beyond what the verse said about it, and who found in the object attributed to the wound a surface on which to project the needs of their own time and place and institutional context. The lance is in the glass case. The Schatzkammer is in the Hofburg. The Hofburg is in Vienna, which is the city that Austria reclaimed the objects for in January 1946, after the long administrative process of the war's aftermath had worked through the chain of custody from the vault beneath Nuremberg to the room in the building where the regalia has been held since its return. Horn's article in Speculum is in the archive. The Reichsministerium des Innen files that documented the 1938 transfer are in the archive. The Schatzkammer deposit ledgers that recorded the removal and the return are in the archive. The four primary sources that between them cover the Antioch episode, Raymond of Aguilers on one side and the Gesta Francorum on the other, are in the scholarly editions of the texts, with the contested question of Peter Bartholomew's authenticity unresolved between them as it has been since the early 12th century. The Acts of Pilate, in which the name Longinus first appears, is in the scholarly editions of the apocryphal Gospels. The Legenda Aurea, in which Jacobus de Voragine codified the medieval pious tradition, is in the Magione critical edition. The Wolfram von Eschenbach is in the translations and the critical apparatus. The Wagner libretto is in the published score and the Bayreuth documentation. The record is extensive and serious, and it is available to be consulted, and it does not resolve the 5 questions that this series identified as genuinely open. It does not authenticate any of the 4 claimant spears to the 1st century. It does not confirm the Wellsburg plan or refute it. It does not establish the inner meaning of the 1938 transfer order. It does not fix the date of Horn's recovery or confirm or refute the synchronism. It does not settle the question of Otto Rahn's death. It does not confirm or deny the episode at the glass case in 1908. It presents the evidence that survives and makes visible, with some precision, the point at which the evidence stops. The visitor who moves through room XI of the Schatzkammer and comes to the glass case that holds the Heilige Lanze stands in the convergence of all of these traditions simultaneously. They stand in a room built to hold the residue of an empire that held this object as one of its most significant possessions, from the 10th century when it was carried before Otto I at the Battle of Lechfeld, through the centuries of the Reichskleinodion tradition, through the dissolution of 1806, through the Anschluss and the transfer and the vault and the recovery and the return. They stand in a room that a devoted passion pilgrim would understand as housing a fragment of the sacred history of Calvary. They stand in the city whose cultural atmosphere in the early 20th century Ravenscroft made into the staging ground of a supernatural claim about world destiny. They stand in the country that reclaimed the object in January 1946 from the temporary custodianship of a regime that no longer existed. The inscription on the object reads, Elantiae iti clav is Domini. The metallurgist who examined it in 2003 suggested the iron was 7th century and noted that the embedded pin was consistent with a 1st century nail without proving the connection. The pin was not independently dated. The visitor looks at the case, and the case does not answer, and the questions that 2,000 years of tradition have accumulated around the object in the glass remain in the air of the room, held there by the same long human investment in a wound that produced the traditions this series has traced from the single verse in John, through the naming of Longinus and the first Jerusalem relic and the Crusader excavation at Antioch and the imperial lineage and the Wagnerian codification and the Ravenscroft mythology and the American art historian in uniform and the January morning in 1946 when the objects came home. The light in the room is controlled, the temperature is controlled, the humidity is controlled. The conditions that preserve the object are the product of institutional care applied with considerable sophistication over the decades since the return. The Schatzkammer is a professional museum with a professional staff, and the Heiliglandsee is one of its most significant holdings, and the conditions of its preservation reflect that significance in the ordinary way that significant museum objects are preserved. Outside the room, the city continues, the river moves, the traffic moves. The people who are going about the ordinary business of their lives in Vienna in the 21st century move through the city without, most of them, giving the object in the room particular thought. The tradition that produced the object and the room and the institution that holds them is part of the background of the culture in which all of this ordinary movement takes place, a background that is not usually in the foreground of attention, not usually the thing that people are thinking about as they move through their lives, but that is present in the architecture and the museum and the library and the opera house and the history that the city carries and that any city carries, that has been a significant centre of European life for as long as Vienna has been one. The spear is there, the questions are there, the tradition is there, in the archive and in the popular imagination and in the four cities that each hold a claimant object, and in the communities of meaning that each claimant has sustained across the centuries of its custody. The season ends here, not because the questions have been answered, but because this is where the 2,000 years of the tradition have arrived, in the dim institutional light of a museum room, with the object in the glass, and the record in the archive, and the mythology still circulating through the culture, and the visitor standing at the case, and the questions remaining open. The lance confirms the death in John 19,034. It has been confirming things ever since, and none of the confirmations have been final, and the wound it made, in the verse and in the tradition the verse generated, has not closed. The glass case in room XI of the Hofburg Schatzkammer has held the Heiliglandsee for decades now, since the January morning in 1946, when the Reichskleinodienne came home and the long administrative process of the war's aftermath deposited the object back in the building where it had rested before October 1938. The case is lit with the controlled, even light that professional conservation requires. The temperature in the room is regulated. The humidity is regulated. The iron rests in the conditions that the institution has determined are appropriate for its preservation, and the institution has been attending to that preservation with considerable care since the return, and will presumably continue to attend to it for as long as the building stands and the collection is maintained, and the resources of the state that inherited the imperial regalia of the Holy Roman Empire continue to be directed toward its keeping. This is where we arrive. Not at a revelation, not at a resolution, but at a room, and a case, and an object in the case, and the quiet of the institution settling around it. We have been in the company of this tradition for some time now. We began with one verse in one gospel, the single Johannine sentence, in which an unnamed soldier confirms a death already accomplished by placing a spear at the side of the body on the cross. The Greek word is lonche, denoting a Roman spear or pike, and the verse does not preserve the weapon, does not name the soldier, does not describe a relic, and does not attach any political significance to the object. The Synoptic Gospels do not mention it. The theological tradition that grew from the fourth Gospel found in the blood and water that flow from the side, a sign pointing beyond the wound to something the author of the Gospel intended his readers to understand about the nature of what had died. But the sign points through the wound and past it, not at the instrument that made it. Nothing in the verse prepares the reader for what the verse became. What the verse became across 20 centuries is the weight that now rests in the glass case. Not simply the iron, which the Kunsthistorisches Museum dates to the 8th century, identifying the object as a Carolingian winged lance, repaired and altered in subsequent centuries, with gold and silver cuffs added to encase an embedded pin, not simply the pin, which a metallurgist named Robert Feather, examining the lance by non-invasive X-ray and X-ray fluorescence methods in January 2003 for a Discovery Channel documentary, noted was consistent in length and shape with a 1st century Roman nail, without proving any connection to the Passion tradition. The pin itself, not independently dated. The weight that rests in the case is the accumulated weight of everything that 2,000 years of human engagement with the wound of confirmation chose to place there, and that weight is not measurable by the metallurgist's instruments or reducible to the museum's dating, though the dating is correct and the instruments are precise, and both tell us something genuinely important about what the object is in material terms. The object in material terms is medieval. Both positions in the contested dating agree on this. Feather's analysis placed the iron in the 7th century. The two datings are close and not identical, and the question of whether an embedded element within the medieval structure might preserve an older relic tradition is a question that the 2003 analysis raised without answering because the pin was not independently dated, and the visual and dimensional consistency that Feather described is a description of appearance and not a demonstration of origin. What neither position contests is the medieval character of the object. The iron of the spearhead did not come from a Roman workshop of the 1st century. Whether it came from a workshop of the 7th century or the 8th, it is Carolingian or post-Carolingian in its material composition, and whatever tradition it carries toward the wound in John 19,034 is carried through centuries of later hands and later intentions and later accretions. The accretions are visible in the object's own biography, if biography is the right word for the layered history of a thing rather than a person. The lance was not venerated in the 1st centuries of its documentary life as a relic of the crucifixion at all. Its earliest layer of meaning was different. It was the lance of St. Maurice, the 3rd century Roman martyr saint, and the traditions that gathered around it in the Ottonian period were traditions of sacred kingship and military legitimation. The earliest secure documentary reference connects it to the Battle of Lechfeld on the 10th of August 955, where it was reported to have been carried before the army of Otto Werswans. Liutprand of Cremona and Widukind of Corvey both attest to the Ottonian sacred lance tradition, the tradition by which the man who held the object before his army held the confirmation of his right to hold the empire. By the 11th century, the lance was one of the Reichskleinodien, the imperial regalia, and the legal spiritual compound that connected possession of the regalia to legitimate authority over the imperial succession was in place and would hold in some form for the next 8 centuries. The crucifixion layer came later, accreting onto the Mauritian and imperial layers through the medieval period. The association with Constantine, with the holy nail embedded in the spearhead and claimed to be a fragment of a nail from the true cross, with Longinus and the wound in the side, these arrived in sequence, each adding a further stratum of sacred significance to an object that had already accumulated considerable authority from its earlier associations. The name Longinus itself is apocryphal. It does not appear in any canonical gospel. It first surfaces in the Acts of Pilate, also called the Gospel of Nicodemus, composed in Greek somewhere between the 4th and 6th centuries, the pious tradition that gave Longinus his biography. The half-blindness, the healing by blood and water, the conversion, the martyrdom at Caesarea, was codified in the 13th century in the Legenda Aurea of Jacobus de Voragine. The settled fact is not that a historical Roman soldier has been identified. The settled fact is that the tradition named him, and that the name attached itself to the object as the object's associations expanded and deepened across the centuries of its veneration. A spear relic was already in Christian custody in Jerusalem by the 4th century. The Pilgrim of Bordeaux, visiting in 333 AD, is among the witnesses to the relic's presence there. The relic preceded by centuries the legend that named the soldier who was said to have made it. The object was an object of veneration before the story that gave it a bearer was committed to text, which means that the accretion moved in 2 directions simultaneously. The object acquiring biographical context from the developing tradition, and the tradition acquiring material grounding from the object already venerated. By 400 AD, fragments of the spear relic existed in Constantinople, Jerusalem, and Rome, and from that point forward there was no single spear in the Christian record. The 4 claimant relics that exist today in Vienna, In Rome, in Echmiadzin, and in Krakow are the partial residue of a fragmentation that was already underway in late antiquity, a proliferation of objects sharing a designation and a tradition across distances and institutional boundaries that made any central accounting impossible. Each of the four carries a different kind of memory. The Vienna lance carries the Holy Roman and Nazi-era narrative, the thread that runs from Lechfeld through the Reichskleinodien, through the Anschluss, through the vault beneath Nuremberg, through Horn's recovery, and the January return. The Rome lance, held in St. Peter's Basilica and embedded in the Pillar of Veronica, carries a Constantinople to Vatican relic history, associated with the object sent to Pope Innocent VIII by Sultan Bayezid II in 1492, without an open authentication claim. The Echmiadzin lance, the Geghard, preserved by the Armenian Apostolic Church and connected by ecclesiastical tradition with St. Thaddeus and the monastery of Geghardovank, which takes its name from the relic, carries a devotional continuity that has no need of a critical chain to Calvary to sustain the community of meaning it has generated across the centuries of its custody. The Krakow lance, at the Warwell, is generally identified as a medieval copy of the Imperial lance, associated with the gift of Otto III to Boleslaw I, at the Congress of Gniezno in the year 1000, carrying an embedded fragment said to derive from the original its own dynastic significance, independent of and alongside its relationship to the Vienna object it was made to resemble. None of the four can be authenticated to the wound in John 19,034. To state this is not to reduce them to fakes. The word fake is unhelpful here, and it is particularly unhelpful applied across four objects with four distinct histories, four custodial traditions, four communities of meaning that have sustained their engagement with the relic across centuries of uninterrupted devotional practice. A relic's inability to demonstrate material continuity with a first-century origin does not dissolve the reality of what the relic has accumulated and carried and meant to the people who have held it and venerated it and organized their understanding of sacred history around it. The Geghard is not less genuinely the Geghard for the absence of a documentary chain to Calvary. The imperial meaning of the Vienna lance is not less historically real for the lance's material composition being medieval. The objects have acquired a reality through centuries of engagement that is not reducible to the question of whether they are what their deepest tradition claims, and that reality deserves to be described with the same care that the material evidence deserves, and neither should be collapsed into the other. The question of what they are, in the sense that the devotional tradition means when it uses the word, is genuinely open in ways that no currently available method can close. This is a different statement from saying that the question has been answered negatively, that science or scholarship has demonstrated that the objects are not what the tradition holds them to be. What the dating establishes for Vienna, and what the absence of a critical chain establishes for the others, is that the question cannot be answered affirmatively from the surviving evidence. It remains open. The tradition has always known this at some level, and the long human investment in the wound has never required the opening to be closed in order to continue investing. We have traced that investment through the Crusader siege of Antioch, where a Provençal peasant named Peter Bartholomew, attached to the army of Raymond of Toulouse, reported a vision and led an excavation under the floor of the Cathedral of St. Peter on the 14th of June, 1098. Emerging from the pit holding an iron spearhead, the starving Crusader army carried the object before them to the Battle of Antioch on the 28th of June and routed the Seljuk relief force under Kaboka, breaking a siege that had seemed unbreakable. Raymond of Aguilers, in his Historia Francorum, gives the sympathetic Provençal account. The Gesta Francorum is more sceptical. Peter Bartholomew underwent a trial by fire at the camp at Arca on the 8th of April, 1099, walked through the pyre, and died of his burns on the 20th of April. The authenticity of his find was contested within a year of the excavation, and the Antioch lance is mentioned for the last time in the early 12th century before disappearing from the record. The contest was never resolved. It remains unresolved now, a disputed moment in which what the relic did in the field before Antioch on the 28th of June, 1098, is more fully attested than what the relic was. What relics do is more interesting and more important for historical understanding than what they are in the strict material sense. The army that believed it was carrying God broke an army that did not have that belief to sustain it. And whether the iron spearhead that Peter Bartholomew held in his hands above the excavated floor of the Antiochian cathedral was or was not the spearhead that the verse in John 19,034 records, it did what it did, and the starving army ate and marched to Jerusalem, and the relic that had enabled the march disappeared from the record sometime in the early 12th century, having accomplished in history what it was going to accomplish. We have traced the investment through Wolfram von Eschenbach's Parzival, composed in Middle High German around 1200 to 1210, in which the bleeding lance becomes the weapon that wounded the Grail. King Anfortas and the wound that cannot be healed except by the lance itself. The spear in Wolfram is not primarily an instrument of historical memory. It is an instrument of literary and spiritual architecture, the central paradox of the Grail romance. The thing that wounds is the thing that heals, and the failure to ask the right question is the failure that extends the wound across the years of the story. Through Wolfram, the spear entered the literary imagination of the German-speaking world in a form that gave it a set of associations: wound and silence and pity and delayed redemption and sacred kingship that would persist through the centuries of the Grail romance tradition and surface. 670 years after Parzival, on the stage at Bayreuth, Richard Wagner's Parsifal was premiered at Bayreuth on the 26th of July, 1882, and in that opera the spear wounds Amfortas is seized by the wizard Klingsor, is recovered by the holy fool Parsifal, and becomes the instrument of healing. Wagner codified the spear in the German cultural imagination as a national and spiritual symbol, and by the late 19th century, the object that educated German speakers had encountered on the Bayreuth stage, and the object that rested in the Hofburg Schatzkammer, occupied adjacent places in a single imaginative field. The physical spear in Vienna and the spiritual spear of the opera were not identical, but they referred to each other through the shared cultural formation of a generation that had absorbed both. The Wagnerian register, in which the spear carried its late 19th century meaning, was one of the conditions present in the cultural atmosphere of Vienna in the early years of the 20th century, the atmosphere in which Trevor Ravenscroft would later place the young Hitler at the glass case. The episode Ravenscroft described in The Spear of Destiny, published in 1973, cannot be independently verified. Hitler's own writings do not mention the spear. Mein Kampf, in which he wrote at length about the formative significance of his Vienna years, does not contain a reference to the Hofburg Lance or the Schatzkammer. The Tischgespräche, the recorded table conversations, contain no reference to the spear. The episode rests on Ravenscroft's account of what Walter Stein told him, and Ravenscroft stated in interviews that part of that account reached him through psychic communication after Stein's death. Walter Stein was a real person, an Austrian anthroposophist whose writings on spiritual history are documented. The cultural soil that would have made a visit to the Schatzkammer potentially resonant for a young man with certain kinds of formation in early 20th century Vienna. What the soil cannot establish is the specific episode, the visit, the current, the recognition. Ravenscroft is a reception source. The Spear of Destiny is a document in the history of what the lance came to mean in the 20th century, not a document in the history of what Hitler thought or did. It assembled the supernatural claim that whoever holds the Spear of Destiny holds the destiny of the world, and whoever loses it perishes within hours, from a compound of anthroposophical tradition, Wagnerian reception, Nazi occult speculation, and post-war appetite for an explanation proportionate to the catastrophe of 1933 to 1945. The claim is a 20th century construction. It is not medieval and not Wagnerian in origin. It is modern myth using medieval material, and the 50 years since its publication have given it a durability in the popular account that has made it difficult to separate from the historical record it overlays without appearing to dismiss what the tradition has genuinely felt and genuinely meant to the people who have found it meaningful. What the primary record shows about Hitler and the spear is precisely bounded. The transfer of the Reichskleinodion to Nuremberg in October 1938 was ordered by Hitler personally, following the Anschluss of March that year. The order is documented in Reichsministerium des Innern files and in the Schatzkammer's own deposit ledgers. The objects were transported to Nuremberg, placed in St. Catherine's Church, and moved later to a vault beneath the city as the war turned. The transfer is among the best attested events in the entire history of the lance. It does not, by itself, reveal the inner meaning of the order. The documentation confirms that the transfer happened and records the institutional process by which it was executed. It does not record what Hitler understood himself to be doing in ordering it, and the range of possible motivations, symbolic politics, imperial, legitimation logic, straightforward calculation about the value of holding significant national objects in a designated spiritual capital is wide enough that the supernatural motivation Ravenscroft supplied cannot be established or excluded from the primary record alone. The lance went to Nuremberg. The war ended. Walter Horn located the hidden Reichskleinodion, and the objects returned to Austria in January 1946. Horn published his account of the recovery in Speculum in October 1955 in Volume 30, Number 4. The Monuments Men Foundation places Horn's Nuremberg assignment in July 1945. The specific date of the 30th of April 1945, the date that would align the recovery with the day Hitler died in the Berlin bunker, is not securely supported by the institutional record. The synchronism has propagated through popular histories of the spear because its narrative power is considerable. The object recovered on the day the man who had ordered its transfer died, the supernatural claim completing itself in the coincidence of two simultaneous events. The power of that story is a fact about the story. The date itself remains unconfirmed. The settled formulation is the one this account has used throughout. Horn helped locate the hidden Reichskleinodion in 1945, and the objects were returned to Austria in January 1946. The specific date cannot be confirmed from the evidence currently available, and the widely repeated claim about the synchronism is not securely documented. The tradition that wants the date to be the 30th of April wants it for the same reason that all the other elaborations of the spear tradition have wanted what they wanted, because the spear's history seems to demand events proportionate to its accumulated significance, and a mundane recovery date in July or August 1945 is less proportionate than a recovery on the day of the Führer's death in the bunker. The tradition has always found ways to supply the proportionate. The lance sits in the glass case. The inscription reads, Lancia et clat clavi vies Domini, the lance and nail of the Lord. The words are on the object, engraved or cast into the metal of the cuffs that were added in the course of the object's long medieval maintenance, and they name what the object was understood to be at the time the inscription was made. Not the lance of St. Maurice, which was the earliest venerable identification, not the Ottonian sacred lance of imperial legitimation, which was the object's functional identity through the 11th and 12th centuries. The lance and nail of the Lord, the passion identification, the luminous identification, the wound in the side identification, the layer that arrived latest in the documented sequence, and that the inscription commits to permanence on the surface of the iron and gold. The museum's label beside the case names the object and gives its dating and its context in the Reichskleinodion. The museum does not make an open authentication claim connecting the object to the verse in John. The institution that holds the lance is professionally responsible for the accuracy of what it tells visitors about the object, and the accurate thing to tell them is that the lance is a medieval artifact of the 8th century, Carolingian in character, repaired and altered, carrying an embedded pin of uncertain date, identified in medieval tradition with the Passion, but not authenticated to the 1st century by any available evidence. This is what the museum tells them, and it is correct, and it does not exhaust what the object is. What the object is, beyond the material description, is the accumulated deposit of the investment that 20 centuries have made in the wound it is said to have made. That investment cannot be read from the iron or detected by X-ray fluorescence. It is carried in the texts and the traditions and the communities of meaning that have organized themselves around the object and its counterparts in Rome and Echmiadzin and Krakow across the centuries of their custody. It is carried in the royal and imperial ceremonies in which the lance was present, in the Crusader camp at Antioch, in the Grail romances, in the Bayreuth Opera House, in the transfer ledgers of 1938, in Horn's Speculum article, in Ravenscroft's book, in the Indiana Jones franchise, in the contemporary streaming documentaries that continue to revisit the spear's connection to the 20th century's worst years. The investment is distributed across all of these sites simultaneously, and the object in the glass case is the point at which they converge, the thing that all of them are, in their different ways, about. The visitor at the case stands in that convergence without necessarily knowing the full extent of what they are standing in. Some of them have read Ravenscroft, some of them have an interest in the Holy Roman Empire, some of them have a devotional understanding of the Passion relics, and come to the case in something of the spirit in which the medieval pilgrim came to Jerusalem. Some of them arrived in Room XI by accident, moving through the Hofburg without a particular destination, and found themselves in front of the case in the ordinary way that museum visitors find themselves in front of objects they had not specifically sought out. The object receives all of them. It does not authenticate itself differently for different visitors. It does not discriminate between the historically informed and the devotionally inclined, and the Ravenscroft reader and the accidental tourist. It is in the case, and the case is lit, and the inscription is legible, and the iron is visible through the glass, and the visitor makes of it what the tradition they bring to it allows them to make. This is not a limitation of the object. It is a description of what relics do when they have accumulated enough tradition to sustain multiple simultaneous interpretive communities, each of which finds in the object the confirmation of what they already believe the object to be. The devotional tradition confirms itself in the object. The imperial tradition confirms itself in the object. The Ravenscroft tradition confirms itself in the object. The academic tradition confirms itself in the object, finding in the material dating and the inscription and the chain of custody exactly what the academic tradition expected to find. The object is larger than any single tradition's account of it, not because the object is supernaturally large, but because the accumulation of 2,000 years of human attention, applied to a wound described in one sentence of one gospel, has made the object into a surface that can receive and reflect a range of meaning too wide for any single framework to contain. The wound in the verse was a wound of confirmation. The spear did not kill. The death was already accomplished before the soldier raised his weapon. And what the wound confirmed was that the body on the cross was a body, that the death was a death, that the thing that was said to have happened had genuinely happened in the full material sense. The blood and water that flowed from the side were signs, in the fourth Gospel's theology, pointing beyond the wound to the meaning that the death carried for the author's understanding of what had died. The spear was an instrument of confirmation, not of meaning. The meaning was prior to the wound, and would have existed without it. The tradition inverted this relationship. Over 2,000 years, the wound became the source of the meaning, and the spear became the source of the wound, and the object attributed to the spear became the repository of everything that the wound, and the death it confirmed, had meant across the centuries of the tradition's development. The object that had been incidental to the theological meaning became the carrier of that meaning, and then accumulated further meanings from the imperial and literary and ideological traditions that engaged with it, and became finally the object that rests in the glass case in Room XI, carrying all of the accretions simultaneously. The Mauritian layer, and the Ottonian layer, and the Crucifixion layer, and the Grail layer, and the Wagnerian layer, and the Ravenscroft layer, none of them separable from the others without losing something essential about what the tradition actually is. The season ends here, in this room, with these questions, none of them answered, all of them still open in the ways they have always been open. How does a single wound become an empire's sign? How does a relic become a political instrument? How does modernity keep reaching for sacred objects when ordinary explanations seem insufficient to the scale of what requires explaining? The questions were present at the beginning in the disproportion between the smallness of the Johannine record and the vastness of what the verse became. They are present at the end in the convergence of 2,000 years of investment in the case before the visitor in Room XI. The Schatzkammer closes in the evening. The visitors move through the final rooms and out through the entrance into the city. The staff complete the last routines of the closing, the checks and the lockings and the adjustments to the environmental controls that maintain the conditions the objects require. The lights over the cases dim to the level that the preservation protocols specify for the overnight period. The building settles into the quiet that buildings settle into when the people have gone and the city outside continues its ordinary movement. The river moves. The iron rests in the dark. The iron rests in the dark, and the questions rest with it. as they have rested with it and with its predecessors in Jerusalem and Constantinople and Antioch and Nuremberg, across the 20 centuries since the wound was made, and the verse recorded it, and the tradition began its long work of making the wound mean everything that a wound, described in one sentence of one gospel, could be made to mean. The work is not finished. The tradition is not closed. The 4 cities still hold their 4 claimants, and the communities of meaning that each has sustained continue to sustain them, and the archive still holds the contested questions it has always held, and the popular imagination still circulates the Ravenscroft tradition, alongside the devotional tradition, alongside the imperial tradition, alongside the scholarly tradition, in the mixed and unresolved condition that the spear's history has always occupied. The iron rests. The questions remain. The case holds what the centuries have placed in it. Outside, the city is quiet, and the night is ordinary, and the wound in the verse has not closed, and the tradition that the wound generated is still, in all of its contradictory and layered and contested and genuine complexity,